Hello, everybody, and welcome to, I'm excited to say, the grand finals. I don't think we've ever actually called it the grand finals, but you know what? We're going to call it the grand finals. It is season 6 of the Tilt Champions League, and these are the last two teams remaining. They are the top. Actually, sorry, not the top 2 seeds, because the 2 seed actually got knocked out in the semis. Number 1 seed, undefeated, only dropped a map. Go Mega, led by glorious leader Abarn himself, going up against I'll Take Mid and Rick, looking for back-to-back titles, the number 3 seed. So it's going to be a wild ride. I'm Jaws, really excited, rocking the TPA throwback alongside the chaotic neutral to my chaotic good, Mr. Bully. Welcome to the finals.
I like that. You called me neutral. I think I could have been a lot worse than that, so I'll take that. Yeah, it's really exciting. We got an awesome finals matchup. I think basically most of the season boiled down to these two teams. I think most people would have put them in as their favorites. Obviously, seeding didn't pan out that way, but I think a lot of people thought these two teams are the best, and I think it's a really exciting finals here, especially given the last time they matched up. It was a very, very close 2-1. That game 3 could have teetered either way. Super, super excited to see these two teams face off here on the Rift.
No, that's true. And good point, right? Dog Pound, this is going to be a competitive final. Dog Pound, the only team to really give Go Mega some problems. And they were very close to winning that series. And we were talking about all eyes are going to be on the bot lane in the semifinals against y'all. You had a front row seat. Ryoku and Tailwhip just bringing the noise. A tent was pitched. Snowballs were had. Level 1s were thrown down or thrown in some cases. Pantheon snowballed. It was just an absolute mess. But Ryoku actually, I talked to her after that, and she was like, "Yeah, I actually got really, really vocal and started calling things out." And so I'm curious to see how that's going to change things. And she's like, "Yeah, I'm bringing the noise. I'm not just bringing the clicks. I'm bringing the voice, and it's going to be about that." But as you said, the lane, there's some serious snowball potential on this TJ and Rudy lane.
Yeah, look, on paper, I think TJ and Rudy are actually a much better mechanical bot lane than Ryoku and Tail, especially as it's isolated to the early laning phase. I think Tailwhip, as great of a support as he is, first pick support in draft, 3rd overall pick, I believe, has struggled considerably in laning phase. I think much more of his prowess is made up after the laning phase, as well as in his versatility and other things like that. But I think the part that they really excel at bot lane, having just played against them, is syncing up with Spurg. Spurg, it felt like, was in our lane at all times that we could have done anything. Any opportunity we had to shove into tower, to pressure a dive, to pressure them off of the wave, maybe even look for a 2-on-2 kill, Spurg was always there, making us have to double check, making us have to back off the tower and take a reset when we didn't really want to, things like that. So I think that's going to really determine a lot of this game. Can Bunny track Spurg? Can mid maybe win his lane so hard that Spurg has to spend some time in the mid lane? Or same could be said for Rick as well. I think if these solo lanes apply a lot of pressure, it could mean really big things for Dog Pound. Flip side is a status quo game, a game where mid and top really aren't having a lot.
Bully, we got all 6 bans. I gotta call it out.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Totally. Well, I'll tag you back in after on a semicolon. We got Echo, Kindred, and Rakan on the side of Go Mega, banning those out. On the side of the Dog Pound, Mordekaiser, Jinx, and Shen. We were talking about Mordekaiser and Jinx being the definite looks, and we had talked about Shen being kind of that secondary pick for Sir Aaron. Wukong being the first grab, probably going to be going into the jungle on Spurg. We've seen Spurg running some more kind of bruisery and carry junglers. We saw Kha'Zix in the warm-up game, historically doing the tanky initiators. But as you said, Spurg wants to get the snowball rolling and counterbalance and potentially punish that hyper aggression. As we see the Varus grab, that's been TJ's go-to comfort blanket. And there's the Graves. Okay, what are we going to see in the mid lane? Could see maybe double AP Varus. There's a lot of options there.
Yeah, so that's for sure TJ's Varus. I'll stand by that. TJ loves this pick because it allows him to choose the terms of engagement in bot with that corrupting chains. I love this jungle matchup for Bunny Remix. I think this is a really, really difficult matchup for Wukong. I remember this was my elimination jungle matchup when we played back in season 5, Wukong into Graves feels miserable, especially after the early clear. Really looking at Spurg to make a lot happen, but obviously we see the Aphelios Braum bot lane is going to give him a point of power to play through in the early game. I would love to see a lot of his attention focused there, especially early, knowing he's going to lose this jungle matchup the later it goes.
Yeah, that makes sense. They got an explosive level 6 across the board. And yeah, you mentioned Graves just being able to get into the jungle and just bully the absolute crap out of the Wukong. Aphelios Braum, Aphelios, insanely degree of difficulty, brain surgeon level in order to pilot. Ryoklu doing a great job. I think it was Fruge saying, yeah, the hard part about, or no, it's Talon Mid saying the hardest part about Aphelios is that you have to learn how to play Aphelios, as we see Darius as the ban Scion the last grab. So that's going to be likely a Tiny Rick special. We are like, oh man, we want to see the Cho'Gath. But no, Scion, classic, weak side king. Diana, the other ban, I'll take mid, having an adaptation in the semifinals. And really trying to grab his pick before the second wave of bans, opting out of that. And Little Birdie told me that if she's not banned, we may see a pretty well-known assassin, but more of an immobile assassin. I'm not gonna spoil it, but we could see it as we see the last couple of bands being looked at. But yeah, Aphelios, incredibly difficult to pilot. And also, I think I want to finish Talamid saying, you got to learn how to play Aphelios, and then you have to learn how to play AD carry. So very difficult, high degree of difficulty, but with that Braum really kind of trying to absorb that damage. And that was actually what I was looking for, was I want to see the counter engage 3v3. Wukong is spectacular at a counter engage, but the timing is going to have to be perfect from Spurg.
Yeah, I want to see. It's interesting to me that a lot of the bands aren't focused at support. I would expect this to be Leona on the flip side. Interesting to see, though, Rudy has been practicing a considerable number of Enchanter champions. I think that would have probably been more Tail Whip's expertise. Would be interesting to see him actually opt for something like a Lulu here. If he picks that, wow, okay, Rudy on Lulu, game 1. I think this is an insanely winning bot lane matchup now for them. Just going to be a matter of comfort. Can Rudy pilot this champion well, effectively get those polymorphs down defensively when needed and offensively when opportune? And I
Aurelia's
think
up.
this really enables
Aurelia's
TJ
up.
to have a monstrous game. Yeah, Aurelia is up. I
And they
don't
picked
think
the Gwen. I was
so.
expecting
Gwen
AD
is
to.
here because there's some AP, but I think Ryze is actually much better here. If he goes for Ryze, there's pretty minimal ranged damage threat here, so I think it would be pretty strong. Malzahar actually wouldn't be that bad, but that's just Jet hovering. Hi, Jet. How you doing? He is gonna hover Vlad. Oh, Talia too.
Okay.
Cool. I don't think any
Interesting.
of these are real. Victor is actually nasty here, and yeah, it's gonna be the Victor lock. So minimal ranged damage threat from Dog Pound means Victor. Kind of same boat as Ryze itself. Like anyone walking into Victor is almost certainly outdamaged within Victor's range. The way you usually deal with him is
There it
by
is.
picking
That
longer
was the pick.
range.
That
Okay,
was the
cool.
pick.
So
Yep.
we have Syndra as an answer. I think this is a pretty neutral mid lane, but slight edge, I would say, goes to I'll take mid. There's definitely an avenue for him to just straight in one-on-one snowball things. Now that TCL is over for my team, I can certainly say this was the pick we were most worried about I'll take mid playing. I think besides the obvious Echo, like this champion is so like noticeably different from the remainder of his champion pool in that it plays a much more passive, slow, defensive playstyle with the opportunity still to snowball in all the ways that we love to watch I'll take mid play the mid lane. So would really like to see how he pairs up with Bunny in this 2-on-2 mid. I think they should have universal priority between the two of them.
Yeah, it should be really, really nasty. And thankfully, we're not going to be breaking this down alone. We have T Skull and J Jazz on the analyst desk, as is finals tradition. So we're going to take a little bit of a break and let them break down the action. T Skull, take it away.
Alrighty. Jazz, how we doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Glad to be back for another finals. So we got some interesting picks here. We got the usual A-Barn Victor here going up against interesting Syndra from I'll Take Mid. Pretty staple, iconic picks from both of these two. What do you think about this mid lane matchup?
I'm not too familiar with this matchup. Personally, I think Victor and Syndra scale about. I'm not sure. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Chat, but I think that Victor and Syndra scale about equally. They're both insane when they scale. I based on what I've heard about Syndra changes. Um, what I do know about the top lane matchup is that Gwen, I know, can beat Sion to a degree. If
Yep.
she does not take over that lane, Sion does. Sion does take over Gwen.
Yeah, that late game tankiness is just a little too much to overcome there. We got some
Yeah.
nice skirmishing junglers here for us as well to kind of try and make some plays for us. Where do you think they'll be headed first?
If I were to guess, they would likely want to do a bottom to top kind of pathing. Get the best leash you can. Look for a top mid fight. I
Try
wouldn't
and
be.
get
I
that
wouldn't.
Gwen lane ahead and try
Mhm.
and protect that Scion so that he can scale a little bit into the later game because depending on how that first push goes, you may have a little bit of struggle getting it all the way into tower there.
I wouldn't put it past them to do a top to bottom pathing though, just because I think that the better bot lane or the more fed bot lane will actually win the game for them. And I think that's kind of the route that I would take if I were their jungler. I'm not a good jungler, but that's what I would do.
Yeah, and then as you mentioned that bot lane there, we got a little bit of a pokey bot lane from the dog pound versus a scale up and protect from Go Mega. But we know Ryoklu after their last series can really go off on these picks and scale up and make a huge impact in that mid and late game. So I'm really looking forward to this bot lane and seeing if the poke can get some pressure in there. But I think we are going to be handing it back over now to Jaws and Bully for the game.
We'll see you guys after the game.
All right. Thank you all so much. We are into the loading screen. And while we were hanging out and getting a little bit of a break, thank you so much, T-Skull and JJS. T-Skull, our perennial analyst desk host, making Dash look a little jealous, as well as, hair like an angel, like a little halo lights going. Bully, what we were talking about before the in the middle of the break was just how long these fights are. And the burn down potential of kind of the 20 minute of the Go Mega, right? Gwen, absolute tank shredder. Victor, rotations on rotations on rotations. Aphelios, like king of mid to late game fights, right? That last 40 minute fight. But the early burst potential on the side of Dog Pound is just absolutely bananas.
Yeah, I think there's a reasonable window for Dog Pound, as is so often in their drafts, to really snowball this game out of hand for Go Mega. I think they have a lot of obvious and easy play patterns to play through. I really want to look at the mid 2-on-2. I think typically Bunny finds himself in spots where it's very easy for him to create the plays and then his laners play around him. Playing something like Graves' Syndra, you really kind of just have to know how to play around Syndra. So it's much more like a reactive role for him than what he's typically used to. I think this is a spot where he's going to show his knowledge as a jungle, right? Like, does he know how to play through his lanes itself? Or does he know how to actually react? Or, is he stuck on more of the playstyle of, I have to make it happen? Because if so, I think he's going to really struggle in this game.
Yeah, no, that I could not agree more. And something else related to Bunny, I'm expecting him to just go in there and try to 1v1 in the jungle.
Yeah,
we had talked
yeah.
about just how lopsided that early 1v1 is. And
No,
maybe
true.
he's not actually trying to play the lane as Spurg walking up and invading a little bit. Bunny is right there, going to be able to get one hit off of A-Barn as well, getting a quick trade. And there, Bunny's going to burn the Oracle lens, get out of there. Something else I wanted to give a shout out before we get in. So we're at 110. On my game. Just want to confirm, Mr. Director. But before we get started, Bully, who's going to take this game one?
Yeah, I think this draft itself should pretty heavily favor Go Mega. My default case, my null hypothesis, if you will, is going to be that Go Mega wins any game that goes longer than like 15, 20 minutes, right? If the game is pretty heavily decided in the early game, I think Dog Pound should be the winners, right? Until I see them out execute and out rotate and just be a more coordinated unit, I think I would favor Go Mega in anything beyond that. So I'm going to start by saying that with this scaling edge, they're going to take game one.
Okay, there you go. I do agree. I think a lot of things, once again, have to go right. That's always what I look for, right? How many things need to go right and how many things can go wrong and have you still win? And Go Mega, and we've seen this every season from Abarn. Abarn is so good at drafting comps that just things can go wrong and you've still got enough you got enough stallability and you can work your way through. On the other side of the dog pound, they want to take it to it. However, Sir Aaron getting the wrong end of multiple trades, falling backwards. And we had said before, Microscopic Rick is the weak side king. He just finds a way to do what he needs to do. And as we see in early level 2, actually first level 2 from Ryoku and Tail, TJ having to flash out, exhaust being burned on the side. TJ actually taking the ghost on the Varus, and that's going to be early advantage round 1 in favor of Ryoku and Tail with no kill, but summoners burned.
That's ugly. That's really ugly. The 2v2, I would say, should be pretty heavily in Dog Pound's favor. Honestly, that's just really uncoordinated stuff from them. Typically, they're the ones pressuring for level 2 and really looking to punish that spike. But, good news for them, if you look in this top side, Rick is winning this match way harder than I think otherwise should be the case. This is a pretty heavily Gwen-favored matchup. Can immune basically everything Sion has, so that's going to be good as we have a gank in the mid.
Oh, yeah. Flash in, first blood. Beautiful play. Spurg rolling in. We were talking about just this, how sneaky this Wukong is. Expecting some early bullying from Bunny in the jungle, but Spurg making his mark, and this is the ideal start for him. Gets his carry kill and gets himself moving and the snowball rolling.
Yeah, so I will say, I think early on, Wukong can kind of hang with Graves. The question is going to be, how far ahead can Graves get relative to the lead Wukong can create? So if Wukong can create more ganks like this is definitely step 1. But I think this matchup is so skewed in Graves' favor that if Wukong doesn't create like at least 2 more kills, it's probably still benefiting the Graves if he just farms out and plays around lanes when he has to, reactively.
So it's funny you say that because really as that's happening, and then we had a fight bot, but Spurg is coming in trying to make something happen. The tent is pitched. TJ getting low. He is going to go down. Spurg doesn't even have to do anything. Ryoku first blood on a Cull longsword Aphelios, making a statement in this finals. And I want to call out, while all of this has been happening, Bunny Remix is just farming up a storm and just hoovering up every single camp, including Spurg's.
Yeah, Bunny is having great pathing this game, really noticing that, hey, Spurg cleared his bot side camps, but that gank mid means he's behind on tempo. I can step top, I can catch some camps here. But that's a horrible look for the bot lane. Honest to God, Rudy just looks uncomfortable on this Lulu pick. I think this is just maybe a point where they maybe focus on reacting to what's been so successful for Go Mega and taking that away, rather than actually picking what's worked for them, right? Like, just doesn't look comfortable on this Lulu so far.
Yeah, we were talking about just Rudy, right? You know what Rudy does. You know what Rudy likes to do. And watching Rudy kind of evolve as a support over the last couple of seasons, he's really kind of found his restraint, right? We talk a lot about editing, right? Editing your engages, where engaging at the right time. And that's something that he's really developed. And I'm sure TJ, who's so hyper aggressive, has actually helped him along the way, knowing when is the right time to engage. And so seeing him on something where he can't just kind of go in and attack, that's really tough for them, and it's just a play style that they may not be comfortable with. Abarn rolling down. The exhaust goes down onto TJ. There is a very clear game plan, and it is make sure TJ cannot get going. They're going to feed another kill to Ryoku. Abarn actually getting the kill. Good return kill from TJ, making sure that he gets the around. Nicely done by him, but still an ideal start for Go Mega and the Victor, despite being a little bit down in form. Successful roam 2-0, moving and grooving as we hit the 6-minute mark.
Yeah, so look, the big part of this is that Victor is 2-0. Victor, ever since the Hex Core has been changed from an item he buys to an item on his passive, really benefits from early kills and assists. It's going to be 50, it's either 25 or 50 Victor marks, 100 of those equal an upgrade on his form. So early kills and assists put him much, much faster on that really, the first evolve is the breakpoint. You can see he already has it right there. He's going to be able to shove in Altec mid so badly, which actually really hampers the Dog Pound 2-on-2 mid lane. It's going to make it much harder to find windows to actually punish Victor here.
Well, I remember the holy trinity of, I believe it was like Victor, Azir, and I believe Syndra was kind of the counterbalance to
Syndra's
that.
kind of the third,
Yeah, it was like Azir. Yeah, rock paper scissors was like Azir, Victor, Syndra, and when it was Azir, Victor, it was just like, all right, who's going to get their stuff first so that they can just like shove each other in, and that was the play. Wait, if Syndra gets on top of Victor and Victor can't do anything, doesn't get his upgrade, Syndra dominates the lane, starves him out. This is the ideal start, as you said, for Victor. Victor's going to shove Syndra under. All take mid has been the dominant force on this dog pound squad. So goes all take mid, so goes the team. All take mid unlocks TJ, takes so much pressure off of him, and neither of those folks are rolling. And yeah, Dog Pound's going to have to make some really quick adjustments and stop this bleeding, because this game is getting out of control in a hurry. 7 minutes, 1,000 gold up, and a dragon for Go Mega.
Yeah, so it's not world-endingly bad, but I agree. I think this scaling edge pretty heavily favors Go Mega, so an early Drake already and a gold lead as well on top of it really does favor their win con in this game, which is really just get us to 15-20 minutes at an even footing. Right? If they're in that spot, I think their team fight is much easier to play. Pretty self-explanatory, right? Like Wukong goes in, there's easy follow-up on top of it from the remaining teammates. And I think just broadly they outscale. Bunny Remix is going to be looking for a gank here on the top side.
Yeah, he might be able to get it. No, just the slow. Isn't able to get the final punish. Oh, the fadeaway, not quite enough. Sir Aaron survives. Well done by him. And yeah, Sir Aaron, interestingly, Go Mega really giving him the authorization to carry, right? And that's something that we don't always see. A lot of top laners kind of opting towards the tank. They're like, yes, Aaron, you've been doing a good job. We think you're doing good in that. And he's definitely looking ahead and surviving and absorbing that pressure.
So there is something to be said as we have a little bit of trading in the bot. Ghost actually popped by TJ. Do we have a kill here, maybe?
Potentially a lot of pressure. Ryoko going low. One last kill. TJ riding the line, walking the tightrope. Nicely done, TJ. Locking in, making sure that he stays in this lane. 2 kills on that Varus. So that return kill that he got looking really nice to stabilize that space. As we see Spurg going in, does the flash, counter flash from all take mid. Ulti goes down, second ulti not going to be able to land. Bunny Remix is there for the potential counter kill, but no, he's going to go back and grab those Raptors. And A-Barn a little bit down in farm, cruising away. Lost Chapter and Blasting Wand being grabbed, so it looks like he's going to be able to get ahead to his first item and keep moving. Will he be able to convert that into a CS lead? Because that roam definitely put him behind an all-take mid, also doing a good job of stabilizing the lane.
Yeah. I just back to the bot lane here. Getting a return kill here from the way this lane was looking early is gigantic for them. Is A-Barn really trying to step and deny this wave, but it's not really going to happen. I think denied 2 minions there, but not a big deal for I'll take mid. He has that teleport up. Can use that whenever he wants. Bunny has the Herald here, though. I think if he uses this on I'll take mid's lane, there's actually a real angle here for them to snowball pretty hard. But yeah, A-Barn going to sniff it out with the control ward.
Big
Nothing
chunk there.
But
yeah, I was going to say, that's the upgraded laser that you were talking about. Just the ability for him to just easy chunk, right?
No,
and then,
for sure.
And then also the wave clear, right? Even if Bunny comes in with the Herald, and Abaron's going to see that, he can just insta clear the wave. One or two hits. They may not, they'll put that Herald at risk. So Abaron doing a good job of moving in, but as you said, Dog Pound, both of the carries, All Take Mid and TJ, usually they're going to get ahead and they stay ahead. Them really showing solid discipline and patience and acknowledgement of what they are, what position they are, right? They're not just diving in head first, doing kind of the brain dead autopilot. They're being really smart, picking their moments and making sure that they are available for kind of that 15-20 minute power spike.
Yeah, I do want to say, in the bot lane here, we've really hit the first breakpoint, right? Like, a lot of people have questioned, for example, why is TJ playing Varus every game? TJ's a player that never plays the same champ every game. I've known this guy for like 8 years now, right? Every single game, much to my chagrin when I'm dueling with him, he never wants to play the same champ. Why is he playing Varus? Because it has a lot of playmaking potential with that ultimate. I think now that Root is not even on a playmaking champion hold on, we have a gank in the mid lane.
No, it's just a whole lot of damage. But All Take Mid is pushed out again. However, Bunny Remix is hovering in the dot brush. He's going to engage into that 1v1 with Spurg, but this is going to be a longer fight. All Take Mid, this is going to very quickly turn into a 2v2. Actually, it's basically a 2v1 because All Take Mid is not there to respond. Bunny Remix just out of range of the Chaos Storm, gonna be able to get away. So Summoners burned, Flash burned on the side of Bunny Remix. No Summoners burned on the side of Go Mega, but 2 ultimates burned and no kills to show for it 11.5 minutes in.
Yeah, look, I think on face value that.
Oh
looks
wow!
like
Sorry, I'm gonna stop you there.
my God.
Microscopic Rick rolling in from the spawn. He didn't actually
Wow.
teleport, but the counter
Okay,
teleport
Rick.
onto the turret. Holy moly! Microscopic Rick knocking out Tail.
Rick's
Sir Aaron trying to
mad.
make this happen. Ghost comes in. Sir Aaron dropping teleport and Ghost trying to make this happen. But you are in a 1v3 situation. Your carry's not there to follow up. Exhaust goes down, and he's going to try to run away. But this is an overextension from him. TJ. See you later. He is so beast. 3-2-1 says the score, and TJ wants more. This is turning into a very messy back and forth. Now a 3v2. That's a double kill. 2v1.
Oh,
are we going to keep going? This is like an endgame chess match where everybody's just throwing their pieces at each other, and Rudy is the last person standing on a absolutely bloody mess of a fight, and it looks like Dog Pound has actually turned this early game around.
Yo, that was wild.
What? And Bunny comes down because, of course, we can't be done. Bunny comes down with the Rift Herald. Here we go. All right, Bully. I think this is going to be a little bit of a slap happy. Hit the Herald on the chest. But wow, what a mess.
Yeah, really well played by TJ there. I just want to highlight. Look, I hate giving this guy any more credit than I gotta. He played that fight actually perfect. Flashed onto the Gwen immune to get his damage down, make sure that wasn't actually blocked, procced all 3 stacks of Blight, one-shotting Sir Aaron. Beautiful roam by Rick, by the way.
Oh my God, right? I believe
Rick making that move, I think benefits him every time.
Was that from spawn?
Yeah, so he just walked straight into bot lane. It was gorgeous. Great decision-making there, because every single time he sits in this top lane, he's going to be losing to Gwen. It's a losing matchup, and the later the game goes, the even worse it gets. But I think at this stage of the game, he should be just infinitely more useful than Gwen in the bot side, especially if he's calling the terms of the engagement, and really showed how well he knows that by forcing that play that, yeah, it ended kind of sloppy, but TJ benefited as we have another fight in the bot lane.
Yep, another fight. Bunny Remix getting CC down, but getting nice shield from Rudy. Rudy looking like he's settling in, but here comes the engage from Spurg. This is a 3v3 situation. Hard, deep engage from Spurg. They're going to be able to knock Bunny Remix out, and the Aphelios is starting to slice and dice, but TJ does not care at all. I believe that's a triple kill. It certainly is. This Varus is absolutely out of control, and we normally see TJ and Rudy fighting forward.
Wow.
What incredible backwards fighting from them in this lane.
It's a Diffie and the Biffy right now. Bot lane is just looking so much better. We talked about how mechanically better, in my opinion, TJ and Rudy have looked just 2-on-2 in laning phase. Look, they beat us. Maybe this sounds like salt, but I think Ryoko and Tailwhip actually struggle pretty badly in laning phase. I think their strengths is in how they link up with the jungle. The benefit here is TJ said, hey, little bro, or big bro, however you side on that debate, Jared, get down here, cover our lane.
Don't dox him, man.
3-on-3, we win this. Okay,
we
win this hard.
Oh, what's going on?
And they're here as, oh my goodness, did mid get a solo kill?
Okay, so this is going to be a replay. Yeah, so I'll take mid. Spoiler alert, A-Barn's he's going to do a magic trick, and A-Barn's about to disappear. That's the Q, that's the stun, that's another Q.
Wow.
See you later, Mr. A-Barn. Going to be a little bit closer than he would probably want. Oh boy! But he goes golden, and he stays alive. There's the playmaking.
Wow, that's
take mid. Well, Dog Pound, welcome to the finals. 15 minutes.
Yeah.
7-3 Varus. Yeehaw.
Let's talk about what I said. Never mind. We can't talk. Okay.
We don't can talk about whatever you want, man. We're on the microphone, you know?
Look, what I'm saying is, I think the mid and bot lane for Dog Pound in this series are much better in laning phase, right? This is what they need to see to win the game. That being said, there are
another fight. Abron flashing out immediately, and honestly, he might be seeing footsteps at this point. There is something psychological about losing that solo, losing that 1v1, especially when you know Graves is lurking about and you are a victor. He's trying to stay in, and that 2-0 lead that 2-0 lead has just evaporated. And I'll take mid is looking really, really scary.
So yes, but the caveat to it is, all neutral objectives have now gone in the favor of Go Mega. I think we've all pretty much agreed, as this game progresses, it should be decently in the favor of them, just from a scaling and team composition edge. So still need to see more than just a 1.6k gold lead for Dog Pound here. I need them to break something open. I need them to make something work if they're going to make this Graves pick their draft, right? Like if the draft is around Graves, let's get more. That starts with getting first turret in the bot lane, basically 2-on-3. Like this lane looked real bad for them, and they've won in the face of pretty heavy jungle pressure. So really, really well done by TJ and Rudy.
This is actually kind of why I was surprised to see the Graves pick, because historically, as we see Sir Aaron actually forcing the ultimate out of Microscopic Rick, we had mentioned that this is an increasingly losing lane for him. He hasn't quite finished up his first item, and a 50 CS lead, almost 50 CS lead on the side of Sir Aaron. Sir Aaron quietly working his way in, but can I please get a gold check so that we can offset these? So actually almost dead even in gold because of the global pressure that Rick has been able to apply with the timing of his roams. And looking across the map, the major gold is on TJ, and this has been the tale of this team as we see Abar and Taylor jumping in onto Rudy and TJ. TJ able to get out of their exhaust burn. So once again, a couple summoners burned, actually just exhaust for double
Flash
summons
Ghost
on
for
TJ,
though. Yeah,
which is huge. And let's see if they're going to be able to make the most of it. But that has been, and I got to keep calling out, like, it's really fun to kind of see TJ and Rudy fighting backwards because they're always so used to being so aggressive. Oh, there's a gravity well going down onto Rick. Rick is a tanky boy, but there is the long burn down from the Go Mega squad. I'll take mid, going fishing. Microscopic Rick trying to help him out. Looks like TJ's been trying to help them on the fishing side. The Rifttail drops, and there goes mid outer. A couple more hits will do it. Rifttail goes down, mid outer soon to follow. 18 minutes in, and there is another global objective. 2 dragons, 2 turrets. 2 dragons, as I mentioned before, Deja Vu and the Herald. Go Mega doing the macro things they do.
Look, the bigger part of this, that mid tower will matter for future Drakes. The part that matters here is how damaged Dog Pound is ahead of this Drake contest. Lots of health bars that ticked kind of low, but still, there is no Victor ult, I believe, still, which is going to be a pretty big fight point. And yeah, Tail Whip actually used the Braum ultimate on that pick on TJ, but we are going to see a 5-on-5 standoff here. This is the game right here, right? Like, this is a big part of this game. The way this fight goes will determine a big chunk of how this game goes. So this jockeying here, this Drake fight here, this is everything.
Look at Sir Aaron.
Sir Aaron looking for a flank.
Getting Bunny incredibly low. That should be the go button. We are seeing a massive CC. Spur gets deleted immediately. I'll take mid, just dominating this fight. But it is not enough as the rest of his team is just dropping. Ryoklu is just swinging for free. And just like that, Dog Pound thought they got the jump, but if you do not drop the Ryoklu will come for you. Triple kill, 4 for 2, and they're not done. Sir Aaron trying to take down I'll take mid, starting this fight strong, but just on the absolute run. Ooh, the fadeaway, not quite enough, but what a carry from Ryoklu in the back, swinging away, and her team causing absolute chaos for the win.
Yeah. Definite winning fight for Go Mega. I don't know that they can actually threaten Drake here, and I think the weight gun cycle here could actually mean a pretty advantageous position for Dog Pound. Still, 3 kills to Aphelios, not good, and if we could get a gold check, I think it's going to be pretty comparable between the 280 carries as well. Actually, Ryoklu is a head gold. Okay, Ryoklu is down a kill, down farm, and a head gold. That makes she's down 2 kills.
She got a massive. She got the.
Of course she did. Of course she did. But I'm just saying that makes no sense.
500 gold. So I'm looking at it right now. Thanks, Joa, for the chat. No flame in chat yet, just for folks watching. 500 gold bounty. Shutdown bounty on the Varus. And what a start of the fight from Dog Pound with I'll take mid, getting that gorgeous stun, and Go Mega just absorbed it and ran them over. That was wild.
Yeah, definitely wild there for sure. I think this game now should be pretty heavily in their favor, right? We kind of, like, I really preface that fight, like, the way this fight goes is going to be the way the game goes, right? And Go Mega won it, right? And now the Aphelios is coming online, actually ahead in gold. Oh my goodness, Rudy forced out to run for his life there. That's going to be the Chaos Storm dropping on him. But yeah, I think now with 3 Drakes, there's just too much leverage, too much torque they have around the map. They can threaten Soul if they want. They can threaten Baron if they want. Go Mega has a lot of options here to accelerate this game and really look to put the pressure onto the Dog Pound in this first game of the finals.
And interestingly enough, Sir Aaron, we're watching doing a freeze, so trying to kind of starve Microscopic Rick out. It looks like they are really not in a rush. Go Mega just content to take their time, as you said. They're probably saying exactly what you said, which is this is exactly where we want to be. Let's work our way in. Let's squeeze them, right? The Boa Constrictor offense. Every time they exhale, we're cracking another rib, and we're in no rush. The urgency is on them to make something happen, and the more pressure they feel, the more urgency they feel, the more desperate those attempts are going to be. All that being said, I'll take mid. TJ and Bunny still have the ability to pop someone. Ryoklu typically pretty conservative with her positioning, making sure that she doesn't get caught out. But one of these carries gets caught out, gets over aggressive, and gets blown up. That could be dog pound, especially as we said, bounties galore. Actually, only on Ryoklu, but like one pick off could allow them to set something up. The question is going to be, where is their win condition to make sure that they're staying in this game?
Man, yeah, it's really crazy. I think, look, this early laning phase looked very bad for them, but while neutrals were going over in their favor, Go Mega had to feel pretty good. And yeah, now they have the opportunity with Soul coming up. Granted, it's the Cloud Soul, but Soul is on their way, right? They can play for that, and if they get it, it's Soul, right? But the flip side is, if they can test Baron, they got that too, right? So you're kind of in the spot where none of the objectives are really what you want to take / takeable for the dog pound, right? If they rotate onto Baron, it's a slow objective take for them. Flip side, Go Mega gets Soul, right? The other trade is still not worth for them. 1 Cloud Drake, 4 Baron, not good, right? So lots of ways that they can actually manipulate this map into their favor here for Go Mega. I think this is what we kind of talked about, right? Like, Go Mega in an accelerated, or in a game that is even, that is status quo beyond 20 minutes, I think should just be straight up more coordinated to win it, and that's kind of what we're seeing play out here.
The only gap that I could see, the only vulnerability right now is that top lane.
Oh my goodness, here we go.
Speaking of aggressive engages, feeling the pressure, Microscopic Rick kind of goes in, flashed out, and Go Mega is there. They are deathballing, burning him down. Rudy is very close behind, but TJ is in the back swinging away. Which carry will be able to burn their front to back line down? Zombie Rick actually absorbing 2 health bars worth of damage. Sir Aaron going low. Another great double stun, forcing Ryoklu out of the fight, but the dog pound just not able to finish the job as Ryoklu swings her way out of that fight.
Wow.
And another team fight win for Go Mega.
Yeah.
Man. Oh, no, another. Well, but there we go. No, not going to be enough. Oh, this is excruciating for the dog pound. They are getting so close in these fights. They just don't have the sustained damage.
Yeah, I think they're just getting outscaled more and more as the game progressed. Crazy that Rick canceled his ult there, because I think he was right in front of Ryoklu. And just canceled the Sion ult, right? Like, if you let it go through, I think you knock her up, and maybe there's an ability to pick off Ryoklu there. But still, a great, well-played team fight by them. I just think this is becoming a situation where, look, I despise giving this man any credit that I have to. TJ's playing these fights really well. Like, really well. And Rudy, too, by the way. 1-11, or 1-1-11. On the Lulu is actually something that is worth heralding. 12 of 13 KP for him, right? As well as 12 KP out of TJ as well.
Dude, Rudy's playing great. And I also want to applaud. It looks like he might have been a little bit tight to start the finals. And after that turnaround double, it looked like he
wait, hold on. We got a Baron call here.
We do have a Baron.
This is crazy.
Tailwhip is there, as well as Sir Aaron.
They can burn this pretty quick.
The rest of the team, yes, exactly. The rest of the team is not there. Double teleport going down.
Do they
this
finish?
Is likely going to be an immediate fight. Double stun. They're trying to stall it out. A-Barn is there, however. He's going to layer the deeps, forces TJ out. Bunny secures, but the rest of his team is going down.
They got Henry!
Sir Aaron is going low. Spurg, however, getting kited out by 3 members of the dog pound. Spurg goes down, but not before dropping TJ. And Ryoklu not going to be dropped by anybody. She is unstoppable. And so they are able to steal the Baron away.
Yeah, so
what a highway robbery. But the dragon is up, and this is going to be Soul for Go Mega.
So 2 for 2, but Soul going over to Go Mega.
Oh, no,
Bunny, what did you do?
Oh no, he's getting low. Tailwhip is on the hunt. Alltake Mid is there trying to turn around. Good double stun. Gets A-Barn low. Alltake Mid is there, gonna try and take advantage of the overextension. Oh, just misses the Q, and A-Barn gets out by the skin of his teeth. Rudy is taking a ton of damage. Good ward over the wall. Alltake Mid out for blood, trying to exploit. Speaking of long fights, Syndra queen of the long fight, and a scuttle steal from Ryoklu. Are you kidding me? As if they couldn't get enough breaks. Now Ryoklu in there, standing strong against 3 people, 1v3. That is some legit swag going on. Standing on a ward in the dot push, trying to buy as much time as possible.
They get
But
Drake
the
too?
stay of execution as Bunny Remix gets coast-to-coast
Wait.
globals to keep Dog Pound in this game 1.
Can I just say how well everyone on the side of Dog Pound played this? Like, this was as perfect as they could have. 2 for 2 with a Baron steal, but it looked like there was no shot they could contest Soul. And then even with Bunny getting caught out, I'll Take Mid played that beautifully. Hit a double stun onto Abarn and Tail Whip, almost killing Abarn in the process. And then, yeah, the virtue of Abarn and Tail Whip being so chunked out means they can actually swoop in, get the Cloud Drake as well, defer that Soul. Hugely winning play and series of events for Dog Pound means we may still have a game yet.
Let me just call out the quality of play across the board, right? Everybody is playing so darn well. It's not even a mistake. Speaking of which,
oh my goodness,
Sir Aaron overextended. I did mention this could be the pressure point for them. Sir Aaron, though, able to get out. Gwen is annoying, and she's level 15, so she's just going to become even more of a problem. But I just want to talk about the quality of play, right? We're not talking about people making major positioning mistakes. It is just next level and outplay after next level and outplay, and the margin for error is razor thin. This is the finals that we want as we see Bunny rolling in, trying to take advantage of Sir Aaron. Sir Aaron kiting back, Abarn there, trying to turn things around. Bunny getting chunked out. He's going to walk away, and that has been the tale of the tape as we approach the 28-minute mark. Even as we're saying Go Mega on the team comp, they've got the scaling, they've got the objectives, the back-to-back globals, the back-and-forth fights. This is anybody's game still, and I am here for it.
Yeah, look, I think Aphelios should just be straight stronger than Varus the later this game progresses, but the thing the Varus has that Aphelios does not is an enchanter, so it's really going to be dependent on the terms of engagement. That Syndra starts the fight off with a nasty stun, and all of a sudden you could see TJ put 1 or 2 members of Go Mega down before a team fight even has a chance to develop, and that's going to be a straight-up winning fight for the Dog Pound. There's certainly avenues for them to play in this game. Really going to be dependent on how they play the team fights, though, because I think a straight-up 5-on-5 team fight, especially one chosen by Go Mega, favors them.
Did he get that blue?
Yeah, Bunny got it. Bunny got it.
Oh, Bunny got it.
Ooh. It's
less than ideal. I'm just saying less stuns, less stuns, less rotations.
Yeah, it's not great, but at least Go Mega didn't get it, I guess, is going to be the way you think about it. So.
Oh, no. Always. But I'm just like, that's a little suboptimal. Especially because I'll Take Mid has been spectacular in every single one of these fights. Multiple 2 to 3 person.
Look.
Something I would love to see on the side of the Dog Pound, I would like to see more flanking fights where they force Tail Whip to kind of establish the turret defense one way and give either Bunny, TJ, or I'll Take Mid the opportunity to really kind of punch in through the side. That is really the only way that I see Dog Pound winning these fights.
So I think it's contingent on how fast does Rick die in these fights, like die. So in Scion passive as well, how quickly can he stall the remaining time of the backline of Go Mega relative to Sir Aaron? If TJ is able to focus down and kill Sir Aaron in exchange for Rick buying time and going down, hold on, we have a potential pick here.
Really. That's a really heavy push onto the
Braum. Oh, no!
But Abarn is caught. Abarn is down. I'll Take Mid on a rampage. Hyper dive from Microscopic Rick. Baits out the Braum ult as well. TJ is incredibly low. Super aggressive positioning, but this is going to be mid outer and Abarn down. What else are they going to be able to take with it as we approach that magic 30-minute mark? Dead even in farm. Teleport going down to stop Ryoklu from taking the bot inner. I do not know if they will be fast enough. He's going to try. Ryoklu's going to try to burn him down. I'll Take Mid is there as well. The rest of Dog Pound is collapsing. Ryoklu potentially overextended. Aphelios is so low mobility. Rick doing a great job getting the knockup, getting the stun. And both carries go down in exchange for Rick. This is the opening for the Dog Pound. Please do something with it, y'all.
Can I just say what Ryoklu just did over the past minute makes absolutely no sense. First off, you're splitting for no reason by yourself. Great decision-making by the Dog Pound to punish by taking that mid turret and force that fight onto Abarn. But then to stay and look for the tower is just the epitome of greed. It makes no sense at all to stay in that position. Trading your life for a Scion is just brutally bad.
Maybe a
and
little.
it's
Let's call it what it is. Maybe a little
yeah.
disrespect on the
Look,
side, right?
straight
Feeling,
up,
yeah.
I think you can tell the way that Dog Pound is playing. Their AD carry is calling a lot of the shots here. I think the flip side is not true for Go Mega, right? The AD carry is looking a little disjointed when she's in the fights. The nature of her champion, the nature of her composition is carrying a lot of the fights. But TJ is playing a lot more with his team, which I think the opposite of what you would have expected going into this.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what we were expecting was Sir Aaron to actually be on the side, but maybe getting a little gun shy as we see Baron being burned down once again. The brothers TJ and Bunny. This is a 3v5 situation, so Abarn and Tail have been spurred.
Oh no, Tail!
They can. Microcyber Grit getting engaged on TJ, getting low. Abarn going to try to burst down TJ. TJ going down. Rudy soon to follow. Bunny remix, and this has a full shutdown. Baron is not even close, and this is a catastrophe for the Dog Pound as Go Mega absolutely rips through the Dog Pound 3-for-1, and they're just going to take the Baron for free.
Yeah, just really interesting decision. Did Ryoku just get Rudy too? Oh, nearly killing him on the backside. Wow, yeah, crazy fight. Is going to lead to Baron. Yeah, replay here is interesting. I don't know
tanking. Oh no, look, TJ's actually tanking a lot of this.
Well, yes, but this is not the same decision that he made before, right? Before it looked like the game was basically snowballing out of control. This one here is a completely different fight. Initially, it looked like a bit of an int by Tailwhip flashing in, but the nature of this means TJ is on the front line for the remainder of the fight. Beautiful gravity well from Abarn transitions into a stun and a shutdown onto TJ, and once TJ goes down, so does the damage. I gotta be honest, not a fan of this Graves pick so far. Hasn't contributed his weight at all in the team fights, and I have to imagine Drake as well gonna go down here for the side of Go Mega. That is going to be Cloud Soul for them. Should make these team fights a lot easier for the likes of Wukong, for the likes of Graves. Even Aphelios can find really beneficial fights by virtue of having that Cloud Soul. So lots of avenues here. Dog Pound flip side is going to be looking for stall this game out, right? Let's take it slow. If we get an Elder Drake, we can win this game straight up. So, you know, just different avenues to win here.
I totally agree. I want to call out an incredible little detail of that fight where Abarn held off on the 4th Braum auto until he had the gravity well back up.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
Oh my god, that was really just absolutely gorgeous from him, and just the quality of play.
Oh no, Bunny's dead.
Details. Bunny remix
what
getting caught out. Ryoklu is in slap happy Aphelios land where she is just a go to carry, 4 hits, see you later, and this is now just Siege, that little cannon minion that could. TJ whipping on the snare, and it looks like we may see a little bit of early tilt coming out from game 1 on the Dog Pound. They are whiffing fights left and right, and this is 34 minutes in. The base is cracked. The inhibitor soon to follow, and Mega has rolling through into the inhibitor. Mid inhibitor going down, and they should walk away at this point. Ryoku a little bit out of position, but tail whip once again. That Braum pick has just completely neutered this Syndra.
Yeah, so I just gotta say, man, this Graves is not carrying his weight. Like, I don't want to flame anyone here, but Bunny had the counter matchup this game. I would argue had a very good comp to play his Graves into, and I'd be shocked if he's 3rd highest damage on his team right now. Like, really, really struggling on this pick to stay alive in the team fights and offer that threat that Graves really can be. That smokescreen in particular could be so effective versus Ryoku. You know, on the side of Go Mega, they're really executing their team comp well at this, you know, from the last stage onward. Choosing terms of engagement, using the ability to really force a fight on their side, and now it should be pretty brutal for them to win. Like, let's look at level differentials here.
Look at the top lane.
Look at 80 carry. 17 to 15 is actually a huge difference. So first off, it means TJ doesn't have his rank 3 ultimate, which matters a ton more on Varus than it does on Aphelios.
Yeah,
but also, Aphelios is just going to be straight up stronger at this stage of the game anyway, right? So anything and everything is going to snowball here to what should be just winning fights as long as Go Mega pick them.
Yep.
Speaking of which, we got to fight.
Being forced to flash out. Rudy out of position. Ryoklu is just slamming through the squad. Flash forward. She is feeling it. That is a double kill for her, and she is looking for more. She's tanking turrets at this point. This is just absolutely ridiculous. She doesn't even care. That's a shutdown, and that's going to be, she's like, yeah, whatever. We are so far ahead. They know exactly what their win con was, and it was get where you need to be after 35 minutes. They are are
Yeah.
cruising, and TDP
Look.
is taking a bruising. That is bot inhibitor turret going down, inhibitor soon to follow. A-Barn's basing in their base. That is a disrespect back.
Oh,
And they are just going to, he's going to go back, probably teleport
It's
back
just-
in and try to end this game. That is exactly what is happening.
Yeah.
Top inhibitor turret is going to be soon to follow, and the team Dog Pound base is in shambles.
yeah, brutal game to watch here. I mean, look, I think big stun coming out from I'll take mid, but maybe they force Go Mega to back off here, but no matter what, this game is probably in an unwinnable position for the Dog Pound. It just feels like they had 3 winning lanes, even in matchups that shouldn't be winning, and the jungle just couldn't make it happen. And that feels pretty bad to watch. Like,
I will say something to call out is that what we've seen success, right? Looking forward, because this game's out of control, right? 37 minutes in, this team scales into infinity. They've all got at least 3 items. Aphelios is on 4, 3, 6, and 5. Actually 5 at this point, I believe. I believe Aphelios is full build. Let me double check.
yeah, he's full build.
Yeah, that's a full build Aphelios. Yikes! I want to see that,
Which is just stronger than a full
the
build
boot
Varus.
spell for the PD
Yeah.
buy and get the 6 item. Get some whatever you want at this point. But anyway, 37 minutes in, I want to call out something we've seen from Bunny. It wasn't banned. It was up. I was really surprised to see the Graves pick when Lilia was available. And there were 2 key deficits in this team comp, which was sustained damage and a really solid setup outside of the Varus.
I'll be 100% honest. What I need to see him play is a tank. I need the threat of that being there. I think it will make Go Mega's team comp play drastically different. Something needs to sit on top of Ryoklu and force her to damage them rather than priority targets. That's how you win if you're going to pick something like a Varus Lulu. If you're going to pick a lane that wins early, gets outscaled late by the Aphelios, the flip side should be that you're willing to play something that can stall out the Aphelios' damage to even the playing field. Not doing that, and you can see what's going on here. Ryoklu just straight killing everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ryoklu is just swinging. No fountain dives on this one. That's going to be a Quadra. And that is going to be a Golden Spurg and a Game 1 win for Go Mega, continuing their absolute dominance of this TCL season. Could we see the first? I don't think there's ever been an undefeated TCL season, and Go Mega is going for the first. I mean, obviously they've lost a map, but you never know. Any final thoughts on this one before we kick it over to the analyst decks as we look at the damage graph? And whoo boy, that's looking gross.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, great game from Go Mega. Knew how to play their comp, and I think this is worrying for Dog Pound. Status quo here means a Go Mega win, and that's what we saw here in Game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. So Go Mega in cruise control. Dog Pound gonna probably have to have a pretty tough conversation, figure out what adjustments they want to make. We're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna hand it over to the analyst desks to break down the action before Game 2.
Yeah. What a banger we just saw, Jazz. That was back and forth until like 28, 30 minutes there. And what are your first thoughts on it? I really enjoyed that game.
I did too. I think this goes back to our discussion earlier before this was before the whole stream started, and where we were talking about kind of the heart of the team on both sides. Ryoklu is a monster not to be messed with. You don't give Ryoklu a lead. You give Ryoklu a lead, it's like you're succeeding the amount of time you spent trying to hinder her the entire time.
Yeah, I mean they did take that early lead back from Ryoklu with a few kills that TJ was able to get in bot lane. Tiny Rick coming down and really making a clown fiesta down there when he ultied there level 9. That was a big play from Rick. I think that really gave the Dog Pound that mid-game push that they needed to kind of take control for a while.
Yeah, I think Tiny Rick has gotten a lot better at pushing the leads that need to be pushed. Wait. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tiny Rick ulted down bot lane. That's right. I saw it. I saw it. It happened, and then it slipped my memory until you reminded me.
That's
Yeah,
because
that
it
was
was
like pre
a lot.
14, right?
Yeah, it was level 9 when Rick got level 9, had his he had just bought his second item and gotten back, and then he just immediately ultied down into the bot lane down there. Kind of surprising all of it. I think even the casters were a bit surprised that he was ulting down bot lane. I think we all just assumed he was ulting back into the top lane because he had been doing so well in the early game against the Gwen pick. He kept building that health lead and was able to push the Gwen back under tower and until about level 12, 13 when the Gwen started to get 2 items. That true damage started to actually take a little bit more effect, and then Sir Aaron kind of really helped, I think, in that. I think it was the third dragon fight
Hmm.
when I think it was Bunny was just getting hit a little bit from Ryoklu, hopped over a wall, and then Sir Aaron popped out of nowhere, flanking the entire team,
Yeah,
really changing that fight.
yeah. I think both top laners showed a lot of attention. I guess not awareness, but more so attention. Um, because you can't really win the games through top lane. It's almost always through everywhere else, right? And the goal of
You
top lane is
affect
to
them.
kind of just assist everyone to get there. And Bully made a really good point that um Team Dog Pound's kind of premise is to win the early game, and then they have really good setup for the mid game to wrap it up in a ribbon, right? As long as you don't lose that lead, right?
And they didn't really quite win that early game.
Mm-hmm.
Mainly, I think because of Spurg. Spurg really had some great ganks early game and protection because the first blood went on to A-Barn there on the Victor, getting a nice kill onto the Syndra really early there. And then immediately after that, going and giving cover to Ryoklu and excuse me,
Ryoklu and Tail Whip.
Tailwhip. Yep,
Yes.
sorry. Something in
Yeah,
my
no.
Tailwhip. And then
Mhm.
they were able to get a kill onto TJ down there, burning both sums. And then TJ kind of brought it back there
Mhm.
with those 2 kills. And then those fights that we talked about, it was kind of a bloodbath down there for about 5 minutes in the bot lane while they were just fighting. But then I think one thing that kind of surprised me though was they kept trying to claw their way back after a few failed team fights where Ryoklu just got a triple kill, got a quadra kill. Like there are a few team fights that she just got ahead, but then I'll take mid really tried to pull the game back with getting a couple picks, but that Braum kind of every time was just kind of putting up that wall, trying to make it hard for him. Like I think there was before the 4th dragon when they had just gotten that Baron, they were trying to chase down the jungler, Bunny. They almost caught him. Mid comes, gets a massive stun onto 2 of them so that they can't get Bunny. And then they were able to get that 4th dragon and at least stall out the game for a little bit longer, make that gold lead just a little bit closer, and really
Yeah.
gave them a chance in that late game to
To kind of
potentially
push
make that
push that
comeback.
lead through, and that
But
comeback
then,
and
yeah, Ryoklu was just a little too fed though at that point with those multi-kill team fights to really make much of a dent on that though.
yeah, honestly, my opinion, I think Aphelios does scale better than Varus. TJ did have that lead, but again, once you give Ryoklu the ball, Ryoklu rolls it hard and it turns like a big giant Nunu snowball. But
Yep.
thanks for hanging out with us in the analyst test. We're gonna move it right back on to Jaws and Bully.
All right. Thank you all so much. And big shout out to the analyst desk. We try to be commercial free here. I know we sometimes are a capitalist league where we force you to watch commercials or force you to take a break, but no break here. Pure content for the
Hell no.
grand finals, and what a grand final it has been so far. And something we were talking about, as it looks like these teams are ready to re-rack, is that as tough a game as game one as Bunny had, Spurg in a losing matchup really took it to him and really made an impact and did what he had to do on a pick, which you and I both know personally, kind of a lot of things needed to go right early for Wukong to be effective.
Yeah, man, I think it just looked in a matter of comfort, right? Like Spurg, very obviously in a losing matchup, more comfortable on his champ than Bunny was in the winning one. So I would like to see an adjustment there. I think a really good takeaway for Dog Pound there is going to be that they were winning basically every lane. So I would really like to see some draft adjustment. Already, Mordekaiser not banned. Their blue side here, I
Yes.
think that's pickable. First of
Yes.
all, for blue side, and I would not be shocked if that looks like a Mordekaiser jungle for the Dog Pound. Just a
Oh,
little spoiler.
interesting. Have you
I've
taught
played it.
Bunny your ways?
Hey, I know Bunny plays it. I know he plays it, and I know they talked about it. So I would be very shocked if that ban falls through and they don't just B1 pick the Mordekaiser here for him. I'd be shocked if Rick couldn't play it. Like, Mordekaiser's the type of champion that just has a net positive impact on the game almost every time. You press R on a priority target, and even if you lose the one-on-one, they're with you in the death realm
Yep.
rather than hurting your team.
Yeah,
Right?
and it
So,
looks
like,
like I just going to call out a slight adaptation of Felios off the table,
okay.
Zach as well
Zach ban
off the
too.
table. Really interesting, and it looks like Dog Pound. They
This
were
has
red
to be
side.
Mord.
They were red side game one. So yeah, it looks like
Yeah.
they're setting up for the Mordekaiser. Echo and Kindred. No bans. I believe the third. Do you remember what the third ban was on the side of Gomega?
Uh, honestly, can't
Oh, it
remember.
was Rakan. It
Rakan.
was Rakan.
Okay,
Thank
yeah.
you. Thank you.
So
They've changed
interesting to
nothing.
me. Interesting to me that it's Rakan being banned, by the way, because I don't know that that's their priority pick anyway. I don't think if Rakan is left up, they pick it every time.
They haven't
Jinx is
actually.
left up. Okay,
Oh
interesting. So
boy.
they dropped a Jinx ban also. So two bans fell through there. So we got
Interesting.
the Aphelios ban. We got the Mordekaiser ban fell off, right? So Jinx and Mord not banned. Instead, we have Zac and we have Aphelios. And Zac being banned makes Jinx much more playable. Would be very interested to see if Go Mega goes back to Wukong or maybe looks for Jarvan. I think Jarvan here extremely punishing to a Jinx pick, right?
Yep.
Can just engage on top of it. Seraphine here for Tail
Gross.
Whip. Wow, that's
Gross.
interesting. Okay,
Gross. Tail Whip's
look,
great on.
look,
We
look, look,
know
look,
how
look.
good Tail Whip is on
Yes.
Seraphine.
Okay.
And I want to make one quick call out. They are, it looks like Dog Pound's adaptation is Ryoklu. We don't believe you can carry when you're not on Jinx and Aphelios. That is, it looks like that is what they are calling out. And this is the third pick that we've seen Ryoklu absolutely carry on, which is the Ezreal. That is Poke City in the bot lane and Poke
Wow.
safety.
Okay, so they're going with the farmless Seraphine, it looks like. I will say Tailwhip told me he thinks mid lane Seraphine is very strong, but I can't imagine Abron plays that. So I would think it's just going to be straight Seraphine Ezreal bot. I
It
was
should
going to
be. I mean,
just
that's
say,
it's the Tail Whip champion, right?
yeah,
Seraphine is
look,
one of Tail Whip's favorites. There's the
yes.
grab away.
Okay.
I'm actually kind of surprised they didn't take, because Sir Aaron's Mordekaiser
Wow.
has been so nasty all season, and he hasn't really seen it. But when he has seen it, there's the Leona. The Mordekaiser for him
Oh,
has been solid. But
I,
Rick is going to be on the Mordekaiser and Rudy back on Comfort. You said
oh,
that Ryoku needs someone in her face. Leona is going to be able to set up a potential pickoff, but the mobility might make that a little tricky.
yeah, I despise this draft from Go Mega so far. I think Seraphine is so weak. I can give you a little draft insight from my team's perspective on it,
Okay.
right? Like now that
Okay.
we're out of the game.
Okay.
I think Seraphine struggles desperately to play as a traditional support now because she doesn't even want the Moonstone, which is what you have to do on a support's income, and desperately loves having 2, 3, 4 items, which is only attainable when you're farming, right? I think the flip side is it's hard for this team or any team really to run a farmed Seraphine in the current metagame where hyper carry 80 carries are so prominent. So I think the pick was better off abandoned. I don't like that they tunneled themselves into it. I think Ezreal is
Okay.
strong in niche situations. This is not one of them. He's never going to outdamage Jinx 5-on-5, especially punching into a front line like this. So far, love the Leona adaptation out of Rudy.
Yep.
I will say Jarvan plus Seraphine can always catch a Jinx off guard, can always threaten Jinx, and really lead to an early pick on TJ, which will just be a straight team fight win. But I would give the edge to Dog Pound here.
Yeah, it's going to be the Mordekaiser presses are. It doesn't matter how ahead Ryoklu gets, as we see Gwen and Darius off the table. Microscopic Crick very clearly setting himself up for a more dominant lane and trying to push Sir Aaron onto a tank. We saw the Ornn hover, so it looks like they were debating that. They opted for the Jarvan. Jarvan's still incredibly strong. There's the Ornn hover. I'd be shocked if he didn't lock it in. Ornn, just generally speaking, scales incredibly well, scales his team. But looking at the Mordekaiser pick as the Ornn is locked in, Mordekaiser, Ryoklu when Ryoklu is untouched, Ryoklu wins, right? When Ryoklu swings free, Ryoklu wins. Ryoklu can't swing free when she's in the death realm. And the Cho'Gath hovered, and like you said, could be a jungle Mordekaiser and a bait into whatever Rick wants. Yes, it is. There's the Cho going up against the Ornn. The microscopic Rick Cho'Gath in playoffs is legendary.
I have a very important point here.
All right, hit
it. This should absolutely be Victor from I'll Take Mid. You're blind, Victor's safe. Right? We've seen Abarn lean into it anyway, and it's in his champion pool. I think it functions much better than Syndra in this situation. I think the range here on the comp is pretty limited. If he picks one of his traditional melee champions like Galio, darn it will lead to 4 melee just Jinx here. I think this is really bad. I think they struggle to answer Ezreal, struggle to answer Seraphine with 4 melee champs just running in circles trying to catch up to them. I think you're never going to catch up to them.
With the Galio, because
man,
lean on the Rise, and
Rise is great here. Yeah, Rise is very powerful.
They got
here.
Rise, they got Ezreal, they are cruising. They have Jarvan. The delivery system of the Rise into the Jarvan with the Seraphine. This Go Mega. You said you hated the first half of the draft. Go Mega has flipped this draft on their head, and I totally agree with you. I'll take mid. I want you to carry. Why are you on the Galio? Come on, this is finals. Carry, man. You got it.
Spirit says what is probably the way they view it, which is Galio serves a protect the Jinx comp. The problem is it's not just a straight protect the Jinx comp. Like, Jinx will never outdamage 5 players. No champion can outdamage 5 players, right? It doesn't matter how broken your champion is. 5 players do more damage than 1. Right? Yes, even if Jinx is super hyper fed, right? The dilemma is Jinx has to put herself in such risk to damage any of the members of the 5 for Go Mega because of the fact that the remaining 4 members of her team are melee champions. There's no one else to buy space to create windows where she can find optimal DPS patterns.
No,
right?
That makes a ton of sense.
That's going to make it very hard for her to play here.
Oh, Billy, you're not going to let the analyst does. They're going to run out of stuff to say. Anyway, astute analysis. Totally agree. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to kick it back to T-Skull and music to break it down during the delay. But yeah, when we come back, we're going to tell you what we think. Don't go anywhere, folks. Here comes T-Skull and J-Jazz coming at you.
Are back on the analyst desk. So, music. You got to tell me what you were telling me about this Galio pick and how mid plays this Galio pick a few seconds ago. I immediately said protect the Jinx comp, and then you immediately said...
Oh, yeah, no. If I'm not mistaken, mid almost always plays Galio full AP, and I think that's how most mid players play Galio mid. Full AP, just because you maximize on the damage. You can't really just go tank in lane just because you lose the ability to kind of push your lane out. So you want the damage to be able to push your lane out. So who was the mid lane pick for who did Abarn pick?
The Rise. He picked the Rise.
Okay,
he picked his Rise. He wants to be able to match the ultimate
push and the ultimate
push. The ultimate. He wants to match that side lane. He's really able to move around the map that way. That's a signature Abarn pick there. That just a full staple there. So.
Okay. Yeah. No. So yeah, I think I wasn't thinking when I wasn't thinking too much when the Mordekaiser was picked. I was like, oh, that's going top, and then I forgot it was Tiny Rick. So yeah, I think that The jungle matchup's gonna look pretty interesting. Mordekaiser jungle actually is pretty insane. Tiny Rick really solid with the Cho'Gath. Um, it does from the onset look like a Protect the Jinx comp, but because my guess will be that I'll take mid will be playing more AP, and Mordekaiser will be playing Bunny will be playing more AP bruiser oriented. I think that there will be enough damage in the team, and just like Bully said, Jinx can't out damage all 5 champions, but she just has to out damage 4 because one will be in a Rise ult.
Well,
Um,
Mortal.
yeah,
But one thing that I will like to see, though, is Spurg is on another early ganking champion. So he's going to be out there trying to affect this game early. Like, that Jarvan can pretty easily get in there, flag and drag, try and set somebody up for a kill, especially with the Rise EW. That's a lot of CC for the early game. Or a Ornn. Like, there's a lot of CC for
oh
some
yeah, there
early
is.
ganks and some damage from the Jarvan and that magic damage from either the Rise or the Ornn with that percent health. And that percent health is probably going to do a lot against a big old Cho'Gath too.
Yeah, but let's see what happens and what unfolds. We'll pass it back to Jaws and Bully to watch the actual game.
Thank you so much, Titanium Skull and Music. I left my water in the other room, and I probably would have died without it, considering how often they fought. We are into the game, y'all. We are cruising, and for all y'all internet point degenerates, we are live or gonna be live with gambling. Don't you worry. Game 1, we just wanted your absolute attention, and boy, are we glad we got it. But yeah, get in there. Tell us what you think. Bully, who do you think is going to take this game 1 as we are 5 points OPS game 2 starting?
So this is a hard one. I think I would default to go Mega again. Man, I loved the first 3 out of Dog Pound though. So it's a close draft. I think the question is just going to be how well can the other members of Dog Pound threaten the backline of Go Mega? If they can, they buy windows for TJ to step up and just straight up out DPS the remaining members of Go Mega. If TJ can't find those windows because they're too behind or because there's no threat on Ryoklu on Tail Whip, then it's just going to be a win for Go Mega. They probably outscale. So yeah, I would say again default to Go Mega until I can see Dog Pound hold it together beyond 20 minutes.
Yeah, Go Mega is just absolutely crushing this season across the board. I mean, you got to go back to draft. I thought Abarn was crazy prioritizing bot lane. I was like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "Nah, I got this." And clearly he did. And they've lost, like I said, they've lost 1 map to Dog Pound. And
Yeah,
that was it the entire season. Something else about this top that we talked about on the break that I wanted to call out is that the easy access to TJ in terms of Horn cannot be blocked, right? Jarvan just ignores you. I think Analyst S had mentioned that. I mean, if Philip wants to suicide in and Encore, TJ really is the only person that could run over this fight. So the lack of a secondary threat, and would have loved to see him on the secondary threat. Didn't happen. Loving, however, the TJ really over actually kind of a couple of attacks down, and he's just getting chunked down by Tail Whip in that bot lane. In the top lane, a little bit of tradies. Sir Aaron getting slightly behind on Microsoft Rip. And yeah, TJ's getting to the point where he's potentially getting like pushed out of the lane. Rudy in a 1v2 trying to alleviate some of that pressure. But the poke city from the Seraphine Ezreal is in full effect early as they once again get the level 2.
Yeah. Once again, getting the level 2, really troubling development that both games now we've seen TJ and Rudy get behind at the level 2 and not play it respectfully. TJ actually did DM me in between games saying, "Man, I told Rudy so many times, please be careful level 2," and then I entered the level 2. So I think it's just something that the two of them have done really well all season and are struggling, maybe a little finals jitters between the two of them. Can only imagine how nerve-wracking it is playing in finals because I've never actually made it, but maybe one time I will. And yeah, just a little bit of finals jitters there. Would like to see them iron it out. Last game they did, and here they're going to have an opportunity for sure to do the exact same thing.
Yeah, it's all right. Fellow perennial semifinalist here. every League of Legends tournament I've played in or league I've played in, I've never made more than the semi, so I feel ya. Sir Aaron getting really, really low against Microscopic Rick, who not only has been to the finals for the second time. I actually think he's been more than once. He is a champion. As we see Spurg coming in, doing his best to babysit this bot lane. See you later, first blood. That's what we've seen all season. And Spurg rolling through, and this Ezreal could be seeing what he wants. Not quite the double kill, but a 2-for-0. And Spurg getting ahead. That's the triangle we saw. Bunny going into the top side as Rick getting Sir Aaron chunked down. Silence goes down, getting the pull in, misses the rupture though, and Sir Aaron trying to extend this. Microscopic Griffin is out of mana. He's going to flash, counter flash from Sir Aaron, and Sir Aaron is leading them on a merry disaster. Bunny does have Ghost. He has to burn the Ghost. Sir Aaron dashing out and buys enough time for Abarn to get in, and they're going to try to turn this one around. Root goes down, the pull in, and so they may be able to actually get Sir Aaron down finally. He does, but at what cost? Will they be able to knock out Bunny Remix? Bunny Remix going low. His blue buff is still up, but that is now blue buff on the blue man, and the Rise Abarn getting what he needs to get scaling.
Oh, it's a disaster for the mental, man. Like, just... one of those awkward situations where Sir Aaron was able to escape for so long without the flash, and by consequence of it, could hold it right when Rick committed his. Bunny having that Ghost, I think he just waited way too long to pop it, but even still, giving that blue buff to the Rise is going to drastically shift the lane state mid. Even if it ends up being a 1-for-1 on that top side of the play, like, that's a huge win for Go Mega.
Yeah, Sir Aaron, we always talked about, Rick being kind of the weak side king, as I'll take mid, having something to say about that, chunking Abarn out. Abarn, however, taking full advantage of the cooldown reduction and the mana and just QE all day long. Not a huge CS lead quite yet, but for the Rise, even plus a kill, he's going to take that every day of the week. Continued poke coming down. Cull for Ezreal. So, that early Jarvan pressure paying dividends and allowing him to settle in, get that tier stacking, double tier in the bot side, and some early aggressive buy, trying to grab the longsword, make something of it with the refillable on TJ and Rudy. We'll call that a semi-economy buy to try to take advantage. But with this hard farming Mordekaiser, they're not going to be able to see the same opportunities that they did in game one. Yeah,
and completely agree with that. I think it's crazy to me that it looked like the Dog Pound bot lane didn't know, as you see a little bit of, meatball fighting in the top side. Bot lane didn't know that Spurg was pathing into them. It's crazy that they didn't have that vision tracked out, to me, as we see a little more trading on the bot side. Really want to see TJ and Rudy find a kill 2-on-2 to get back in this game, but it's going to be harder and harder. You can already see the poke coming down. When this bot lane from Go Mega gets ahead, they can pin you under turret.
Oh, that's a flash in. Oh, can I see, please? Thank you. Flash in. Trying to lock Ryoklu under turret. Ryoklu goes down. TJ gets excited, but the rest of Go Mega is there. Abarn using his first Realm Warp to get down and secure that kill. The Go Mega macro is on full display.
Okay, great move by Abarn. Can I just say how beautiful of an engage timing that was by Rudy? Found a precise window in which they had the advantage, found it, and took advantage of it beautifully. Great play by him, picking a great fight, getting TJ a trade kill back. That's always in their benefit in the bot lane. But we see Spurg here maybe looking beautiful interrupt here. Not going to matter though.
See ya. I'll take mid coming in. The counter global, so that's another great thing with the Galio, right? Galio and Abarn able to match each other with the global, counter global. I'll take mid. Good patience holding off on it and waiting for Spurg to overextend. That has been one of Spurg's weak points throughout his entire TCL career, and we're gonna see Ryoklu actually rotate. Wow, a taunt coming in. Abar goes down, shut down on All Take Mid, and Tail Whip is not able, as you said, resourceless Seraphine, not able to kind of punch things out, and All Take Mid is just gonna try to go for the crash as Ryoklu is still mid lane. TJ finally answering. Ryoklu actually getting a plate and a half. Of that, Rudy shift over the wall, forcing the teleport of Abarn back, and we are seeing an action-packed early game, but all told, 8 minutes in, Go Mega with the clear resource advantage.
Yes, but I gotta say, both games now, I'll take mid has looked straight up mechanically better than Abarn, right? Like, mid finding those kills back, basically from the brink of what looked like total disaster for his team, is keeping them in this. Great use of the teleport on the flip side by Ryoklu. Come mid, get this plate. Like, know that TJ can't match for teleport, so you'll get there, you'll get a wave crashed while I'll Take Mid is sitting in the bot lane. Really well done, and all of this thing translates to a Herald for Drake swap. I think I like it for both teams, honestly. The Herald is going to look great for Go Mega. Accelerate your gold lead here. On the flip side, an early Drake here means you have more of a shot in the late game as the Dog Pound, which is really what they need, if you, especially watching that previous game. So, great priority by both jungles here, as we're going to see, 2k gold lead and some objectives traded for both teams.
Yeah, push down from TJ and Rudy, and they're trying to push it so that they can support Bunny, make sure the Dragon is secure. Dragon is secured, but Spurg actually doing a mini invade, stealing away the blue, and Bunny is going to respond. However, Tail Whip is there, does identify it. Ornhorn goes down. Ornhorn is not able to be counterbounced, and so they both walk away, but it looks like this is a 3v2 situation, 2v1 in a top, so we're going to see potential coast-to-coast fights. Microsoft Rick getting just bounce house, see you later. Spurg getting another kill, and that Jarvan pick, which honestly we haven't seen much of because it's been basically banned the entire TCL season. That's why. And
look,
it looks like he's going, and I want to call out, he's actually going bruiser build, so taking advantage of the snowball and the jungle advantage as we see some early smashing of this top lane to try to get Sir Aaron unlocked.
Yeah, banned for a reason. The champion is so freaking strong right now. Gotta say, rough look for Rick there, flashing, I think, either into the wall or before the Cataclysm had been committed. Means his death. Feels pretty bad, and this hobo role gets to just take Herald and evict you from your lane. He had been doing so darn well up till this point, so that feels kind of bad, but you know what? Really well done by the jungle of Go Mega. I gotta say, for all the credit the rest of the players have gotten.
Just gonna pause you right there because bot lane loves to fight. Both of them. TJ is swinging away for free, forces Tail Whip to blink. He flashes out as the ignite burns down, and both carry support duos walk away, except it's a bait. Rudy's there, but here comes I'll Take Mid, trying to make something happen. Ryoklu gets bounced twice, taunted, see you later, super mega death racket. TJ gets excited, and all told, we're gonna see a 1-for-0, and Ryoklu on the back foot from the global roam from I'll Take Mid. Round warp is up. How will Abarn respond?
Yeah, the crazy thing there, they played that so well. They had so small of a window to actually make that work, and they hit it beautifully. Great by Rudy finding the second Leona. Hold on, we have a Realm Warp into the bot lane.
Yeah, double Realm Warp, Spurg and Abarn. It is a party, and everybody's invited. Abarn is the guest of honor, getting a kill onto TJ, rolling in with his buddies, and he has never seen an overextend that he has not wanted to punish. That's likely going to be another plate for them in the bot lane. I'll Take Mid trying to respond. Sir Aaron getting pushed back a little bit. 11 minutes in, 3,000 gold lead. Go Mega cruising, 3 kills on that mid jungle combo.
Yeah, Abarn really showing his proficiency on this rise, and you're right, same deal for Spurg, as we have a kill maybe here onto I'll Take Mid. Oh, that's going to feel real bad. Another kill over to Ryoklu. I gotta say, man, every opportunity they've had beyond level 2, the bot lane of Dog Pound looks better. But the thing that's making the difference here is, especially in this game, the mid-jungle duo of Go Mega. And what I wanted to say before all that craziness broke out, not enough credit given to our perennial MVP Spurg himself. Like, the dude is just straight up the best jungle this season. I think, especially having just gotten experience playing against him, it feels so frustrating how he's just always in the right place at the right time. Any opportunity you have to punish the bot lane, he's right there to mess it up. Right? Any opportunity they have to punish you, he's right there to take advantage. It feels so bad playing against this guy, and he's making it look so easy on this Jarvan pick.
Yeah, and it certainly isn't. As we look at the gold differential, 2,000 gold advantage for Spurg. Almost look, as 86 out of 8 kill participation. He is making a massive impact on this Jarvan. I don't think we're going to see Jarvan for the rest of this series. It has just been an absolute nightmare he is continuing the shenanigans. That is an incredibly low turret, so they're not even going to care about it. They're going to do their best to push in. However, Ornhorn misses once again. Can y'all drop that turret, please? Abarn's coming in as well. Someone please auto attack this thing. Microsoft Rick doing his best, being the weak side king. Delays as much as he possibly can, but it's just not enough. And this early in the game, it's actually a bit of a wallet throw for Go Mega as we see All Take Mid trying to take advantage. Encore goes down, All Take Mid getting locked down under turret, taking multiple tower hits, but it's going to be a well-executed dive. Rudy going golden. Gorgeous play by him. Abarn coming in to clean up once again. Bunny is there. He is going to Death Realm. He's going to try to get Abarn away. Bonk, bonk, bonk. See you later. Flash is over. Please hit him. There he goes. He's going to go down. And just like that, a 3-for-0 in favor of Dog Pound. And we saw All Take Mid spamming that Cloud Drink. There is a very clear win condition for them as, oh my goodness, at almost 14 minutes, poor microscopic Rick is pushed back to base.
Yeah, Rick is being evicted from this game state, but holy cow. I'll Take Mid and Rudy are on one right now, playing so darn well. And shout out to Bunny Remix there as well. Has been having a rough series so far, but holding his ultimate, getting the trade kill onto the Seraphine, meant that when Abarn teleported through, he was able to follow up immediately by ulting and preventing any return kill on.
Here we go, and TJ going down, getting the reset, gonna be looking for more. Ryoklu goes for goes for the hit, gets slowed, gets the stun, gorgeous solar flare. TJ flashes forward over the wall, wants the second reset, gets the double kill onto All Take Mid. TJ's over the wall. This is exactly where he wants to be on the Jinx. However, Spurg has joined the fight. Spurg has joined the chat, and 2 members of Dog Pound have left. Abarn on the hunt, 2 low members. The chase is on TJ, and I'll Take Mid trying to bait him in. Microscopic Rick is there, gets this double silence down. Will this be enough? Another reset, staggered third reset. TJ is kiting around, gets the root. Microscopic Rick airborne. Will they be able to burn Sir Aaron down? Sir Aaron's on the run, flashes out, gets the Ornhorn, misses his 3rd consecutive Ornhorn, trying to stall out for Tail Whip, but TJ is there, and that was a wacky, wild, and not finished fight as we see Rick get locked down under turret, and just like that, another total bloodbath, and I don't even know who's going to win until we see it again. Did someone even get Dragon? No, nobody even got Dragon.
Yeah, wow, the side of Dog Pound looked like they had massively outplayed Go Mega there on the back half. Looked pretty doomed, especially with I'll Take Mid and TJ with very low health bars, but they found a what should have been a 2-for-1 trade, or 2-for-1 trade to their benefit, but on the flip side, just over chasing there rather than turning for Drake means it's going to be a Cloud Drake in favor of Go Mega. 1-for-1 in that count with a sizable 4,300 gold lead to their benefit as well. Go Mega in control of this game, but not over by any means. I think Dog Pound showing some really, really well-played team fights so far.
Oh yeah, I mean, an Ocean Drake on the side of this Dog Pound squad would be a death sentence, like just completely ignoring the poke, completely kind of offsetting the burst. So there is some serious opportunities as Spurg and Abarn. I want to call it a couple of item buys. Gore Drinker for Spurg, going for those hyper carry pants, just going to go in there, sustain, beat the absolute crap out of the squishies, does not care, but the Dog Pound is looking for the fight. Spurg is getting caught out. This has been his Achilles heel all season, maybe overextending, maybe staying a little too long. Death Realm is there. He's going to try to counter Catalysm, but is not going to be enough, and these are the picks that Dog Pound is looking for. 16.5 minutes in, but yeah, Gore Drinker for him, looking for the carry, and Ryoklu trying to kind of push as much as she possibly can. She may actually lose it, but a good juke just out of range, and Tail Whip is there. Ryoklu gets out and really mugs that outer turret.
Yeah, I mean, she got the outer turret, I guess. Very, very, playing
high risk, super high risk.
Yeah, I think that was probably net a bad decision, but it had a good outcome, so who really cares? Interesting decision by Bunny Remix there to use the Mordekaiser Death Realm there. So Aaron is trying his best to get a montage moment here. He's not going to get it.
Oh my goodness, rookie, but the counter Encore onto TJ and Rick completely halts that freeze in its track. And the long range from Ryoklu getting the kill. Wow, Tail Whip completely stopping that. A gorgeous solar flare from Rudy, and the Encore stops him in their tracks, and Ryoklu with the fadeaway max range getting the kill. Rudy goes down, getting punished for his attempt. Tail Whip getting low. Bunny Remix going to go bonk, bonk. See you later. Tail Whip going down, and Rick tanking away. Spurg trying to do what he can, but I'll Take Mid is in. Gets actually denied with the pushback, but the teleport from Abarn coming in. He's going to try to clean this up and QE his way into town, and we've seen this so many times. I know how this movie ends, and it's going to end with a potential another TCL championship for Abarn as Go Mega just cruising their way through this game to 8,000 gold lead, actually almost 7,000 gold lead.
Yeah, Herald here is going to mean a really, really big blow to the Dog Pound, and yeah, just a big wallet difference here for Go Mega. I don't think they're playing these team fights particularly well. Honestly, not well at all, but the nature of this game is snowballed so in their favor that it's very difficult for Dog Pound to find a winning team fight, and you're starting to see that really play out here. Awesome, awesome port decision there from A-Barn, utilizing a well-placed ward there by Tail Whip. Means he comes in and cleans up what looked like a pretty contentious fight. Ultimately, the nature of it means they get a lot of damage down on the mid, and I think the structures are so in their favor that barring a massive throw, this game 2 should be theirs.
Yeah, I really want to see. I just got to call this out, as you said. Like, Go Mega just has this incredible ability to kind of close games out. Looks like it's going to be Solar Flare goes down, but Rudy's going to go in once again. Tail Whip with the counter engage. TJ getting low. Spurg is there. That Gold Drinker is a problem. Spurg is face tanks the Super Mega Death Rocket. The reset is there, but it does not matter as the flank comes in from Ornn. The horn has not been blown, but a double kill, triple kill now for Ryoklu. Ryoklu is going to look for the Quadra, and with the shift forward onto TJ, she should be able to get it. There's the Quadra. That's going to be the dirty ace, not quite clean. Jungler goes down, but Spurg sacrificing his life for an inhibitor and potentially the game sub 20 minutes.
Yeah, I don't think they can end here. I think the death timer's maybe a little bit too slow, but sets them up beautifully for a second Drake and Baron vision here on top of it. Maybe just straight take the Baron as well. Beautiful team fight for them.
Yeah, they gotta get it. Yeah.
I think, man, the nature of this comp means they have to run into Ryoklu, run into Tail Whip, run into A-Barn so much, and I think when you don't have an early lead, it's just so hard to play. Like, we talked about it already, 4 melees for the side of Dog Pound, and Spurg smurfing his something I can't say off in this early game means that they're not
little
ahead.
booty. He's smurfing his princely hide off.
Yeah.
There's so many synonyms, man. I got you covered. How many you need?
Smurfing like crazy in this early game means that just Dog Pound not quite ahead enough to commit to these fights that they're taking, that they have to take. And as a consequence of it, you're seeing Go Mega just eke out some, more and more wins in these fights.
Yeah, they are. And something I wanted to call out as well is, like you mentioned it before.
They know? They don't know.
The dragon is in. No, they don't know that Spurg is there. Spurg is going to go for there he goes. Actually getting rooted. Wow, what a great cancel. He is not able to gauge. Ornhorn goes down, and the rest of the team is there. They need to finish this off. They have the Cho. Cho grabs it. Bounty is there, but there goes the Encore. Going to be starting to roll through this squad, and that is just like that, a double kill. Yeah, the resourceless Seraphine not looking so resourceless now as Ryoklu doing what Ryoklu does. Full health, swinging away. So many shots. Jumping forward, unstoppable 3-for-1. Rick going low. Rick is going to get bonked in the face with this hammer. See you later. Sir Aaron getting in on the kills. That is a 4-for-1 slaughter. 21 minutes in, almost 22, 27 minutes. And the pose.
What are they doing?
They're just posing. What nerds. Oh, no, there it is. Realm Work coming in. They're going to go for the Baron. Hyper efficiency. And that is going to be coast to coast. Not coast to coast globals because it was secured by the Cho'Gath. But at what cost? Probably going to be this game too. And I got to call out the lack of damage on the side of the Dog Pound. You mentioned it before. I'm going to say it again. I really want I'll take mid on a damage dealer. And I want to see Bunny Remix on someone that can set him up. This current situation is not working.
Yeah, it really isn't. Man, I like the Mordekaiser. Mid on this Galio is just a big head scratcher. I think it would have been fine if the early game was, a little bit more contested even, but just things got so out of hand, especially TJ and Rudy taking another bad level 2 trade. Means that they find themselves pretty far behind from a pretty early setting. And leads to a snowballing victory here so far for Go Mega. Presuming they don't make any mistakes here, this should be a pretty easy 2-0 lead in the series. And man, 2-0 leads, 2-0s are like having been in. Okay, look, hand of God, I've been 3-0'd 3 times in TCL playoffs out of 4 appearances. Okay, 2-0s are like hell. They're easy to get into and damn near impossible to get out of. So it's going to look pretty bad for them. Let's see if they can find a way out of this spot first. before facing that possibility because really don't want to be looking there going into game 3 here.
Yeah, well, I gotta also call out. You and I both know how much of a Seraphine fanboy Tail Whip is,
Yeah, he's a
and
dork.
his encores. He has carried. I know that we're talking about
Yeah.
Spurg. Spurg has just been an absolute face roll monster, but Tail Whip has literally carried this game. I'm gonna call it right now. His encores to stop any inkling that Dog Pound could come back in this game, right? The Rudy pickoff on Ryoklu, multiple dives and counter engages. It has just been incredible to watch. And yeah, like Spurg definitely been kind of the carry to start the snowball rolling, but Tail Whip's encores have just made sure that there is absolutely no hope for the Dog Pound in this game too. And Sir Aaron, with the maximum disrespect, the shuffle. Gross.
Yeah, pretty gross here so far, and honestly, just not much to say. You can see Rick has just been evicted from about minute 8 in this game. Ornhorn coming down. This is probably going to be a fight.
Gorgeous double, triple, quadruple bounce. The Dog Pounds cannot do absolutely anything, and the scaling has ripped up. We've got 2-3 items on the Ezreal, 2-3 items on the Rise, double tower tank from Ryoklu. Hello, are you there? It's me. Game 2 victory. Can you please close this out? They are just playing with their food at this point. Rudy doing his best to try to do some heroics. He's had such an incredible season, but they are backs to the wall. Game 2 win for Go Mega, looking to make it perfect in this finals and a spotless Season 6. Wow. What a statement.
Wow, indeed. Man, I think there were elements of a winning comp there for Dog Pound, but just execution-wise, Go Mega looks a step ahead so far. I think, yeah, I maybe just changed a little bit too much. I thought game 1 was close. Game 2 was much less so. So, really want to see them go back to their roots in game 3 here. Let's see what they got. Backs against the wall here now. TCL lives on the line.
Absolutely. And season lives on the line. This could be the last game of the TCL season. We'll see if we're going to have to go to scrapes. We thought it was going to be a total rout last season, and it turned into probably one of the longest and best finals that we have seen. No idea what's going to happen there, but Go Mega being absolutely dominant. Going to bring in T-Skull and J-Jazz to break it down.
Are back again. That was a much quicker game, Jazz.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Just when I thought this night was about to not end, Go Mega is giving me hope that this night ends early.
I know that was a pretty quick turnaround there, but I mean, let's start off right at the beginning there. I mean, we said in the pregame right before the game started that Spurg on this Jarvan looking to make some early plays, and what did he do? He went straight bot lane. 3 minutes in, kill onto the Jinx. Ryoklu, just the freest kill you've ever seen in your life.
Again, the key to Go Mega is just play through bot lane. I think the early game was a little bit hard, just because the Jinx does not win that fight early. Like, you have to just play patiently, get as much CS as you can. It's okay to go down, but you cannot be taking like cheap shots like that for free, right?
And I think that was kind of like emblematic of the entire game. I think it just snowballed too quickly out of hand for them, and they didn't have the tools to stop that snowball.
Yeah.
We saw in some of those fights there, like Rudy and TJ tried to engage once they got the Leona ult. You got I'll take mid coming, giving a Galio ult on top to get a kill onto Ryoklu. Again, making good plays to try and get back in the game, but you already put yourself a little bit behind, and you're trying to play catch up with this team comp now constantly. And then doing a good job of punishing Ryoklu, but A-Barn kept showing up in the bot lane.
Yeah, I think this is a. I think when we talked about it before the game started, our thought was this is a roam wars from the side of from both teams, right? Which
Yeah.
mid laner can roam the most and make the most impact on whatever lane they decide to go to? Which, no spoiler, surprise, it's the bot lane. Um, so I think Abarn had the most effect early and mid game. I think I saw some beautiful ults and beautiful engages with or beautiful fights with mid's Galio as well.
Yeah.
But I think
especially that tower dive under tower where they did such a great job at juggling the tower aggro. You had Ryoklu trying to TP out on the Ezreal, and then the Galio just getting there at the last second to get that W, taking 2 tower shots, going down to like less than 100 health.
Yeah, I mean
Rudy
Rudy
comes in
going
and starts
golden.
tanking, takes another tower shot, and then stop watches as the minion waves come in. It was a beautiful. But then A-Barn shows up and tries. he's there again in the bot lane, tries to do something, but at that time, Bunny did a good job there of being in that bot lane to give cover and helping to just completely make that a 3-0. And that's something we haven't seen a lot from Bunny in this series, I think, is him showing up in the bot lane to try and make an impact on it. Like early in this game, he went top lane, and yeah, they got a kill up on the Ornn after a nice little speed chase through the
I forgot about
jungle
that. That's
where
right.
A-Barn trolled his own top laner by blast coning him back into the fight so that the Mordekaiser could just land that E onto him.
Mm-hmm.
But then I think it really turned when there was the dragon fight where Ryoklu and A-Barn were just constantly getting to pummel onto their team. And then we finally got to see what their team comp really was made for, and it was the Jarvan ult into a Seraphine ult into an Ornn ult, and just CC everybody until the damage is done by Ryoklu and A-Barn, and the fight was basically over at that point in time. And then from there, it just kind of snowballed away.
Yeah, I mean, Bully mentioned something during the cast which made so much sense, which I didn't think of, which was they have to run into us, and we don't like if I were go mega okay, Bully, don't get ahead of yourself. They have to come to us. They and all we have to do is respond in kind, right?
Yep.
Because the pressure is on Team Dog Pound to actually get stuff rolling. And if they play passively, Go Mega's just gonna outscale them.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what happens in this next game if they can get that early lead, if they can try and get that. But right now, we're going to send it back over to the casters. Jaws and Bully, take it away, please.
We'll see you guys if there's a game 4.
Alrighty, everybody. I got my rally cap on. I'm hoping for a TDP turnaround. We'll have to see. I gotta give it a shot. This is actually a relic. So I got the 11 Timo hat with the Riot
TPA
Games
shirt
logo on the back. It's actually like they stopped putting the Riot Games logo. I should show you. See, they got the classic Riot Games logo on the back, and then I got the TPA just to show how old I am.
Oh, that's epic.
If you want to know how old I am, I was 23 when that stuff was happening.
Yeah, wait. I'm not gonna tell you how old I was. I think I might have been like 13 or 14 when those pieces of merch were manufactured.
Oh boy.
So yeah.
Did you need your parents' permission and their parents' credit card
I started playing
to
season 4. So I started playing season 4 on like a laptop that was like straight dog, and I'd play like in the basement. Me and my friend Max would like play in his basement all the time. I'm sitting there like moving my mouse on my laptop keyboard. I also started playing only by dragging the map and clicking on it rather than clicking on the map. So that was a battle. But you know, we got better as time as time progressed. And
Better
we're
is
here now.
relative. And speaking of better, we were saying Dog Pound needs to kind of go back
Hey,
to
good pivot. Yeah.
and do that's what they pay me the big bucks for. Dog Pound's gonna have to go back to basics because that's where they're better, right? We were talking about I'll take mid. What are you doing on a facilitator? Go beat the crap out of people. That's that when I'll take mid makes people disappear, they win games. The Kindred, Echo, looks like Gomega back on the blue side. On the other side, we got the Jinx and Jarvan. Yeah, they definitely do not want to see the Spurg Jarvan again. But let's see what the adaptation is going to be with Gomega back on blue side. I want to see I'll take mid, put his carry pants on, and get them into a game 4 because game 2's comp did not work.
Yeah, game two's comp did not. Flip side, Go Mega keeping the same bans every game. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it's worked so far, so they're keeping it up. I really think we need either Bunny or mid to play something that creates a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
Right? And I agree with whoever typed that. I don't know who's on the TCL account. The Mord ban is sus. I would have just double banned 80 carry. You're going to see Ryoklu reach for the Aphelios here. Interesting wrinkle. Sir Aaron did not have that champion in game 1, so they didn't B1 lock it, but wound up getting it a 2 or 3. So it looks like in between games 1 and game 3, they bought it. Wow. Okay, TJ's on the Rat champion here.
Okay.
Playing his Twitch. Loves that champion. That's such a TJ champ.
Oh my goodness. Let's go. Well, we said go back to basics. And this is, and you had said before you wanted to see Bunny on a tanky, aggressive initiator. Well, Bunny's on a tanky, aggressive initiator right now as the Lulu is covered.
Hold your horses here. That is not necessarily Bunny's Zach. Microscopic Rick already has a game on it topside. Could be both sides, but actually, interesting thing we can see is Bunny has switched to Flash, which means at least whatever he's playing isn't whatever, it's not Mordekaiser with Ghost. We know that probably because they banned Mord, but man's not playing something with Ghost, so maybe is looking to play the Zach. Darius locked in for Sir Aaron, just hammered my team with it. Maybe can do the same to the Dog Pound here.
Yeah, I mean, Darius is one of those champions where a lot of things can go wrong, and with one fight, he is back in it. And it's just, I mean, I hate this champion. I hate this champion so much.
Look,
I hate playing him. I hate playing against him. Honestly, sometimes I hate casting him because it's just like at a certain point, you just know what's going to happen. But the Fizz, that's the kind of champion we want to see out of I'll take mid. What that Darius pick did, though, is it's squeezing the Rick pool because he knows if he goes Zach against that Darius, he's going to have a bad time.
Yeah, definitely. Darius feels bad because he's the type of champion that you can play the lane so well up until a certain point, and one mistake is so heavily punished by Darius. Virtue of that means jungle hasn't been locked in, so 2 more jungle bans can come out here from the Dog Pound to further restrict Spurg's pool. Zach picked away by them is effectively another ban against him as well.
Wow,
so we're gonna see
Wukong hyper-targeting
Jarvan, all targeted at Spurg. Is going to be interested to see. I'm going to be interested to see what he picks here. I will say, a Mumu.
Support a Mumu. It could be support. Rudy plays support.
Yeah, it could be support. It could be jungle as well. Very interesting pick here. I would expect Bunny's pick to still be on the radar. Love this draft so far from the Dog Pound. I will say though, 80 carry wise, we viewed Twitch when we were practicing here. Twitch was an angle we were potentially preparing, as well as Kog'Maw. We viewed both champions on the same sort of tier as one another, and they can scale very well. But versus Aphelios Jinx, Ty kind of goes to Aphelios or Jinx, right? So we didn't
expecting an Orianna here.
Those spots, but
that's speaking of the Trinity, right? We had that was a triangle of the Orianna. I think it was Orianna Fizz, and then one more where Orianna just made Fizz's life absolutely miserable. So we'll see if he grabs it or if he goes for the Yone.
Don't take Yone, please. I think Ryze is actually pretty effective here. I think.
Okay, Ryze is other picks.
Okay, yeah, Ryze has a lot of access to tankier items. Is going to make a Mumu's life pretty easy here. Very easy for him to find a big engage here. All champions should be playing within relative proximity to one another, which means a Mumu can find a big ultimate no matter who's piloting it. So, good pick there. Interested to see what this last pick is. Is it jungle for Bunny? Could be Lilia still on the board. There's no way they go Teemo.
Oh my god, they're going Teemo. What?
They're mailing it in. Oh my goodness.
What?
This is not real.
Okay.
I withdraw. Let's see.
I'm
Alright.
confused.
Someone's
I mean,
gambling.
I guess it's Teemo can push Darius. I mean, well, I'm glad we're gonna have the analyst desk in 30 seconds because I am speechless for the first time all season.
I got nothing to say. I just want to listen to music break down this beautiful top lane Teemo and Darius matchup. I'm sure.
Wow. Okay. Barring wow. Cool. I'm just gonna keep saying wow. I'm gonna toss it over to T Skull and the analyst desk to bail me out because I have no idea what to say.
Yep.
All right, yeah, we will try. I think you had a little bit of something going on there though, Jaws, with the hat. Like, I think you might have had a little bit of inside information there. But as Bully wanted, I'm gonna have music break down this top lane matchup for me because I don't think we've seen a Teemo pick in the TCL or in 6 seasons. So,
oh boy, we have a Tiny Rick Teemo. I don't know what to say, boys, but Teemo versus Darius. Okay. Tiny Rick is notorious for wanting to play Teemo. The two okay, so I forgot because this was in TCL lore seasons past that Tiny Rick plays 2 champions that are not tanks.
yep.
They are Quinn and Teemo.
And he hovered both of them before picking one of them.
And personally, I would want to see the Quinn more, but I have seen Teemo's push a Darius out of lane. If the Teemo does not successfully push the Darius out of lane, and this works like every other matchup, right? For ranged versus melee bruisers or juggernauts. If Teemo doesn't push Darius out of lane effectively, and Darius is allowed to match the Teemo in CS and just buy items and scale, Darius beats Teemo at past 6. That's kind of like a given, right? And you don't really have to think about much else, just because that's pretty much how the matchup goes, right?
Yeah.
Our eyes honestly would want to be in top lane just to see how that goes, but once again, eyes will almost always be on bot lane because we have Aphelios Lulu, and we have Twitch and Amumu support. Right?
Yep, that's gonna be explosive lane down there with the Amumu. Gonna have to try and make some plays to try and get TJ ahead. You've got 2 tanky boys in the jungle who want to just get to 6 so that they can get there, so that the Sejuani can make a good engage, so that the Zac has enough range on his E and enough CC to actually lock somebody down. But what I want to see is, I'll take mid's Fizz. We're gonna see him on an assassin here instead of a control mage and instead of a Galio, really breaking out the OG Fizz pick.
Yeah, that's another thing. I'll take mid. Also notoriously plays Fizz. I think Fizz is one of his. If Fizz is like maybe his 4th in his overall pool of things to play, or 5th overall things to play. It's a good carry. It's solid. Very good roamy. But let's see how that goes. Let's pass it off once more to Jaws and Bully. And if there's a game 4, we'll see you guys back then.
Thank you so much, music. You are the best. Analyst desk, you guys have been doing the best so far. I'm Bully. That's Jaws. We're back here for game 3. A deciding match put in the hands of that champion whose hat you got on your head there, Jaws. Teemo coming onto the Rift for game 3 in TCL finals.
I know.
Couldn't see this one coming.
I jinxed it, maybe.
Yeah, that was well timed.
Rick, if you're watching stream, that's against the rules and you're not allowed to do that. So I will say I was hoping for the skin matching of like the Cottontail Teemo with the Cottontail Fizz, but we got BMO in the top lane and Cottontail Fizz, Trolliolan all day. I gotta say, we were talking. I know we were like, I was a little speechless, but once I kind of picked my jaw up off the floor. Teemo is kind of a pain in Darius's butt, just for the spacing, and also he's hard to gank. But yeah, the Zac, the Zac can absolutely wreck Darius's day. The 2v2 in the mid lane is great for Dog Pound. Like I definitely really like it, and where they succeeded, as we see at actual invade in this game 3, Abarn typically fairly conservative, but they're vibing, they're feeling it, and they want to try and make something happen.
No, I love it.
I hope you're not getting flashbacks from last time.
Yeah, I don't want to think about it, but
Yeah.
no, apparently if you get an early kill in game 3 when you're up 2-0, you can really boom a team's mental. Did you know that? Like, not speaking from particular experience, but like
classic.
When we died level 1, I wanted to physically assault the members of my team. It was pretty infuriating. It was a good way to make sure we were out of the series.
Now, I'm no lawyer, but I believe that's against the law. So I would highly recommend. Now we are online, so that is not possible. But we are rolling
in Minecraft.
Through the maps. Yeah, in Minecraft, the old lava grief. But yeah, we're going to see Bunny Remix starting on the top side. As the Zac, as we said, the Darius pick kind of making Rick potentially rethink that flex pick, which he absolutely does. Let's see if TailWhip and Ryoko are going to get the level 2 again, as we see the BMO debut 2 minutes in. And yeah, this Teemo matchup for the first time. Yeah, let's just watch top. For the first time in top with a Darius just wants nothing to do with this, because this is just an absolute nightmare for him.
Wait, if you win with Teemo, can we start seeing some Teemo bans? That would be an interesting evolution to this final for sure. But honest to God, all eyes on this bot lane too. Like, an interesting condition of this is that Rudy and TJ playing very comfort champions gives them windows to really just straight 1v9 win a team fight for their respective team. So interesting to see from them as well. Like, the Teemo pick is obviously going to get a lot of the highlight here, but those two players can straight win by good positioning, good laning, and a monstrous, performance.
Oh my God, and Rick is here. I'll take mid is going to bait him in.
No way.
They don't realize he's there. Abarn's going to have to go and troll pull out, flash, counter flash, and Rick is just trying to continue things moving. I'll take mid is slowed. He is going low.
He is beating him up.
He's getting burned down. BMO is here. The early potentially designed. Oh no, while that was happening, first blood from TailWhip onto TJ. So just as we got excited about it, speaking of Zac flying in, low mobility carries, but the double bonk. Rudy is in, but they do not have their damage. Rilke is going to try to kite down to the best of her ability, and TailWhip is trying to try to get the turnaround. Bunny's running away. TailWhip is low on mana, and all told, that's going to be a carry for carry extended play. But the designed roam potentially from Rick, and he walks right back in, and the ghost from Sir Aaron. This is going to be a flash, counter flash, max stacks, slowing down, blinds him down, trying to bait him under the turret, but there goes the Darius. And just when we saw the glimmer of hope, the candle in the night, it is snuffed out by that piece of crap champion Darius.
Yeah, that was pretty hard to watch. Man, Rick made such a good move going mid there, stuffing the play, but ultimately just makes one mistake. We talked about it in draft, right? Darius is such a frustrating champion because when you make one mistake into him, he can punish you so well, get a kill, and the lane just feels so darn oppressive. The worst players I've ever met can play Darius well. So, like, we're sitting here in a spot. Yeah, Blood's the worst player ever. No, love that guy. But
Blood. I will say, Blood does enjoy making other people's lives miserable in top lane. So he is the quintessential Darius player. You must love creating pain and suffering for other people and not allowing them to play the game. As we see Bunny Remix coming in, Troll Pull goes down. Abarn's flash is not up, and he is going to go down. I'll take mid, snagging that kill and trying to get the snowball rolling the other way.
Yeah, one back there for the Dog Pound, desperately needed for sure. Well played by Bunny, and I'll take mid to set up a kill in the mid lane, snowballing this Fizz pick. Love the Zac pick out of him in particular. This was one of his core champions when he actually picked up League. Zac was one of his most played champs. Been kind of shocked he hasn't played it yet, especially with the synergy, given that Rick plays at top lane as well. So, great to see him play it here and great to see him look good on it in the early game. Just needs to have a positive impact here in the early game, and his team will be looking much better than I think it has in the first two. Gotta say, troubling that all games now, TJ and Rudy have gotten beaten at the level 2 badly. Right, this game so far the worst. They got straight killed 2-on-2. So
yeah. Well,
yeah,
Rudy
really
actually missed
bad
his
early
first
laning.
bind. He actually had the bind and it was like just out of range on tail up. They actually got level 2 together. And as we were watching, I think you were making a point, and I was thinking in the back of my mind, oh, I wonder what's going to happen. What's actually going to happen is Abarn and Spurg doing the realm work, which they've done. They did it in game 2. They're going to do it again in game 3. TJ is just trying to get out of there, but that is going to be a level 4 tower dive, level 6 for Abarn realm work. That is nasty. TJ is just put out of his own lane. We saw that in the top lane. Microsoft Rick getting evicted. Bunny Remix trying to make something happen, but this is a 2v4 situation, soon to be a 3v4. Can they buy enough time? TJ is polymorphed. He's low on mana. Bunny actually not having his passive popped, and TJ is there. They're going to try to turn this one around. I'll take mid, full health, full resources, and just going to start bonking around. Rise, you do not have your damage yet. Bunny Remix actually re-engages, gets his passive popped, and while all this is happening, Rudy is back in. He's going to try to make something happen. He gets this thing off. Oh, no, Abarn getting the double kill, but Remix buying up enough time bought by TJ in the bot lane, and they're going to turn this one around. So we've got the Assassin Amumu 3-1 in this bot lane, 6-5 kills and an even gold in this game 3, 7 minutes in total bloodbath.
TJ played that so well, showed himself on vision to Abarn enough to draw his attention, which then led to him turning back and getting caught by Rudy. Ultimately did go down there, which feels bad for him on the Twitch, but 2 more kills bought because of his sacrifice is going to be a winning team fight there for the Dog Pound. And ultimately you can see them with a slight edge in the gold lead, basically even, after what was a pretty disastrous early laning state. So great by them to sort of fight their way and claw their way back into this game 3. Not done yet.
No, not done yet at all. And the scaling is absolutely insane, especially with the Twitch. And like you said, one good flank. And that's something that we wanted to see in game 1. And I want to see it again in game 3. Can TJ get a really good flank, find his moment, and just open up onto this squad? That is the power of the Twitch. And this is a front-to-back fight that Go Mega wants to play. Once again, I do want to call out really great kill participation on Bunny in this game 3. And he is out jungling Spurg, a total flip from game 2 where Spurg just absolutely smashed the lane with the map with this Jarvan.
Yeah, definitely completely controlled the early game on the Jarvan pick.
And the mining, there it is. Is there going to be the follow-up? There goes the shark. It's not a shark, it's a bunny.
50.
Abarn goes low. Spurg is going to roll in. Bunny does secure the dragon, and this is going to be a kite back 4 for 4. Darius is trying to join the fight, and Bunny is trying to knock out Spurg. He does succeed. TJ getting credit for the kill. Flashes out. Bunny's going to need to run. He does not have his passive, and Sir Aaron has joined the fight, and he is going to maybe go for a dive. No, he's going to walk away.
No shot.
So getting out, jungle for jungle trade, dragon in favor of the Dog Pound.
Yeah, Drake going their way, 1-for-1 trade, huge edge for the Dog Pound there. It means Rick can get at least 1 plate back on the top side. TJ doesn't even have to miss this wave.
He has red buff now too. Do you see that? TJ's got the red buff now too as well. And Twitch pretty weak. I mean, he can poke, but he's fairly weak and very vulnerable early. So getting that trading potential, the Ryoko clearly does not give a crap. She's landing absolutely every skill shot, pushing him in. Great slow push, giant wave, going to try to grab that first plate for herself.
Yeah, trying to grab the first plate for herself, but and ultimately does get it. Plate on the top side going down to Timo though means probably a winning map state for them. They're going to have to try to find a reset here, which they will take. Ultimately will mean they miss the next wave of minions, not a cannon wave, so not going to be able to get back in time to catch it. So, you know, the ultimate fight is going to cost TJ and Rudy a little bit in the bot side at the benefit of Rick in the top side.
Something else. just want to call it. Look at this. We got a 4-2 in Rise, but look at the gold differential. There really isn't one. The major gold differential across the map is that Zac, and Bunny Remix continuing to exert his pressure. 6 out of 7 kill participation. You called it. You're the prophet. Game 1, you were like, yo, get him on a tanky initiator. Here he is on a tanky initiator, and he is doing work. As we see work continuing in the mid lane, I'll take mid. He's going to have to do some work if they want to start this reverse sweep off, getting low, getting A-Barn low. But A-Barn, he's like a cockroach. You just can't kill him.
Yeah, no, just a little bit of a reach there on the fight. Meanwhile, Rick...
oh, boy. Yeah, it's the downside of Teemo.
Things are getting rough here in the top side for sure. I think this matchup is winning until it's not. And then
yeah, flash in. I'll take mid. Spurg being able to take the kill, but he's now in a 2v1 situation against the bot lane, and that's going to be a poison push. The tail whip. Lulu going to save his life, and they're not going to be able to turn this one around. So a 2-for-1 in favor of in favor of Go Mega. A-Barn is the only casualty on that side.
Yeah, I think just 1-for-1 actually. I don't think.
Oh, sorry. It was you're right. Yeah, because Darius just got the solo kill. Yeah, that's a tune of Darius getting the stride breaker. Thank you, Mr. Joa. 80 to 50, 30 CS in the bot lane, 2-2-2 on the Twitch. But while that's been happening, Ryoklu farming up a storm and setting up for those signature mid game fights.
Yeah, Ryoklu is massively ahead of TJ right now, and the other thing with Twitch is he has to sort of stop off and buy that Bork, which you can see TJ going for now, meaning he's going to have a much weaker 2 or 3 item spike at the benefit of the 1 item spike. Should make TJ stronger for the next Drake fight, but the flip side is he's going to be much weaker later in the game. And even if they win that next Drake fight, they're going to have to pretty hard win it, I think, for it to be a winning map arrangement for the Dog Pound. Need to see a couple kills come out of TJ. Need to see him start snowballing on the Twitch, because otherwise he's just going to get straight out scaled again, right? Like I talked about this in Champ Select. The tie in this case goes to the Aphelios. Aphelios will outscale, barring a really well piloted Twitch and some really well executed team fighting by the Dog Pound. It's not even tied, right? Just straight up in this situation, the Dog Pound is better as we have a fight going down here.
Yeah, Spur goes down. That's a smite down for this potential dragon fight. A-Barn is going to try to realm warp out. He does succeed. He's going to move his way through, but it looks like he potentially baited his support in. Tail Whip now in a 4v1 situation. He's going to have to flash out. Not going to be enough. Really on a killing spree. Great play by Dog Pound.
Give me a replay. I am begging for a replay. I need to see Jet walking into this and not getting it, because he was right on top of it. There's an interesting mechanic with Rizal where if it thinks you're trying to walk out of it, it doesn't teleport you. So you can actually be graphically, visually on top of it, but if it looks like you're walking out of it, it won't teleport you because it attempts to predict where you're trying to go. Look at Jet here. He's very much on top of it, but doesn't get grabbed.
He was just a split second late. All right, let's speed up to normal, because I believe this is potentially going to be a dragon. Show me the dragon.
For them. So I don't think it's up quite yet, but thank you
I see action across the board. There's the shutdown.
Yeah, we got a... Looks like
oh boy, y'all, what happened?
We time traveled, all right?
I was going to say, I feel like we fell asleep and we woke up and just everything's different.
Hey, look at this. Things are different, but TJ's kind of fed, it looks like. So that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, what happened there? So, yeah, well, what we have is it looks like a Rift Herald take. Bunny Remix moving all the way downtown, trying to counterbalance Spurg and his beloved bot lane. Rudy going in full saying going into the dive. Rudy's going to walk out. Bunny Remix going in, and TJ trying to open up at a great counter engage by Spurg. Still at 3v2. Rudy goes golden, trying to drop that aggro, and the Rift Herald picks it up. He's going to walk away. He's going to go low. He's going to go down. Just a bit of an extended play. A-Barn is there. Not going to be able to clean this one up unless they go for a hyper dive, and that is going to be a double back, and that is going to be the dragon for Go Mega, as we are probably pretty close to this first team fight going in. The Shark, aka Bunny, whiffs and get that control word, please. There's the engage going in onto A-Barn, but remember, he is a tanky boy. That is going to be a QE. They got to walk away. I'll take mid once the Shark is down. They got to be on the run. TJ, however, is there, going to get the turnaround kill. Rudy, though, going low, and that is the downside of Amumu. Does not have a get out of jail free card like Rakan does, and so he's going to go down as well. So Go Mega going in, and we are not done yet. Yeah, we really missed a lot as the polymorph goes down. TJ on a killing spree, gonna lock Spurg down under turret. They're gonna chase him down. There goes the elastic slingshot, bounces him up, a double kill for TJ, and now we know what happened. Pull back, tail whips low. Bunny's going to go in. He's got the passive. The passive, however, is going to be procced on the wrong side. TJ's going to go. Oh my God, we still haven't gotten back yet. Gets the passive, gets out. Ryoklu's there. Tail whip's going to try to slow TJ down. TJ got the red buff, though, and Ryoklu's going to try to use the blast cone, get the speed shrine, and get in there. But TJ using the last ounce of his mana to get away. And that, folks, is How I Met Your Mother.
Yeah, we are in fact live now. That was a huge chain of events, so kudos to you for casting all of it. Big change here. What did I say? I said, look, the Bork Spike is going to benefit TJ. He needs to get a lot of kills, and that's exactly what happened. Beautiful team fighting there by Bunny Remix, setting up some kills for his brother. TJ 6-2-4 on the Twitch. Even though he has a massive farm deficit, 42 farm, going in favor of Ryoklu, he's playing these team fights much better and getting a lot of kills in the exchanges that are just sloppy and scrappy and to his benefit, right? So he is in a position to really carry this game, as we can see him going in on Ryoklu now.
Oh, yeah, he does. And he's going to open up, but Abarn's going to roll in while that was happening.
No,
in the top side, Sir Aaron. So the Lulu plus Rise security force keeping Ryoklu alive. And while that was happening, this Teemo pick is once again not working. That's a big ol' oof on the side of Rick. He is the weak side king. However, he himself has one major weakness, and it is that he loves to play that champion.
Yeah, I guess that is a weakness for sure. When I see Teemo players top in solo queue, I think to myself, man, these guys just enjoy playing their champ. They don't actually enjoy winning the game. So it feels pretty bad to see this champion on your team, especially when you pick it. But you know what? Maybe they can find a trade kill back here on to Sir Aaron.
Oh, yeah. Anticipating the flash over the wall, so they force the flash ghost and don't really have to burn a whole lot for themselves. But while that's happening, a push down from Spurg and Tail Whip. But Bunny Remix is there. He's going to get the root and the pullback. Tail Whip is going down, and they're going to keep things moving onto the Rise. Rise is slowed. This is a total power play for the Dog Pound in this mid lane. They're going to keep things moving. Great bandage, great follow-up, and this is what they want. Bunny and Rudy as the dive buddies, and I'll take mid, getting moving. TJ just lighting people up. 6-2-4, big bounty. He needs to be careful. He's going to open up onto Ryoklu. He's getting low. The absolute whiff on the side of Spurg, and let's see if Dog Pound can do something about that. With that Sejuani ultimate down, they're going to take the Rift Herald immediately. 18 minutes in, 2,000 gold lead on the side of Dog Pound. Dragons are even. We got ourselves a game.
Yeah, TJ finding the opportunity to trade his ultimate for the Aphelios Flash, doesn't ultimately get the kill out of it, but still was pretty competitive. And yeah, God, where has Bunny's Zac been this entire season? He's looked so darn good on it in this game. TJ, though, doing TJ things.
No.
Caught by the jungle support.
500 gold bounty, too.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great, but honest to God, if there's going to be a time in the game where you die, it's going to be right here. Gotta call out Spurg for maybe some questionable itemization, but if TJ's just going to hand him a bounty, he can build into whatever he wants afterwards anyway. So maybe just knowing that TJ is going to get caught there anyway.
We're seeing some all chat. Tail up just saying, TJ, but Sir, and this is what we got to do against the Darius. You need to kill him. He cannot get a reset there. He cannot get sustain. Y'all kill this guy. Holy crap.
Oh, they got the Darius.
That's exactly what they got. They got the lockdown onto Spurg. So this is now a 3v1, soon to be a 3 for 2. You got to kill him. You got to finish these fights. Rush them down. The next target. They do still have the survivability. Oh, no, actually, they don't. Ultimate is not up. Realm War gets canceled. Abarn is a sitting duck, and I'll take mid with the mobility. Rudy going for the lockdown. The survivability is there. The tankiness is there, but it is not enough, and that is going to be a long 4-for-1, and Dog Pound cruising through 19 minutes 30. Gonna go take this dragon, and the only person left alive is Ryoklu, as Rick on the other side stealing the blue buff. So Dog Pound vibing, feeling it, and Ryoklu over the wall. Is Bunny gonna follow, or are they gonna just focus on the secure?
Yeah, I think I would like to see them focus on the secure, get this straight, get yourself in a really good spot in this game. Man, Bunny Remix has had 2 really rough games and is smurfing his mind.
Porque no los dos.
And
Here comes TJ trying to get the pick off, but Spurg is there. TJ flashes over the CC. He gets Ryoklu down, and he's going to try to get out of their stun going down. Flash, counter flash. They are going to be able to secure the kill onto TJ, so both carries are down. Dragon is secured, and this is now a 2-for-2 for Rudy and Bunny. Yeah, jungle support. Rudy is low. Does he have the flash? He bandages over blue buff. That is super great. Nicely done. Bunny gonna tank. He's gonna bounce. He's gonna walk away, and they are not gonna delay. They are gonna walk away.
Yeah.
That was spectacular by Rudy, knowing and having the discipline to just ejector seat himself out. But Spurgs takes himself a blue buff to even the odds across the map, as I'll take mid clears some wards.
Yeah, look, TJ said it exactly right in alt chat. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. He's going to be constantly forcing, constantly aggressing into the face of Go Mega and really making them think. But you can tell he's got his whole team has his back. Look at the amount of players that are just willing to jump in there after him. They trust that, hey, like, we're down 2-0. We just got to force some plays here, make some stuff happen. We probably think they outscale especially, so let's just make plays, be the better team, balls to the wall here, make it happen. They're getting a pick on Sir Aaron.
And as we know, Darius's main weakness is getting caught out solo, and Sir Aaron has been getting caught out solo multiple times in Dog Pound, setting up those situations. The pick potential on this team is absolutely insane. Rudy is just chilling, just begging for a bandage, and Ryoklu is really playing that dance with him. Turret is up. Baron is being burned down. This is going to be absolutely free for them, and so Dog Pound in the driver's seat as we are hitting the 20-minute mark. Darius is down, got the power play. Rudy's looking for it. Is he going to flash in? Spurg does the body block. Rudy takes him damage. Bunny says, let's go, boys. In he gets. Ryoklu's low. Gets big, gets shielded, goes back, gets pushed out, but that is the dog pile that we have expected all season, and Rick is setting up the escape hatch, and while all of that has been happening, Bunny Remix, with the Rift Herald in his back pocket, getting the pound down. Will they get the double rip? 5-on-4. Spurg 17 seconds out. Sir Aaron back up, gets the double whack, and they walk away.
Yeah, you know, just nothing to even say. Bunny Remix is playing the best game he's played all season on the Zac pick. It just, the threat of playing a tank like this, I have to imagine everyone on Go Mega thought the exact same way we did in draft, which is there's no way this is actually Bunny Zac. And then he played it. Right, so when you've only opted for carries all season, the threat of a tank is so minuscule in the minds of your opponents, and you pull it out here, you completely warp the draft. Bought yourself a winning jungle matchup head-on-head, and you've set up yourself on a champion you're comfortable on. You can influence the early game and really snowball this bot lane. Look at TJ. Look at I'll Take Mid. Both members were snowballed and unlocked by Bunny Remix on the Zac, and they are having a massive, massive print on this game. Huge, huge jungle diff, and well played by Bunny Remix.
Well, something we had talked about before this game started is the massive carry potential for this mid-jungle combination, and as we saw in the gold graph, we can stay on the items for now, as a fight could potentially be starting. I'll Take Mid absolutely spamming Ryoku's flash timer, so he knows exactly what they want. I love the fact that they're targeting this Darius and trying to isolate him out so that he can just die. Bunny Remix is there, 4v2 situation. They're going to burn him down, forcing the flash, counter flash, Amumu going in, sustain is out, but TJ is just absolutely melting him. The Darius is down, the time to fight is here. Microscopic Rick leading the charge on the BMO, and they are now knocking on the door of this Go Mega base off the back of that double crash from the Rift Herald. They have the Baron, they have the Siege, they have the power play, and they should have this tower.
Yeah, BMO's getting in there, but in all seriousness, monstrous elastic slingshot and a beautiful, beautiful bandage toss from Rudy means a pick onto Sir Aaron. You're exactly right. They're targeting the Darius so well in these fights, making the pick look extremely useless. And yeah, you can see obviously the side of Go Mega thought to themselves very heavy AP damage coming out from the other side, but TJ is so fed that they're able to pick them off repeatedly if they get the CC down and the Twitch damage is following over the top.
Yeah, that's exactly the tale of the tape as we approach 25 minutes. Now the absolute opposite of this game too. 7,000 gold lead on the side of the Dog Pound. Bunny Remix, absolutely a monstrosity. 21 out of 25 kill participation. The gold lead is growing. 2,000 on the side of the jungle, way more than that on the side of the mid lane. And Teemo keeping it tight, you know? He should be getting blasted out of this game. He is staying relevant, and what I love is he is setting up for the kite back baits. And it clearly is planting a seed of doubt in GoMega's head because they don't know what they are walking into. Ryoklu is not with the team. They are giving this dragon up, and this really is Dog Pound's game to lose as we go into this game 3.
For sure, best looking game for Dog Pound so far, inarguably, right? But I just to play the pessimist, right? Like, we think the Aphelios should probably outscale, but is caught here, probably dead, definitely dead. Just blanked by the Twitch and the Teemo. Got to give the Teemo credit there where it's due.
Does it hurt? Does it hurt to give him credit? It hurts me. It hurts me to hear it. I kind of threw up a little in my mouth when you said that.
Yeah, a little bit, right? Like, look, that was 95% Teemo's or Twitch's damage, but Teemo's gonna feel like it was great that he was there and on his champion there.
He got an assist. He did exist in the area. 4
KP and 4 KP with 26 kills. He's doing a lot here on the Teemo pick, but
yeah, he's doing his best. I know. All joking aside, I'll take mid and Bunny Remix. Fancy footwork. I actually love this pick against the Darius since he control pull all day long. Is able to kind of offset it. Darius being forced to ghost out, so he's going to get at her. This is now a 4v3 situation. TJ is there skirting right on the edge of visibility, and they're just going to walk away, decide they don't want to be there, and go Mega on the back foot once again as Dog Pound kind of cruising around this bot side jungle, and Ryoklu just kind of pushing through into a side lane push, solo lane push.
So I will say, as fed as TJ is, we talked about how he has to make a pit stop onto Bork for one, so that will slow his build down effectively later in this game, and also is very, very behind in farm. So even though he's 8 kills with 7 assists, like, one fight goes wrong, and this game is right back in the hands of GoMega. So just need to see a clear ending for the Dog Pound here. Otherwise, I really do think this game is certainly still winnable for GoMega. Cloud Soul is not the soul you want to roll if you're Dog Pound either. Like, super, super losable with that soul buff on top of it. TJ going for a fight here.
Yeah, he is going for it. He is opened up, and he is pushing Abarn out of this fight. They are going to be able to get him down. I'll take mid, dominating. This is what we've wanted. We've wanted this trio of divers, and TJ and Rick expertly playing footsies with this Darius. That is Darius's other weakness, is expert footsies. The team is split for GoMega. They are just in absolute retreat, and they're going to chase down Rudy over the wall, gonna grab him. TJ trying to make sure he doesn't just get bonked. He is made of paper, but TJ able to survive. That's a 2-for-0. This should be the Baron unless there is a miracle steal from Spur.
Yeah, definitely should be the Baron here. Gotta see a clean zone by the Dog Pound, and it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. Not give Spurg a shot at stealing this, meaning the Baron buff is going their way. Drake Stoll going to be coming up within 2 minutes, I have to imagine. And that means all momentum in the sails of the team that is down 2-0, right? Like, backs against the wall. Dog Pound has shown up huge with the Teemo pick, and then with the champions that are actually participating here in this victory for them so far. Need to see them close out the game, but everything coming up beautiful for them.
Yeah, everything's coming up BMO at that point, and I gotta call out the Teemo psychological impact. Yes, he is not making a kind of in-game kill participation impact, but I gotta keep calling him out for covering their exits and just planting the seed of doubt. And the Teemo Twitch combination is actually really, really nasty because GoMega just can't do what they want to do. They receive flash forward from Rudy. Rudy locks down Abarn. Abarn is going to do his best to shield down, tries to realm warp out. So the realm warp is down, and so is Abarn. 29 minutes in, and they've been licking their chops trying to take down this mid inhibitor turret. Finally goes down. They're going to grab the inhibitor, and this game is cracked wide open along with GoMega's base, and they're just going to try to walk out of there. All right, cool. They're like, maybe not. Maybe we're pushing our luck here. They need to get out of there and make sure that doesn't happen. But they're going to actually try to grab the bot inner on the way, and just a great clean run from Dog Pound, making this a series.
Yeah, they're really making it a series. Looks like there's almost nothing that Go Mega can do to end this game and to stop the bleeding. Dog Pound not dead yet, trying to force a game 4 here, and I think they're really well on their way. Nothing I can say, just huge props to Bunny being willing to say, like, hey, give me the Zac, I'll play a completely different style than anyone's expecting and use it to buy map advantages everywhere else. When the map looked completely doomed in the early game, he absolutely hammered and dragged back losing lanes to a position of victory. And this is just all him. Like, yes, his solo lane, or his mid and bot are playing darn well here in this game 3, but only after facing some really bad early adversity that he dragged them through. Like, huge rebound for him in this game 3.
Yeah, and I got to call out Rudy as well for having a great game on the Amumu after getting targeted really hard in the draft. His Rakan was taken away, his Leona was taken away, so he really had to dig deep, and that could have spelled disaster for the bot lane. But with this Twitch Amumu, despite some of the early issues, as we see Curse of the Sad Mode going down, they are targeting Sir Aaron once again, and what we thought was going to be the pick or the matchup that was going to create some major issues, as we see the Sejuani ult drops, Spurg drops as well. The Sejuani ult does not hit who it needs to hit, and this is going to be inhibitor turret number 2 as the supers start rolling down into the base. Ryoklu's a little bit late to the fight, gets pulled in, and this is Dogpile number 2, Death Ball, whatever you want to call it. Dog Pound, 31 minutes in, 30 kills to 13, 61 to 50, 11,000 gold. See you later, Aphelios. Not even able to get a reset. That is just absolutely brutal for this pick. And Dog Pound just not letting Go Mega do anything in this game.
It is crazy when all of a sudden the front line of Dog Pound is playing better. The back line was already better players to begin with. So if the front line just plays better, it's going to be an easy win, and that's, I think, what you see here. For sure, the front-lining members of Go Mega played much better than their counterparts. I'm sorry, on Dog Pound, rather, played much better than their counterparts on Go Mega, and we're seeing a winning team fight here, and a winning game for the Dog Pound.
And I got to call out also the Sejuani pickup. Spurg was hovering the Kazakhs, and I know that they've been practicing, and I was a little surprised to not see him lock that in. And we see, could have been something interesting, but Spurg definitely looking like not the same jungler without that Jarvan pick, which, as we said, is just absolutely out of control right now. That is going to be a 2-1, still backs against the wall, but the hardest game in a reverse sweep is the first game. Any final words before we kick it over to the analyst desk?
Yeah, nothing. Just want to hear Music break down how the Teemo won this game, because he got throttled, but it's still a dub for the Dog Pound.
Yeah, let's give Rick some credit. Like I said, the psychological toll that Teemo mushrooms, or in this case, whatever the honeycombs are, take on you cannot be understated. But yeah, let's kick it over to T-Skull and J-Jazz Music for the breakdown. Take it away, y'all.
Thanks, Jaws. That was a lot. What do you think, T-Skull? Oh, wait, I can't hear you. Are you talking, T-Skull? T-Skull, are you talking? Or am I crazy? No, it's not me. Well, while T-Skull tries to fix his audio, Bully wanted me to, I guess, break down that matchup. And I only really think about the Teemo versus Darius, right? And Teemo versus Darius, I said before, was the Teemo's goal is to push the Darius out early, but the thing I forgot to mention was Teemo absolutely has to do well with spacing. The moment you give Darius a chance to breathe, which is him just grabbing you, is when you kind of forfeit your lane, right? But in reality, I don't think Tiny Rick's mind was, I'm gonna win lane. Tiny Rick's mentality was, I'm going to play well and scale as much as I can so that I can interfere as much as I can with the team. And I think he did the job. So, um, Tiny Rick's team carried him through the early to mid game, and with that, Tiny Rick was able to take as much scaling as he could and pump out some damage towards the late game.
Alrighty, I'm back now as well. Sorry about that.
Welcome back.
Little Discord bug that you had earlier. So,
Oh
all
yeah,
right.
so random. It just kept disconnecting me. But
Yep. Discord is what it is. We'll keep running the stream. Thanks for holding it down while I was figuring out what was wrong there. How far did we get in the recap?
I think I just summed up, I guess, what the whole matchup was for the top lane, right? And why Tiny Rick may not have won the lane, but he won the war, right? He didn't win the fight, but he won the war.
Yeah,
And,
definitely. Got
and
to
it was
put
more
a
of
lot of
his
those
teammates.
shrooms around the map. Catch a sneaky Rio glue assist there in the top lane that you called out, and so one thing that I really want to talk about from this game was Bunny, because Bunny played out of his mind.
Oh my god. Don't have to tell me twice. I think Bunny going from carry bruiser champions into a heavy tank is a difference of night and day. Personally, I
He
think
had the
Zach
go
played so
button
well.
on repeat there. He covered his bot lane really well, got them ahead, got to help out the mid lane a little bit. Even Tiny Rick roaming to the mid lane, keeping mid safe, allowing him to scale up and start to affect the game there.
Yeah, I think that I don't know if it's a realization or if it's something that they know and they're just coming to grips with it, which is kind of the same thing, but their goal is to not play through top, right? Yeah, you can sneak a kill top, but when you take the element of the carry out of Bunny, Bunny now is focused on actually assisting the carries, right? So I
Yep.
think that's where the mental focus swapped, which I think was a really refreshing thing to see, because in the early mid game, I think what they struggled the most with was keeping everyone on equal terms and keeping everyone in check. And game 3 showed us that if Bunny just focuses the right spots, he can keep everyone in check, right?
Yeah,
And those
definitely.
team fights were phenomenal as well.
And then him and Rudy just consistently, one after the other, going in, hitting those Zach E, those slingshots, and then as well as the bandage tosses into some great lockdown CC onto Sir Aaron, onto Rio
yeah.
Blue, onto A Barn. Like, they just kept getting the correct targets to start those fights, get the objectives, and really take that game in a very commanding fashion. They had a giant lead that they took their time getting to the end of the game, but they were at least like slow and methodical and didn't give them much of a chance to come back once they had that lead, because they just kept hitting that go button.
I totally agree with you. Let's see how Game 4 shakes out, though. We're gonna head into Champ Select soon. We'll pass the mic back to Steve, to Jaws, and to Bully. So we'll see you guys after Champ Select.
All right, thank you guys so
All right. You got the
darn
transition, man.
much.
Hit it.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, music and T-Skull, thank you so much for breaking us down in between games as the Dog Pound has rallied back for a monstrous victory. Backs against the wall in Game 3 means 2-1. Still a big hole to dig out of, but you win this game, all of a sudden pressure is on. And
Yeah,
you're
it's
looking
wild.
at a potential win here in the finals. So
Yeah, I mean, I
crazy.
got to keep the rally cap on. I mean, it's. I'm
Yeah.
always going to root. I'm not. I try to stay as neutral as I possibly can and be the cheerleader for both teams when they do cool stuff. But you got to root for a reverse sweep, and you also got to root for an underdog. If Go Mega wins this series, it's kind of what we expected, right? They've been number one with a bullet the whole season. They've dropped one map, and what a storyline! If the only team to draw blood on them is the one that would knock them out and deny A-Barn another title in a 5-game series. We've seen it before. We may see it again. And yeah, I'm curious to see where the adaptations are. And I know we gave the Teemo grief, but that Mumu and that sorry, not the Amumu, the Zach in particular, and even the Amumu with Rudy getting pushed really deep into his pool looked really great. And I loved seeing All Take Mid on an assassin. That's what we're gonna need to see for them to win this series.
Right. I think the biggest adaptation is Bunny realizing he can take a step back and play something like a Zach. All he needed to do from game one draft was be net positive in game two. Right. And they switched to Mordekaiser, which I think was great, but then did a whole bunch more beyond that, which I think wasn't. Like, I think as long as they keep adapting in ways that allow TJ to carry, allows mid to carry, and allows the remaining members to set up those kills, they're in a really good position. Like, very obviously, beyond level 2, the bot lane is winning. And in mid lane, the games have looked really good. And even in top lane, they've looked not so bad. Obviously, that last game got a little bit away from Rick, but still wound up winning, so who cares? Right?
I mean,
And
it didn't really get away from him. I think he
he
got
got a
solo
couple.
killed twice, right? He got solo
Yeah,
killed twice, but
which
he
feels
he
pretty
stretched
bad.
him out, you know. And I would say, like, considering how lopsided that matchup can be, like they played around the Darius expertly. Like
For sure.
that is how you play against Darius, right? You pick him off and you kite around him and you don't let him get a ton of sustain off of his Q. And they did exactly that. Mordekaiser, Jarvan, and Jinx as the bans for the dog pound. Kindred, Echo, and I believe Rakan was the third that Go Mega had put. Let's see if
Yeah,
there's an
let's see if that
adaptation here.
switches. I really think I would like to see that band switch, if
All right.
nothing else.
No change.
But they're not going to do it. All right, just saying, hey, we made a bit of a mistake last time. I think the mistake, if you're looking from a strictly draft perspective, was the early priority on Darius. Got ahead, but didn't really do a ton.
Oh
And
yeah. And they're
Zach falling
feeling that.
through.
Yup.
Okay, early
They're
pick here
feeling.
again. Gonna be interested to see if that's Bunny Zach again, or Rick maybe takes it. But I think the Darius was picked under the idea that it was for sure top lane Zach. And
No,
in a world
absolutely.
where it's definitely not top lane Zach, it looks a lot worse. So, going to be interested to see if, what adaptations we have. Keeping the Aphelios here, I think, makes a lot of sense. Ryoklu did look very good on that in game one. I know my team's prep was that her Jinx is definitely her best, but Aphelios underneath that was good in bursts, but spotty as well. So, like, we thought, maybe sometimes she was as good of a carry threat, maybe even better on the Aphelios. But that other games she looked a lot worse. So so far has looked pretty solid on the Aphelios. Had a rough time last time, but is going to reach for it again. I like it.
Yeah, something else that we didn't really talk about is just how vulnerable the Aphelios was to that, Zach, right? You were mentioning it before, is that the Aphelios so way more vulnerable and getting picked off. And yeah, they may just run it back. That comp was great. I think the only thing they would rethink would be the Twitch. Sorry, not the Twitch, the Teemo. Oh my god, my mind's scrambled from this wild series, and I feel like I'm hallucinating that a Teemo happened in game 3. It's and won, right? They won. And so yeah, it looks like they might just run it back and see what they can get away with on that. But yeah, the Twitch, I talked about kind of the psychological impact of Teemo shrooms, the psychological impact of Twitch. They can't just do the rotations that they want to do because they have no idea where this Twitch is. And TJ was finding picks left and right. So Wukong for Spurg and the Braum Aphelios. So Tailwhip looking great on the Braum in that game one. Diana ban pushing deep back, but I'll take mid. I mean, if they don't ban the Fizz, I could absolutely see him going back to that.
Yeah, I wonder if now we see a Darius ban.
There's the Darius ban.
Okay, yeah, we do. Interesting. So I think if you're dog pound now, the flip side is being on blue here. I don't think they were blue last time, so the nature of being on blue side, or were they? Did Go Mega just opt for? I've lost track, but either way, like being on blue side here means that there's going to be certain exposure top side. They can't. Yeah, they were red side last time, so the nature of it means they're going to have to reveal their flex before the final pick is locked in by Go Mega. I think these two top lane bans are covering a potential top lane flex here.
Silas is up.
For the Zach. Could also just be a straight up another top lane tank as well. Silas taken by Abarn is going to be pretty monstrous here.
Yeah, there's a lot of great
good
ults
ults.
to steal.
Well,
Yeah.
hold on. I think the ultimate from Amumu is very good. I don't know that I love the ult from Zach or the ult from Twitch here, and I think if Sign follows it up, that's a pretty mediocre one as well to take in the grand scheme of things. I actually think this could be a bit of a bait Silas pick. Would love to see something else from. Okay, if there's going to be a Galio game, this is actually it. This is a
They banned it.
pretty much.
They banned it
Okay,
specifically. Yeah, I was actually
yeah.
I made a face when they banned it at first because I was like, why would you ban that? But
So
it's because they knew they were going to blind pick
one
the
other thing that
Silas.
could be nasty here is Syndra. I think Syndra would look pretty nasty into the Silas. Syndra or Casio could both look really good here. I know he plays
I
both.
think Syndra. Rudy
Um,
said I will reveal. Rudy said expect
yeah,
to see a
okay.
lot of Syndra out of All Take Mid. And All Take Mid looked great in that previous game on
For
Syndra,
sure.
hitting multiple 2 and 3 champions stuns. Just the team was not able to follow up. The Malzahar, I think that one's for you, bud.
That's for me.
As the
Yeah,
Seraphine is hovered as well.
I
And yeah,
appreciate
they're
it.
giving Sir Aaron the counter pick. The Malfight is locked in. So
What?
chugga chugga choo choo, press our win team fight on the side of Go Mega, and just some legit playmakers and some burst with great sustained
Alright,
damage on this Syndra. So
gotta be.
really liking team comps.
Yeah, I like both comps, honestly. The Malphite seems like a bit of a head scratcher at first, but should be fine landing into Scion. I mean, it's tank versus tank, and is going to be a bit of a different look for Gomega in that he probably won't be able to push Scion out of lane like he has on the Gwen or the Darius last game as well. But it does mean he puts a lot of threat onto TJ and onto Altic mid, and I think that's exactly what they need here. Not a bad adaptation at all for Gomega. I love both drafts, honestly. It's pretty hard to call, but I would say based on the fact that they got a lot of the pieces they just won with so far, feels pretty heavily in the favor of the dog pound.
Yeah, I agree. I think Dog Pound has the momentum. And as we go into our spectator delay, we'll see a little bit later what you think is going to win. But for now, Titanium Skull and JJ's music get us through this spectator delay.
Start doing some analysis on this draft here, Jazz. So,
Sorry. Yeah, I had to take a quick screenshot because sometimes I do not remember the draft because I have a small brain.
I do as well. I always take a screenshot there. So let's talk about the massive amount of ultimate go buttons we have in this game. You have a Scion with a long range R. You've got a Malphite with a R. You've got the Zac with the ER. You've got
Wukong with ER.
and
Is it ER? It's WR.
yep.
I
No,
can't remember.
well you can W for the invisibility and then
That's what it is.
ER, or you can W for safety. But then you
Yeah.
also have the Amumu with the bandage toss into this rooting
Into his
there.
old-
So
Yeah.
we have a lot of go buttons here. And then the Silas to just take away whichever ulti he wants. Probably either the Scion, the Zac, or the most likely the Amumu most of the time is what I'm assuming he's going to take. That's just such a game-changing ult.
T-Skull, be careful. You're triggering
I'm triggering the chat.
No. It's our Mr. Joa. He's a the go button is his trigger word. It makes him
Oh,
upset.
my bad.
No, not in a funny way because I think the
Yep.
running joke back then was Joa was our go button. Again, thank you for Mr. Rookstout for producing. But let's see we have a bit to talk.
Yeah, we've got a nice mid lane matchup here. We've got the Silas who's going to be wanting to try and sustain through and get through that mid game so that he can use those ults, and then the Syndra who wants to poke him down, get those splinters so that she can eventually kill the Aphelios. But that
I don't
Braum
know.
is going to do some protecting.
I like Team Dog Pound's comp a lot more, but I don't know, the Malphite was a little bit of a head scratcher, like Bully said. But personally, I think Team Dog Pound like wins this draft unless they cannot beat Go Mega in a fight, right? Like if
The
they
go
don't,
button from Go Mega though, just go onto that Twitch and CC him and kill him. Like I think that's what they wanted from Sir Aaron in this game instead of the Darius pick. I think he's going to be going right at that Twitch and trying to slow his attack speed and really try and make him uncomfortable there.
So okay, yeah, but let's see how the game shakes out. It was a very slow analysis, my bad. But let's move the mic back to Jaws and Bully, so that they can cast this game, and we'll see if we'll see if you guys if we come back for game 5.
Hey, Music, we would love to have you back for Game 5. Slow analysis, good analysis. That's all we need. You did a great job. We're all here for it. It was great analysis.
Sleep. Bye.
It's Ghost Bully. Ghost Bully. The disembodied voice. As we are into game 4, potentially a game 5. And as we get started, who do you think is going to take us? Are we going to see some scrapes, or are we going to see Go Mega close it out?
Look, I'm calling scrapes here. I think Dog Pound is coming in with a lot of momentum, and they just played this comp really well. And I think this draft setup is better for them than the previous one was. So I'm going to go with them.
Yeah, I actually agree. I think that they've got the momentum, and one of the biggest critiques I had about the Syndra pick was the lack of sustained damage, right? Varus, he can pump out damage, but it's very bursty, and it requires him to just keep landing Qs. With the Twitch, a Syndra 2 to 3 person stun into a Twitch open up, it also creates kind of that 3-dimensional engage, where instead of doing kind of a 2-dimensional front to back. So I love the Twitch adaptation. And by the way, you were saying before about how TJ plays the same champion all the time. First time he's decided to stick with the Twitch, so he was kind of trying a couple of things out, and it looks like he's settled into what he wants.
Yeah, Twitch is definitely TJ's probably favorite AD. I mean, he's played AD carries here and there, all over the place. Dude loves to play different champions every game, much to my chagrin when I'm playing with him. But like Twitch is definitely one of his staple picks. Like he's so good at this champion. It just gives him everything he needs to kind of 1v5 the game. And really take over.
No, absolutely, and we see Spurg starting on the side, on the bot side. Zach's going to start on the top side.
Oh, so, this is interesting. He's on the enemy top side.
He certainly is.
So,
no, he's not. I made that mistake before.
No,
I made that mistake.
I made
that mistake in front of 100,000 people one time, so I feel you.
No, I got confused the way Sir Aaron was postured. Sir Aaron was pretty far up in lane, but either way, the nature of him starting Wolves means he can go for a pretty quick gank here in the top side, and the Malphite should be pushing in, but at the cost of his health bar. If Rick gives this wave and lets it push into him, there's for sure a kill angle for Bunny. I want to see the two of them work together and find it.
Yep, and let's see real quick who gets the level 2 first. This is what has been the race, and so far Ryoklu and Tailwhip have won that race. It is 1.5. Rudy and TJ have the advantage. Rudy, what you gonna do? Are you gonna go for it? I don't know if he knows that Tailwhip's not level 2.
They may not even know.
Yeah, he may not know that Tailwhip's not level 2. That's a sneaky play from Tailwhip, hiding in the vision, not level 2, and creating that seed of doubt with Rudy. Wow, what an interesting play. As you see, Abarn dashing in, dashing out. Bunny not quite able to make it. Does take the cannon away from I'll take mid. That's gonna be an unhappy mid laner. As we see a little bit of a hit, but not quite the bloodbath that we're used to seeing in this bot lane as Rudy secures that cannon. And meanwhile on the top side, Microsoft Rick beating Sir Aaron up, and historically Sir Aaron kind of had the better of this matchup, but Rick pushing in just out of reach, but pushing Sir Aaron out of lane and forcing an early back and likely an early teleport.
Yeah, I hate the decision by Bunny to go mid, but yeah, Rick is straight up outlaning Sir Aaron so far through the early lane, really punishing the Malphite pick with the stronger early game of the Scion. And yeah, bot lane so far, do eat a bad trade here, but not over, which is good for TJ.
Yeah, definitely not bad so far. There goes a great thread the needle push, flash out, counter flash in from TJ. Poison burns down, ignite helps, and everybody's going to get away alive. Ryoklu just does not have the range to get out of there. And TJ is going to actually hover around and potentially look for a long kill. While that's happening, though, Abarn going in on I'll take mid with Spurg. I'll take mid's going to be able to walk away. Did grab that ignite, so definitely looking for the kill lane. Trying to push Abarn out and not quite able to do that. But now Sir Aaron coming back with the cloth armor and going to be able to push out of way. And Ryoklu, while that's happening, flash in. TJ is going to go down. See you later. So just as he gets an advantage, he gives it right back. Meanwhile, action continuing across the map. What is developing into a 3v1 situation. Bunny's going to try to electric slingshot himself through. He does, and he's able to get out of there. So yeah, action all over the place 4 minutes, 30 seconds in. Rick burning his teleport to come back in, grabbing a little bit of additional health, and Bunny incredibly low. This could be a greedy Krug.
Yeah, definitely could be. Let's see if they spot him out here. But for sure, greedy by TJ more than anything. Staying there, giving Ryoku a kill back is disastrous for the Dog Pound. Gotta say, credit to Altic Mid playing so darn well the whole series. Getting the scatter of the week, not even having to blow his flash, is going to make him a lot safer here. But you can see 2 members of Go Mega looking to force a dive.
Are they going to... Yeah, it looks like they're going to... probably flash stand
the
behind me over the wall.
Play is W over the wall for Wukong, and then Tail follows.
Oh, right. I forgot to dash now. I'm a boomer.
Yeah.
I forgot he actually can dash over the wall.
Right over the wall, but I don't think everyone has the wave. One thing that I want to say is Abarn on Silas is an interesting one. He played it very well last time, but picked it very obviously into Malphite. Anyone, I want to stress this. You, me, anyone can play Silas into Malphite. Like, the lane is very free as we see TJ grouping up, looking for a roam here on Abarn.
Yeah, he does. He's going to be pushing Abarn out of mana. There is the bandage toss, forcing the flash out. And oh my goodness, the burst. There we go. See you later. Dog Pound riding the momentum from that Game 3 victory off of that flip.
Abarn greeted his flash so bad there. Could have flashed the bandage toss. Didn't think he was at risk. And Rudy and TJ make him pay. Monstrous combo from them, really showing the strength of the two. No. And yeah, wait, Rudy's gonna die. Rudy's dead. Yeah, he's just straight. TJ just killed Rudy. Let it be known that's exactly what just happened. TJ killed Rudy. Great play by the bot lane to go Mega to punish, but TJ not being patient. Got his support killed. There's no other way to describe it.
Well, that seems to be the tail of the tape right now is, as soon as they get an advantage, they give it right back on some of these careless mistakes. And as we get into Game 4, the fatigue is starting to mount. Checking the time, we are almost to the minute 3 hours into this series. That is a lot of League of Legends. That is a lot of stress. And when you're playing from behind, tournament lives on the line, they have to win first plate going to Go Mega bot lane. Almost 7 minutes in. The gold is even, but Aphelios has those 2 kills, and what advantage they tried to make, it's been evaporated.
Yeah, no, for sure has been. And yeah, it's going to be a close game back and forth. 2-0 onto Ryoku is in very good position to carry this game. Let's see if this Drake sneak comes by for the Dog Pound. If they can get this, it's actually really big. Would like to see Rudy come down and help. Spurg is going to sniff this out, I think. Is he okay? Is he on drugs? What is he doing here? Go to the Drake. You see it, man.
Hey, bud. Oh, he looks like he's waiting for his bot lane. He's going to go in. He's going to try and get the steal. Who's going to get this one? This is a 50-50 straight up. It's going to go to Bunny Remix. Bunny Remix get it, but the passive is popped, so he's going to pay for that dragon with his life. Abarn gets the kill, and that was a very strange series of events. Dragon for jungler.
Yeah, great 50-50 smite win there by Bunny. Honestly, really bad play by them overall, but luckily won the 50-50, which probably makes him feel better at the end of it. Still gotta question Abarn taking that kill. Give it to Ryoku. She's 2-0. If you make her 3-0, the further ahead this Aphelios gets, the easier and easier it gets for you. The kill on the Silas doesn't really mean a ton, so... Interesting there.
Rick going down from Microsoft Rick onto Sir Aaron. Sir Aaron actually forcing Rick to flash out. And ulti burned. Rick kind of forcing that one a little bit.
Yeah, Rick maybe didn't have to flash there on the back half. If you're going, you better go, man. Like, I think even trading kill with the passive there would have been better than what he just did. And I don't know what he just did, honestly. That was pretty suspect, but still great by Sir Aaron to not give his life, I guess. Great by Rick, or really, suspect by Rick to not take it. But
well, also, why are you trying to dive a Malphite with unstoppable force up? As we see Rudy getting really burned down, and Spurg doing what he does, getting in there, getting his carry fed. TJ now in a 1v2 situation with Spurg on the back half. He's pretty low, so he's gonna have to walk away to make sure that he does not get Twitch bursted out. But that is going to be a coast-to-coast 2-for-1 in favor of Go Mega, and Dog Pound looking strong early, but looking at a quick replay, Bunny Remix there trying to make something happen. Pulls Abarn back, flash in. Bunny Remix trying to slow him down. Abarn goes down. There he goes. All right, so he did go down, but
he got a trade kill for Bunny.
Got the trade kill back. Yeah. So Go Mega staying in this one as we approach the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, not only staying in, I would argue are pretty massively ahead. Like, Ryoko is 4-0 on this Aphelios. She is massively in control
look at
with
the
Kolbai
plates.
as well.
Yeah.
And the plates. Like, hugely
Yeah,
winning
there
that
it is.
position for Go Mega.
She's all of their lead right now.
Yeah.
She's 1,000 gold lead, and they're up about 1,000 gold. As Microsoft Rick overextended, Wukong spinning to win. Garen thought he could be the only one to do it, but Microsoft Rick is going to feel that wrath. He's going to go down as well, and kind of like throwing his lead away.
Yeah, not
just
great.
Overextending.
Yeah, not great. Made a mistake on the dive and made a mistake again, shoving Wave in the way he did. Is going to lead to a beautiful gank by Spurg and follow-up kill for him. The jungle of Go Mega is trying to close this series out in Game 4.
Yeah, and it's interesting because the distribution of the kills is across the board, right? You got Ryoklu, as you mentioned, 5 out of 7 right now in the kill participation. Spurg just affecting all of the map and being everywhere, and that's when we've seen him successful. That's what he's been doing. And Abarn kind of holding his own on the Silas against what is, could be a fairly tough matchup, and I'll take mid. Syndra, one of his strongest champions. Rudy trying to go fishing, not quite able to take it. But as we're approaching the 11 mark, like you said, big gold lead. A lot of it's on Ryoklu, but looking at this team comp from the Dog Pound, they can make her disappear immediately in a fight if they do this. And Microscopic Rick looking to make us eat our Teemo hats as he tries to go for the solo kill onto Sir Aaron. Sir Aaron's doing his best to try to stall out for Spurg. Microscopic Rick does not have the ulti. Abarn is there as well, and this is what Go Mega has done so well all season. Be there for each other and take advantage of fights that just were not long enough.
No.
But while that's happening, I'm going to need to see a replay on that. TJ went coast to coast and make sure that death was not in vain. Bunny Remix going in, gets the bonk. That's an open up. Curse the Sad Mummy. I'll take mid, gets in on it. That is a double kill with 3 assists on everybody. Big party bot lane. That's what Dog Pound needs to keep moving in his.
Look, Ryoklu, I think, has been an AD carry that has played very well from behind. I think the nature of her laning has put her behind most of the season. When she's ahead, though, I think it actually does open a unique vulnerability, and that she now has that bounty over her head, right? Like, that's a lot of gold now back in the position of TJ. She struggled, I think, here and there to play safely in the laning phase and not give those kills away. And you can see it right here. TJ and Rudy and I'll take mid pairing up to find a nasty kill on top of her. And all of a sudden now TJ in a very, very good position. If we can get a gold check, I'm sure it's nothing like what we saw before. Yeah, basically fight, even gold. 200 gold difference in favor of Ryoklu. That's basically cold gold at that point. Like, huge edge now. Back in the game for TJ with the Bork spike as well will be much stronger as we see some team fights coming through here soon around this next Drake. I really do think this second Drake fight probably ends up deciding a big chunk of it. Rudy going in with the bandage toss, not going to find a whole lot. But yeah, jockeying for control on this Drake is going to be everything for both teams here. Whichever team wins this probably wins the game.
Yep, and the timing is set. Let's Bounce and Curse the Sad Mummy are going to be coming up at the same time. Meanwhile, Brahma
they're just gonna get
down. It looks like they're just going to concede it and try to push down on this mid. Rudy, you need to get out of there. It is not worth the ward. That is a massive power play, 5-on-3, even if they decide to take this.
Good restraint.
And they're just not able to do it. The dash goes in from Spurg. They're going fish, and Tailwhip hits it, drops the shield, does not. But enough time bought and the dragons evened out that Go Mega in a great position. And there goes Curse the Sad Mummy being yoinked by Abarn. That is hijacked. As we're approaching 1330, that 2,000 or a little bit less than 1,000 gold lead being held by Go Mega, but it is a tenuous, it's a tenuous lead that could be erased in one way or the other by the right R button, either on the Wukong, Silas, or Malphite side, or on a Twitch flank. It really is. This is on a knife's edge.
Facts. Yeah, it's definitely on a knife's edge. Really good restraint by the Dog Pound to not take that fight. I think it would have been bad given that they were so far behind on tempo getting there. Go Mega obviously got there, got it started, had complete control of River. I think really well done by them to completely decide not to take that fight. You see a little bit of an unfortunate flash bandage toss by Rudy. These things happen when you play support, right? You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
I think he was trying to bait the flash. So
Yeah.
like, which is, so it's like, yeah, like I'll take support flash, right? Support flash for the potential for a mid flash. And here comes TJ doing what he's done all of last game. Gonna try to make Ryoklu disappear. Ryoklu looks like she might be ready for it this time. She's gonna go down, trades the kill away. Rudy against Spurg. Rudy doesn't really want that. He's going to walk away. Spurg probably going to push this one in. Abarn going in on I'll take mid, uses the Curse of the Sad Mummy, starting to burst things down. The Ignite goes down. I'll take mid, probably going to be able to walk away on that one. Yeah, alive, but just barely. And Sir Aaron actually disconnecting, so we may see a pause at this point. Instant reconnect, but the Demolish going down from Microstar Rick, that could be a massive turn. That was just enough of the breathing room that Rick needed to grab that turret. So gold lead starting to extend a little bit for Go Mega, but it has been a silent killer as they extend this to about 2,000.
Yeah, definitely an unfortunate one there for Sir Aaron. It looks like he disconnected maybe, and then before he reconnected, lost control enough of the lane so that Sir Aaron could, or I'm sorry, so that Rick could walk up and take that top lane turret. And all of a sudden, yeah, I mean, 2K gold lead for Go Mega, but very competitive game back and forth. I would argue the map position is effectively equal. As we see the unstoppable force.
Yeah, here comes the double dive. Rudy's going to go in to make it a 3. Ryoklu is out of position. She is going down. Rudy taking the kill. Tail Whip having to jump out under the turret for his life. And so a power play. The dive is real for the Dog Pound. And there's another stun going down. They're going to re-engage once again. The squishies are low. And there goes the TJ damage. Sir Aaron is low and Tail Whip goes down. But they're not done yet. They're going to keep moving. And TJ, he's got buddies helping him out. And he's going to secure that kill. And they're going to take mid-outer with it.
Yeah, interesting that Spurg didn't look to fight on the flank there. He had a decent angle, but maybe just deciding that it wasn't winnable. TJ's still full health. I mean, I'll take mid wasn't quite as low as he is now at the time when he had the angle, so not finding a look there. And look, you can really see the agency that the Scion pick and the Zac pick give the top side of the Dog Pound. Their ability to find picks on Ryoklu means that very few gold leads are actually truly insurmountable for them. And yeah, flip side, Go Mega's comp is the same thing that Dog Pound's was in game 2, right? It's 4 melee champions plus 1 hyper carry 80 carry. And I think with that comp, if you're not super ahead calling the shots for the entire game, which very few games you'll find yourself in, you're going to struggle, and I think that's what you've seen so far. They are slightly ahead, still are and have been most of this game, but just not able to take complete control and call all the fights themselves, and you're seeing that. Any fight that the Dog Pound call is going to mean real trouble for Ryoklu, for Abarn, and for Go Mega as a whole.
Yeah, absolutely. And the gold lead cut in half, actually a little bit more than half on that swing. Multiple kills, I believe a shutdown or 2, plus the mid-outer turret completely opening up the map. Looking at the turrets, bot outer is down, you know, based on Ryoklu kind of smashing through that lane, but mid-outer and top outer, crucially still up, you know, pushing the waves back and allowing Rick to get a pressure and force Sir Aaron to react. So the tempo and the momentum clearly in the favor of the Dog Pound. And I think you had mentioned in draft that there is a potential for this being a bit of a bait pick on the Aphelios, where they know that Ryoku's going to pick that low mobility carry and building the comp to counter it. This comp is the Aphelios kryptonite.
100% is, and it's interesting too because next game, it sets up an interesting proposition. Obviously, this game far from over.
Yeah,
but
you gotta win this thing first.
Yeah, we see unstoppable force.
Yeah, here it goes. Number 1, number 2, stun goes down. Number 3, the beautiful stagger. Abar's going into the back with TJ. They're gonna kite back. Abar's gonna go down. TJ has to open up just on him. There goes the unstoppable force onto 3 people. And here's the kite back. TJ is somehow still alive, but the rest of the team is not able to do it. Rudy goes golden. I'll take mid, trying to carry the fight on his own, but Ryoklu untouched. And this is the turnaround that they were looking for. Zombie Rick trying to make it happen, but a 4-for-1 as Abarn dives in, stopping the TJ open up, and despite a staggered, beautiful engage to lock up the entire team, it just wasn't enough, and Go Mega runs them over.
This
Look
engage
at that.
is
1,
great.
2, now watch Rudy.
3. No, look at Abarn though. Abarn actually approaches fight properly. right? Like, even though he dies and it looks like he straight ints, he's actually hunting for a flank on the Sylas, which is correct in this game, especially when you have 3 other melee champions to peel for your Aphelios. All you need to do is pressure out their AD carry so that your AD carry can DPS more on the meaningful targets before theirs can. Right?
That's
like
brutal.
even
I think they
even
overcommitted. I think they overcommitted their cooldowns to that Sylas, and that was that was the pressure that he
no,
put
look,
because Ryoklo was totally untouched.
The engage looked nasty onto the front line of Gomega. It's just it wasn't a straight 5-on-5 front to back fight. Abarn hunting for the flank means that when the engage hits, there's no DPS over the top from TJ, and that's a key component to any win, right? Like in a 5-on-5 front to back fight, in this state, the ahead team is going to win. It just so happens that the ahead team didn't have their AD carry there, right? So as a consequence of it, now you can see a pretty sizable gold lead for Gomega. Still, is it going to mean everything? As we can see, TJ really does hurt the engage over the top.
Oh, there's Tail Up. Tail is getting grabbed. Bunny Remix still has the pull. Oh no, just can't quite pull him back. And I'll take mid continuing to go fishing. And that is the pick potential from this team. Rudy getting hijacked once again. And they're actually heading towards
Look at Baron. Look at Baron. Yeah.
They could burn it down, especially with this Twitch with the board.
They really can.
That is the call.
Yeah, they really can. The instant blue ward is going to spot it out. Let's see what they have here.
Gomega is not healthy right now.
Only Tail Whip is chunked. Yeah, only Tail Whip is chunked, though. The remaining members of Gomega are still full health. Grabbed them all over the top.
There's Abarn getting into the back. Does not get it onto TJ, but does get an I'll take mid. But I'll take mid and TJ are on the same page. They need to make sure that they both stay alive. The carries are alive. TJ is swinging. He is healthy. Ryoglu's getting pushed back. Microscopic Rick flashes over it. Is he going to get the solo kill? He has done enough. He prevented Ryoglu from even entering that fight. The 2 carries kited back onto the Sylas, and Dog Pound flips this around 4 for 1 this time in their favor, and they're going to take the Baron as the spoils.
The exact opposite of the last fight happened here. Look at how much time Rick buys by just straight zoning Ryoglu in this team fight. Rick spent the entire fight basically dive bombing Ryoglu, making sure she couldn't damage over the top, and the nature of the remaining engage was that it was over the wall for melee champions only, going forward into an ulting Twitch, right? Even when the CC comes out over the top, it's too little too late, and Twitch is able to just straight clean up the fight, and yeah, like even at a gold deficit, you can see how effective this Dog Pound comp is into the Gomega comp if the engage doesn't work, the way we saw it work at the last Drake fight, right? Like if Avarn or someone isn't able to stall TJ out and buy time for the remaining members to DPS and to win a front to back fight without the Twitch participating, it's gonna be a winning fight for Dog Pound, right? Like an even fight where both sides are front to back fighting is a Dog Pound win, especially now that the teams are finally even in gold.
Yeah, I got to call out. Abarn said it. All right, well, we're going to see what happens. Then I'm going to call out someone for the last fight because I have to call it out. It looks like Surin is getting caught out of position. Unstoppable Force is up. He does use it, but he doesn't use it to escape, and so he is going to go down. I have to call it out. Abarn said it best. That flash, that TJ flash to anticipate the Curse of the Sad Money and bait it out, won them that fight. That was absolutely insane, and I have to call it out. It was just filthy, and it's the reason why they won that fight. As we see, looks like, oh no, Microsoft Rick baiting it in, but here comes Bunny. Bunny's going to be bouncing around. It's a 3v4 situation, but all the damage is onto the tanks and a 4-person stun on I'll take mid. I'll take mid, chunking people down. Rudy's coming in. He's going to try to make something happen. He blast cones over the wall. Here. He needs to land this bandage, but the damage is not there because TJ is on the bot side. What are they going to do as the smite is down, but the global objectives are not up yet?
Yeah, interestingly, Rick getting caught there kind of baiting Bunny in, but yeah, TJ was committed to the split, and as a consequence of it, you don't have your main damage dealer with you in the fight. This meta is so heavily oriented towards hypercarry ADs, and you can see more and more both of these two teams have really leaned into it. Like, both of these teams need their AD carry to have effective windows to DPS for them to win. That's the win condition. It's that simple, right?
It really is. Who's going to flank? Who's going to outflank who better? Will it be Abarn with the Sylas? He's been lights up, although it looks like I'll take mid and TJ are getting wise to his trick. Or will we have a Twitch flank where he's able to just light things up and burn this team down? Great stun. Spurg goes low. Spurg is going to get Actually, no, he's going to somehow survive. Oh, that was the clones. They baited him in. Sir Aaron, however, going down, and there's the open up off of the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and Go Mega is on the run. This is going to be a 3v5 re-engage. See ya later. Go Mega is done skis. That's a flying Zac. Gonna push them back, but here comes Ryoklu trying to turn it around, trying to be the hero. I'll take mid, needs to land this stun, does not land it, but Bunny is there, and Ryoklu goes bye-bye. Shutdown credit. This should be the dragon.
Yeah, just a really interesting fight there. TJ actually barely caught by the Infernum. Aphelios ultimate means he goes down, and Ryoklu with some flash heroics almost able to carry it back, but just not quite enough. Really lackadaisical approach, honestly, from the side of
look at Sir Aaron's cooldowns. I believe Unstoppable Force was up during that fight, and he got locked out before he could fire it.
Yeah. I think a straight front-to-back lineup 5-on-5 benefits Dog Pound so much because they have that extra threat coming out of the mid lane, coming out of I'll Take Mid. There is more damage just in a front-to-back 5-on-5. 4 melee champions trying to dogpile on one, TJ plus I'll Take Mid. Like, it's not going to work. You're never going to be able to get all 4 of those melee champions in. There's not a second DPS threat in these front-to-back fights, so it's just Ryoklu versus 2 ranged DPSing members of the Dog Pound. Not to mention, I would argue, they have better engaged tanks coming over the top on their side as well, right? Like, the champions they have are just straight better.
I gotta call it the discipline of the front line for the Dog Pound. They are layering their CC beautifully. They're waiting they're waiting for the cooldowns to the stun cooldowns to drop so that they're not wasting a single second of lockdown. And also something to mention is the burn rate of the Twitch. Syndra, burst potential, but the burn rate of the Twitch compared to the Aphelios, Twitch is gonna burn through, and we're seeing it burning through the front line. And there really isn't much of a front line, right? It's Sir Aaron, but we saw how that happened. Really wasn't able to do much and just exploded. And Spurg he's a bruiser, right? He's building full damage, and he's having a great game, and he's doing his best. But it's just like you said, there's a lot of easy R buttons on the side of Dog Pound, and there's a lot of fancy footwork that Go Mega has to do. So it's kind of funny. Usually Go Mega takes the straightforward fight, but now they're taking the way more complicated engage.
Yeah, they have to play so much better to win any fight, and just gotta be honest, I hate the Sylas pick in this game. I think there was one good ultimate available when he picked it, which was the Amumu ultimate, and I think now if you're looking at it, you really hate it, because none of these ults are really beneficial besides, the Curse of the Sad Mummy. And I think Aborn as a player has looked very good when he can pick Sylas into something so obvious like Malphite. But like I said, my mother could play Sylas into Malphite. All you have to do is take the ultimate and then use your hands and your eyes, right? I think Aborn on the Sylas pick, barring the one flank where he died slowly, has looked just honestly useless and uncomfortable on the pick. I think as we start angling towards what looks like a Game 5, obviously this game's far from over, would like to see him more on a comfort pick. Look at I'll Take Mid on the Syndra, providing that second ranged DPS threat that also provides peel and backup for his team. 3 items now on that Syndra. Thank you, production, for calling that out. Means he's just providing so much more than Abarn is on the Sylas, and it's really paying dividends.
Oh yeah, the sheer volume of stuns that have been landing, and then the ability we were talking about, I believe in game 1, about how, or it was game 2 when TJ picked the Jinx, really how easy it is to access that backline with some of these abilities. And looking at the Dog Pound comp, they have easy backline access across the board with everybody. They do not care if there's 3 beef walls. They just go either over them, around them, or in many cases through them. And it's just paying dividends. And unfortunately for Go Mega, they do not have the same luxury. The only real through line they have are Malphite and Wukong, but Abarn has to flank, and Ryoklu does not have the positioning right now due to, Aphelios. He's got decent range, but Aphelios is going to start swinging away. He needs to put himself in a dangerous position, and that is going to be tricky. But we see Baron starting up, could be a bait. Bunny is going to walk up and go for the clear. Braum hits. Rudy is there. Are they going to go for the go button? Rudy is licking his chops. I can hear him asking, "Can I fight? Can I fight? Can I fight?" There he goes. He goes over the wall. He's going to walk away. And there goes the counter engage. TJ gets knocked up. Curse of the Sad Mummy goes down, and so does TJ. Abarn's going in. There is the counter Curse of the Sad Money, and this is a rout for Go Mega. The carry is down. I'll Take Mid is on the run, and that is going to be a 1-for-1 so far. Oh no, 2-for-1 now. Smites are down, but Go Mega got what they wanted, and Sir Aaron pressed his R button when he needed to.
Yeah, honestly, really interesting that Dog Pound didn't take the straight 5-on-5 front-to-back fight they had in front of them in the river. Because they actually kited back and opted not to fight, it gave Go Mega the opportunity to find them being split.
Get out of there.
You can see a little bit more that Rick.
Oh, they're going to go in. Okay.
Here. I don't think they win this at all.
They're going to stall this. Okay.
Kinda. I mean, they did get a trade kill back onto Abarn, and Tailwhip being low probably means no Baron. Ryoklu is going to try.
Yeah, get it back in there. I'll take it. Punish her insolence.
Yeah, this makes no sense. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what she's doing here. That doesn't make much sense. Just resetting here for Drake. Priority is better. Great by Rick to honestly give his life to prevent the Baron. Always will take that. And yeah, because Dog Pound kited back, it gave an opportunity for Go Mega to find a fight with TJ split off to the side. Beautiful ult by Sir Aaron, but because of all the shenanigans that kind of went down at the end there, it is going to be in a third Drake. Stole point now for the Dog Pound. They are even gold here. One Drake extra, but stuck in a pit here.
TJ
has flash. He has flash. He is going to use it. But it is going to cost his fucking... Oh, sorry. His big brother.
It's PG-13. You get one.
Yeah, I get one. Okay, well, there it goes.
It was an adjective, so it's not as bad.
Yeah, anyway, his big brother went down, so little bro TJ is just gonna have to watch his big brother get stuck on the other side of
to be fair, you burning the F-bomb, the one F-bomb on this PG-13 stream on TJ is very, very on brand. Baron being grabbed by Go Mega, 3 dragons to 2 in favor of Dog Pound, and just like that, they are. But here comes the open up. Rommel hits absolutely no one. TJ is untouched as of late. He's opening up. He's firing. I'll take mid, dominating. Goals golden, protects himself, stays alive. Abarn goes down, cutting away. Both carries are alive. That is the win condition for Dog Pound. This is a 4v3. Ryoklu untouched but unprotected. Burning down. Tailwhip drops the shield, trying to protect his carry. Ryoklu trying to cut through. Burns through. I'll take. Whoa! Triple kill. And that is going to be a whoopsie daisy. 3 for 3. Ryoklu salvages that one for her team.
Yeah, 3 for 3. You would like to say benefits Dog Pound. I gotta say, first off, I'll take mid as we're gonna get a replay on this fight. I think it's a great one to do. Walking into the sign ult here, or the sign Q rather, charged up Q, looks like Spurg is dead, and then here it looks like I'll take mid is absolutely dead as he's caught by everything. Smurfer Zonias from him, baits Spurg to his death. Abarn follows suit, and all of a sudden you think it's a really good fight for the Dog Pound, but watch Ryoklu. She's never under any threat. Hits a beautiful Q onto I'll Take Mid, giving him a death as well. And yeah, when everyone commits into the choke, these chakrams, White-Green is able to just clean up the fights more and more. 17 kills on the Aphelios. 10 for TJ on the Twitch means both 80 carries are hitting like a bus in this game. Aphelios is full build. TJ still an item away as we go into live. But yeah, anyone's game right now.
Oh, for sure. And I got to call out Tailwhip. What security detail. I called it in the fight. Ryoklu is unprotected, and dude, stop watching the stream, all right? It's against the rules. Just instant jump, instant shield, giving Ryoklu that edge of space that she needed to set up that angling flash to just demolish that fight and prevent it from being a total disaster.
Yeah, absolutely. Preventing it from just, becoming a 5-for-0, which is really what it could have been. I mean, when it looked like Abarn and Spurg had way overcommitted and died for it, I thought, this was going to be a hard-winning Dog Pound fight, but now all of a sudden, because of their win, because of the way the two of them kited back, because of the way he protected his AD carry and allowed her to just straight DPS, Go Mega is sitting here with 2 Baron buffs still. threatening the base of Dog Pound here with a sizable gold lead as well.
And the Baron, Unstoppable Force is up. Sir Aaron,
look at Bunny.
positioning. TJ is really pushing it. But yeah, Bunny is kind of cruising around. They do have really solid vision control on the side of Go Mega. Just make sure that they don't get any flank or shenanigans if they can. TJ absolutely could look for a flank. Not going to do it right now. 3 items on the Syndra, 4 items on the Twitch. Everybody else starting to kind of finish up their builds. That Aphelios is just monstrous. 300 CS, 17 kills. He goes, if she goes down, sorry, Aphelios, he the champion, she the player. If they go down, this game's over.
Yeah, honestly, we're getting to the point in the game too, 34 minutes, 35 minutes now. Death timers are so long that it's super winnable.
Careful, TJ! Oh no, TJ getting jumped over the wall. He needs to get out of there. Does not have his summoners. But
he's
gonna
alive!
be able to kite away. He's somehow still alive. He's opening up. He's kiting back. The health bars are melting. He finally goes down, but I'll take mid is full health. Ryoklu is down. That's all of their damage. It's just Sir Aaron left alive. That is a 4 for 2 in favor of Dog Pound, and this could be the break they need to push this thing to scrapes. I do not know if they have the damage, but I'll take mid is hunting.
Yeah, hunting for Sir Aaron here. Gotta say, Ryoklu made a very interesting decision there to chase under tower. Got caught by stuns. I think that was absolutely theirs. TJ at the start completely caught out. Looked like Dog Pound was about to go down 3-1, but because the opposing AD carry, opposing hyper carry, made just a straight up bad decision to chase under tower, it means a 4-for-3 fight going in favor of the Dog Pound, and now Dragon Soul, Hextech Soul going their way. This is a massive swing and huge break point for them.
Oh man, and especially with their composition, the Twitch with the Hextech Soul is going to absolutely melt this Go Mega squad, and the kite back from these damaged turrets of I'll take mid and TJ just paying off. And now TJ has his flash up, and that's been the difference, is the strategic use of his flash, able to just duck, dip, dive, and dodge out of whatever Go Mega throws at him. And that is likely going to be the difference in this game 4.
So, some stuff I want to highlight. Ryoklu has sold her boots and gone for what I think is Collector, which I kind of, I hate it as an item buy. I like the decision to sell boots, though. And she is going to have flash up as well in this team fight. So both AD carries will have that summoner spell. It's really going to come down to who can team fight better. The Soul is a huge permanent scaling edge for the side of Dog Pound. That being said, Hextech Soul, while considered to be broadly the strongest Soul in the game, is much more effective at making winning fights like winninger. I don't think that's a word, but more winning, right? Like
it is now.
You can see opportunities to completely chase and lock down fights that you can pick with the Hextech Soul, right? Because of the chain slow static shiv effect. Rick is trying to
that's
lose,
not
though.
Great.
Bunny might be caught.
That's really not great. Oh no, Bunny is getting caught out of position. 5 members are there. He has to let's bounce to get moving, but everybody is trying to make this happen. One pick would mean the difference. Bunny somehow gets out, but a lot of cooldowns burn for a fat finger teleport, and this is going to be an easy Baron for Go Mega off of just probably just an accidental fat finger. Bunny getting canceled. No way they're going to be able to get that. Spurg secures it. They're going to be walking in and trying to get the push. Spurg getting the knockback. There's the bounce house. TJ's in the back. He's surviving. A-Barn goes golden. He's going to go down. The carries are alive, and that's exactly where Dog Pound wants to be. Here we go. Ryoklu goes low. She needs to go down. There it is, and the Hextech Soul does the work, and they're able to somehow salvage that fight. 3 for 2 in favor of Dog Pound, knocking on the door on the back of a 6,000, almost 7,000 HP Rick.
Look, I despise the idea of engaging over that choke point broadly, but the decision by Ryoklu, again, to chase forward into TJ just makes no sense. You have to know that if you're chasing into a choke, versus TJ, you can't possibly DPS as well as he can, especially with the bonus points that I'll Take Mid is doing so much on the Syndra. As strong as TJ is, and as well as his supporting cast has played, the real winner and real MVP so far of this game has been I'll Take Mid. He's played damn near perfect on the Syndra, hard carrying so many of these fights, and really him over Abarn has been the differential in this game 4.
Yeah, it's been absolutely insane as we approach the 39-minute mark. Oops. Nobody saw that.
Hey, he's got the
Little trolly y'all. We'll pretend that was just TJ being a jerk. As we see Ryoklu taking the Hexagate in, but the damage and just the total impact that those soul resources buy, it really saved them. It just, you can see the impact that it was having. But yeah, totally agree. Overextension and Ryoklu on these short range damage turrets, the range of the Twitch and the long range of the Syndra, creating the safety that they need in order to carry these fights. Every single time I'm calling these fights, I'm like, cool, is I'll Take Mid up? Yeah. Is Twitch still up? Yeah. Are they fighting 4v2? What you doing, Bunny? That's not what you want. Bunny goes down. They need to chill. They need to chill. We're at 40 minutes. Death timers are a full minute.
Baron is here too.
Yeah, it is.
Look, I would be careful though if I was Go Mega here, even though with the power play, even with the Baron. I think this is dangerous, but I think they're probably thinking that this is their shot in the game. They probably felt the game slipping away from them here, but now with Baron, with a power play, can maybe look. Ryoklu caught with a stun. Still no wave here yet. Second wave is going to be crashing in here. Isn't super minions yet. You can see the super wave is coming now out of base, but probably won't be here in time to actually end the game. They have to be careful because if they overextend, they could actually completely throw the game the other direction.
Yeah, and a beautiful stall by the Dog Pound. They did give up the inhibitor.
Oh, they're caught!
Oh, they're caught. That was a miscommunication. 3 people left. 2 people stayed. Tail Whip having to flash out. Gets behind me. There goes Rudy, though, going in long range. TJ and I'll Take Mid get a beautiful open up. Sir Aaron counter engages, but it is too little, too late. See you later. Clean ace. We're going to a game 5.
Yeah, we're going to a game 5. TJ with a quadra kill. Monstrous performance by him, and I think you can see more than anything the difference in all these games. If we watch this team fight, team fight that has looked easy for the 80 carry of Go Mega for Ryoklu to play, she's played well and she's played fine. Anything where she has to actually position intelligently and play pretty hard, she's struggled in. And honest to God, if it's an even fight, I think I favor TJ. Basically any 5-on-5. This meta is so oriented around hyper carry ADs. And so far, TJ is looking like he's playing much better in the close ones, the ones that decide a best of 5. And that's the difference here, especially in this game.
Yeah, the short range of Aphelios really punishing Ryoklu's offensive and aggressive positioning, not having the safety of the Jinx rockets, not having the safety of the Ezreal Qs or the Arcane Shift to be able to get out of a bad situation. Bully, final thoughts before we hand it off to the desk. Or are we going to take a break? I don't know, Mr. Producer, we're going to take a break and burn some scrapes, give everybody's voice a rest. You tell me what you want to do. But Bully, while he tells me what we're going to do, any final thoughts before we get into this game 5?
My final thoughts is it's really dark. I don't know what happened to my camera. It is down. I will try to fix that out afterwards. But yeah, game 5 here. Silver scrapes, Dog Pound not going into the night, and apparently my camera has. So we'll see it here in a sec.
Yeah, we'll be right back, folks. I'm gonna bring the analyst desk down, Mr. Producer. Do your thing. I'm gonna take a break and get some water. We'll be right back.
Alrighty. One more time. Let's break this game down. So, we got 2 meatballs running at each other over and over and over again for about 40 minutes. I don't even remember the early game anymore.
This night has gone on too long. Everything has melded together at this point.
The one thing that I do remember from this game is that the Aphelios was 4-0 early in this game. She got beat real early on TJ.
Yeah, here I think lies the issue of the Precious kind of counter pick that we talked about, or we were kind of like think was the head scratcher in the game. I don't think it's the sole reason that they lost, but to me, you have to ask, right? The question is what does Malphite do for you? And it definitely did a lot in the mid game, and I think you can agree. Right?
Yeah, definitely. There was a lot of in that mid game when the Silas and the Malphite were getting that combo off together. It was damaging to TJ, and he would die so quickly. But they weren't really able to find those angles later and later into the game, and that's when I think Ryoklu was like carrying them through those fights because Abarn was dying really quickly because he was diving that Twitch, and that Twitch and that Cinder are going to do a crap ton of damage to him as he dives that back line. But Ryoklu couldn't get through enough of those fights to carry them all the way through. Like we saw Ryoklu, I think, at one point near the dragon, try and go for a flash play over the wall, getting a kill on TJ, and really trying to carry this team. And she had a wonderful performance on that Aphelios, but it just wasn't enough because of those ultimates not really taking hold on TJ and on to that Syndra, because that Syndra was pumping out that damage.
Yeah. And you have to think about it, right? This whole comp that the dog pound is kind of portraying. Um, if you even get touched by the tippy toes of the Amumu ult, right? It amplifies the Cinder damage a lot, or not a lot, but by enough, right? Because, if I'm not mistaken, Amumu, like his passive or something in Amumu's ability kit, amplifies magic damage
Yep.
that you take. So I think the combination really worked well. I think
Rudy was
that
getting some massive
massive ults. I
just
agree.
inside of everybody, because everybody was every time trying to funnel through a corridor to get to each other's back lines and just run past each other, and it just wasn't working out too well for everyone. The Mumu ult over the top, the Scion Qs just standing there waiting to come down and knock everybody up, as well as the Syndra QE just really playing a big role in those fights, just knocking people back, giving them that peel, keeping that backline safe so that the Syndra and the Twitch could do a lot of damage. And we saw that fight play over and over and over again, like 6 or 7 times, and they were getting better at it over the course of time. At one point, I think Bully and Jaws said Ryoklu was just like standing there, so she sold her boots and bought a collector. Like, she didn't have to move anywhere, so might as well get a 6th item.
So the idea behind that, I think Bully mentioned it too. I understand why Ryoklu picked the collector. But maybe something more defensive would have been better to shake out, but I'm not too sure because given how Gomega just kind of poofed when the fight kind of just like happened, um it makes it hard to think about a defensive item there, right? Because your goal as an Aphelios is just to kind of sit back and just like dish out, right?
Yep.
But
and Bunny tried to give it away there, getting caught there, right, while he's trying to walk towards the dragon, but they were able to pull it back, send us to a game 5, and let us hear a little bit of Silver Scrapes. So, Joa, Rookstout, please start it up and give us a little bit of a break here so that we can hear some Silver Scrapes.
We'll see everyone back at Champ Select, all right?
Sorry, everybody. We were in the wrong thing. This is what happens when Silver Scrapes happens. It just scrambles your brain. We're like almost 4 hours in, I believe. Yeah, 4 hours in. We are cruising. It is wild. What a series this has been. Yeah, I don't even know what to say at this point, except yeah, we'll see. One game for the TCL title. And there's probably going to be some adaptations, but it looks like both of these teams have decided that these are the comps they're going to run and they're going to smash them into each other until we have a title.
All right, first adaptation we got. I got a little TCL drama. Okay, that's my adaptation here. There is an active fight going down. Sir Aaron broke a TCL rule, putting points on the match. It feels he also lost 7,000 points betting on his team, which is hilarious, by the way. But also TJ is pretty upset about this because his argument is Abarn is allowing it because he's commissioner, but everyone else would be punished for it. But still, a little bit of interesting drama. Not gonna argue necessarily that it was for sure impactful, but I would say I think if any other team did that, there would be some consideration of a loss of ban here because it's strictly speaking just objectively against the rule. That being said, game 5 here, all the momentum on TJ's side, and look, TJ and Tailwhip have clashed in finals.
Nobody else, just TJ.
Well, I do want to highlight TJ versus Tail because the two of them are friends, facing off in the bot lane, and now the second season in a row are meeting in finals, going 5 games. Mm-hmm. So this is an extremely hype rivalry now between the two of them. Abarn obviously was on the wrong side of that, along with TJ last time when Tailwhip and I'll Take Mid beat them. The flip side now, someone's going to be a 2-time champ. We knew that going in, but in a game 5 here, no less, one side will win, one side will lose. Someone's going to be upset, double loser. Someone's going to be super happy, double winner. Right?
Yeah.
Very hype.
There's a lot. So we're going to have to see what are going to be the adaptations for this draft. Kindred has been the ban against Bunny Jarvan as well ever since Spurg just absolutely smashed game 2, if I recall correctly. It's been so long ago. Who am I? Who are you? What year is it? Echo is banned.
It's literally a different day when we started. So
yeah, I know. Well, and something we talked about that I want to call out again is will Ryoklu pick HAB? There's an adaptation. They do not want to deal with that Twitch anymore. But something I was curious about is will Ryoklu make an adaptation for something with a bit longer range? Because as you mentioned, really aggressive position, which can pay off, right? We saw her pop off in several team fights, but very exploitable as well with the multiple dives. And it looks like we may have had someone not able to connect on the lobby, so we are going to go back into it.
Interesting.
But yeah, okay. So lobby bugged. But that is actually the adaptation I'm curious about is, are they going to continue to just go Aphelios ride or die? I mean, she was like 17-5 or something like that. Or are they going to make a safer adaptation in order to outplay or counterbalance the double and triple dive buddies that we've seen out of the Dog Pound?
Okay, I think this is for sure a Zach first pick for Go Mega. So the last game, game 1 of this rally by Dog Pound. So really what I mean is game 3. We saw Dog Pound first pick the Zac, or early pick the Zac, right? Which went into Bunny's hands. They were on red side that game, so they didn't have to actually truly first pick it. I think it was in their first two, though. Then game 4, they were able to B1 first pick the Zac, take it away. Right now, this is the first game where truly Go Mega has side selection and therefore can opt to take it early. And I would expect this is what they do. I think Bunny is putting a lot of threat down onto Ryoklu that simply can't be mirrored no matter what champions you pick by Go Mega, right? So I think they're just going to take it away and force Bunny to play really well. A couple things that I want to see. So TJ's Twitch is banned as we're waiting for a lobby to get started up. As soon as we have it, I'll let you know. There was a lot of fighting going down, by the way, in this chat. TJ is unhappy with Commissioner Abarn right now, I will say. But
let's talk about the Twitch ban.
But yeah, Twitch ban is down. Okay, this is an aggressive call. I think this final ban should still remain as Jinx, right? I think not banning Jinx would be pretty disastrous for Dog Pound. That leaves Aphelios, but I would like to see TJ go right back to Varus. I think Varus is the pick that has carried you to this far. It is extreme comfort. And even in the face of Zac, if you pick a bully lane into it and find an answer matchup for Bunny, one exists very obviously, by the way, and I'll get to that in a second. I think Varus can steamroll bot lane, and when played properly, can steamroll the remainder of the game. Now, as for the answer matchup for Bunny, would love to see him lean back into Lilia. It is an insanely winning matchup here, super comfort, and it's fallen all the way through. I think if you hold Bunny's pick till maybe R3 or even later, Lilia is probably sitting around and available for you to take. I would opt for it every single time. A well-positioned, well-played Lilia can find some nasty swirl seeds, and honestly, it effectively becomes a stronger version of Ashe.
Like, it also provides something that my main criticism for the comp game 1, right? They had the Varus as well as the Syndra, was that they just didn't have the sustained DPS, right? I think they had the Graves, right? It was the Varus Graves Syndra combination.
Yeah,
and
they should.
And the Graves just got kind of pushed out, and the Varus tried to burst.
Right.
And it was like, man, I would have loved to see the Lilia, because the Graves had the damage,
well,
but
look,
they didn't really have a lot of CC. Man, the Lilia would have really made that comp sing, and I would have loved to see it.
Here's the deal: Lilia is a champion that thrives versus multiple melee champions. If Spurg is locked into Zac, which I presume is going to be the first pick answer here, you have to presume Tail Whip will respond to any aggressive bot lane with something like a Braum check or maybe even Taric in his back pocket as well. That's another melee champion you're looking at. Lilia will look like a wet dream versus that comp. Like, it is a beautiful, gorgeous angle for the Lilia pick. I think it's great there. Flip side, though, if there is an aggressive lock out of Rudy, something like a Leona, a Nautilus, anything in that range, I think Taric could be an exceptional pick from Tail Whip. We haven't seen it yet. He's thus far opted for Braum. I think Braum struggled maybe a little bit last game. Definitely wasn't the problem pick.
No.
At all, and
the Silas didn't have an impact,
for sure,
right?
for sure,
right?
It didn't have an impact and was played poorly.
If Abrams on something a little bit different, we may be doing
done.
Yeah, interviews, right?
For sure, 100% agree.
The Silas wasn't able to make an impact, and to TJ's credit, TJ had some really nasty flashes to get out of the flank attempts, but just when Ryoklu was the only real threat, Ryoklu gets popped, fight's over, and that
for sure.
And it didn't really matter. Whereas I'll take mid and TJ had two to three different angles with the dive buddies to just do whatever they wanted. And then, Syndra's got a great long fight. Twitch, he does have kind of the open up burst window, but he can still kind of rip through a fight and chase people down. Whereas just the one dimensionality of the comp prevented them from doing what they wanted to do. So yeah, I mean, we got to see something else out of Abarn that isn't the Silas. So, I do want to call out the fact that it looked like they got cornered into that pick where the Malphite was shown, and they're like, we can't give them Silas into a Malphite. And I think you had mentioned that, like, you can't give a Silas into a Malphite. And I'll take mid when he's pushed that deep into his pool. He plays Silas. He's good at it. And it actually works really, really well with what they were trying to do. So,
for sure.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see what adaptations they're making. But yeah, Zac on the table. I love the Lilia. And Bunny's been great on it the whole time.
Yeah, all season he's drawn a lot of bans. I know when we played them, or at least when I subbed for Swords team, it was effectively the strategy was ban Kindred, ban Lilia. And if you ban those two, he will look rough on anything else. And I think the fact that he's pulled out Zach made it look so effective was definitely good. Update on the pause here. I believe there's an issue with Sir Aaron's computer or client.
Yeah, he's been having some
Not
issues.
super
I think he
clear.
blue. I think I don't know if he blue screened or not, but
He's
yeah,
restarting right now.
I mean,
Is what
we
it
saw a
seems like.
disconnect, I believe, in the middle of game 4, where he actually lost tower because of the disconnect reconnect. So it looks like he's been having some tech issues the whole series. So hopefully he can get that sorted out quickly. We can get
For
back into
sure.
this.
For sure, yeah. Also,
I mean,
lots of
snacks,
fighting
what we're
going
talking about.
down. By the way, yeah, go ahead, do what you got to do, man. It's yeah, a lot of fighting. There's been a suggestion of maybe a Chuck sub. Chuck in Game 5 of Finals would be interesting. So
Oh boy.
that'd be pretty cool. But yeah, we are into a little late night game along with some controversy over the gambling. So interesting for sure, to say the least.
Yeah, it wouldn't be TCL if we weren't citing rules at each other about internet points and
No, for
gambling
sure,
and
for sure.
delays.
Look,
So
I get the perspective.
classic TCL.
I get the perspective
I mean,
from
it's
TJ and
midnight
them.
30, right? If it's East Coast for you, it's East Coast for you. So it's
I'm
12:30.
exhausted. Yeah.
We are into the witching hour. I mean, I'm on the West Coast, so it doesn't really affect me that much. But yeah, we're almost 4 hours into this. Everybody's tired. Everybody's stressed. It's the finals. Playing this much League of Legends is brutal. You know, usually if I lose 2 games in a row, I'm done. You don't have that luxury, right? You got
Dude,
to
my
play
team
that third
forfeit.
game and you got to work through it.
My team forfeit when we lost 2. I respect these guys for battling back and making it a best of 5. It is now 12:30 Eastern. I've been up since about 4:30 Eastern. So,
Yep.
long day for me. I will be up at 4:30 again. Mark my words. The grind never stops.
Godspeed.
Yeah,
I'll be up.
but
Yeah, I'll be up at 7. So I feel you. But like I said, I'm a little early days. Hey, Al, we're gonna take a quick break while Sir Aaron gets his client sorted out. Give a little bit of a break because we don't know how long this one's gonna be. If last game was any indication, this one's gonna be another 40-minute barn burner. So I want to make sure we save the old vocals, and we'll get back to you right after this. All right. I believe we're live again. Yeah, we're live. All right, cool. We are back, y'all. We are back into this. We are into Champion Select. The bands are rolling. The bands are the same as they were. So we are going to go all the way back to where Champion Select was, which was the first, I believe his first pick, Zach. The Twitch ban as the adaptation. There's the Zach, and then we are rolling into it. And we had mentioned we are expecting a Lilia pick out of Bunny Remix, and then we'll have to see what Ryoklu wants to do, knowing that she's not going to have the Zach attack, dogpiling on top of the carry. But I don't know. Aphelios has been incredibly effective, and if they can get that secondary threat out of A-Barn, Go Mega could be clawing their way. It looks like she's looking for the safety, so there's the adaptation.
Wait, that's TJ's Ezreal.
Oh, sorry. Yes, so TJ, so they are going to force, good call. They're going to force Ryoklu onto the Aphelios or another pick that we haven't seen her on. There is the Lilia as well. So this is a major adaptation.
I think Aphelios is really high value here. I kind of hate Ezreal because unless there's a really good tank top laner coming out, or unless it's another carry coming out of Sir Aaron, I think Ezreal just can never front to back out damage Aphelios. I also just hate putting TJ on something like Ezreal in a game 5. Like, the man's been straight out playing on hypercarry ADs. Give him more opportunities to do that. That's not going to be the case here. It's just going to be the Ezreal for him. Aphelios matched in Morgana over the top is interesting. Right. I love it, though, because it probably snuffs out any potential engage pick coming out of Rudy. I think so far, big draft edge for Go Mega.
Yeah, absolutely. Go Mega definitely getting the edge. Morgana, probably one of the best counter engages in the game, and Black Shield totally OP, especially with Aphelios giving a little bit of extra safety that Ryoklu needed.
Oh, Rakan's
however, is up. Instant backline access.
It's a good Rakan. It's a very good Rakan.
And Rakan is far and away his best champion, and I believe they swapped the Twitch ban for the Rakan ban.
Yeah, Rakan ban fell through, and look, it's a good Rakan. I probably would have loved to see the Xayah pairing with it, but Ezreal here is still perfectly fine, and yeah, Rakan over the top is going to put a lot of threat on the backline. Functions very effectively with Ezreal in this duo lane, 2-on-2, can look for kills, is much more effective into something like the Morgana than Rudy's traditional cast would be. So all in all, I think it's a good pick and good catch that it slipped through bans. Grab it before it can be banned on 4-5. Yeah, all very good. I think my bigger issue here is TJ on Ezreal. Like, not that TJ's Ezreal is bad. I think it's actually very good. But I think TJ on a champion like Ezreal is going to struggle to cut through a big front line. So now I'm looking for Sir Aaron to find something like an Ornn. If he goes for a tank in the front line, Shen also has fallen through pick ban every time here. Those types of champions, I think, make it just too much for Dogpound to cut through. I think a top lane pick like Sion here, very good. Get comfort for Rick and hold your counter pick here for your mid laner, for I'll take mid. I think really he's been a big difference in the series. I would argue that the two carry players, the mid and the AD, have straight gapped their component or their opposing counterpart on Go Mega, have played better in all team fights in all games.
Yeah, for sure.
But if the coordination,
right? It's all about if everybody
coordination and composition, 100% has fallen in favor of Go Mega a couple times as well. But we've seen more recently it tilting back in favor of the Dog Pound. Shen find here for Sir Aaron, I love it so much. It's just very good. It's going to neuter a lot of the damage out of Ezreal. Please don't go Yone. It's something AP here for A-Barn that can threaten Victor. Yep, beautiful. Beautiful Victor. Blind Victor is going to mean a lot of damage coming out of them. Awesome front line over the top. The only odd man out here looks like Morgana, but it is going to be an isolated lane counterpick into Rakan. I mean, all of this is coming up heads for Go Mega. Please don't go Fizz. Please do not go Fizz.
Syndra is up. He could grab it.
He shouldn't do that. Oh, okay. I hate that even more. I
grab the Morgana ulti. It's not ideal, but yeah.
It's
suboptimal.
Oh. I mean, there's not even great ultimates to take. This is an interesting one for sure.
Yeah.
The Silas pick is weird.
We'll have to see. So anyway, the mobility, something I wanted to call out
Hmm.
is just the mobility on the side of Dog Pound. This is almost like a total departure from last time where it was just like a hammer. They all press their buttons, they just slam into the opponent. Here, there's a lot of mobility here, right? The Lilia speed up, Rakan kind of be able to dance around, Ezreal being able to dance around, Silas has a dash. The only person who doesn't have a dash is Scion, but he's just a choo-choo train. So they've got a lot of options, and the pick potential on the side of Dog Pound is pretty wild. But yeah, I agree with you. The Silas pick is super high risk just
Oh,
because
he
of the
left the
lack
lobby again.
of the value alts. Oh man, poor Sir Aaron. This is problematic. Well, at least we know what the team comps are going to be. And yeah, it seems like the Silas pick is the real story here in this game 4 and game 5. And people are just, they're picking it. I wonder if there's a little bit of a fear of like, oh no, if
Yeah.
I don't pick it, someone else is going to take it. Or because Syndra was up. I'll Take Mid could have taken the Syndra
Yeah.
against the Victor and gone for round 2 and bullied him out.
I think with the Lilia pairing, Silas is much more functional than we saw last game for Abarn. Also, I just think I'll Take Mid is a straight up better Silas player. I'm not sure what the optimal pick here would have been for him. I don't think it's Silas, but I struggle to come up with something in his repertoire that I would have maybe liked more.
Yeah.
So I don't think Silas is necessarily bad. I think in history, Silas and Victor has been an interesting matchup. Previously,
The other
it
thing to
was
consider, just thinking
considered.
about the Silas, right, is that they know that Ryoklu is going to position aggressively.
Nico
Silas
would be
can
an
punish
interesting
that.
one. Interesting
Silas can
call
punish
out
it,
by
and
Spirit.
with the magic damage, can potentially break through the black shield very quickly.
No, for sure,
So
for sure.
there's a lot of kind of mid game snowball opportunities where if Ryoklu kind of steps wrong, steps
I,
aggressively, Silas gets in, gets a good flank. I'll Take Mid is king of the flanks. So that's kind of what I'm thinking in that. If that's what they're looking at, that's what I'll Take Mid has been successful on all season, is getting those flanks, driving in, and just making those carries second guess their positioning and not feel as confident stepping forward, flashing forward, and swinging away.
Yeah, no, I completely agree here. I think, man, it's going to be really interesting. This matchup. Okay, I want to see the builds out of Spurg and Sir Aaron because I think that's going to determine a lot. If they build more health oriented, I think TJ is actually in a pretty awesome spot, like where he can just hammer and deal a lot of damage. As soon as it starts becoming more of a like sustained armor tanky champions, I think it's good, right? Like for Gomega. Gomega has the better, more traditional hyper carry champion, but with a lot more damage, coming out of the supporting cast of Dog Pound. So that's really going to be the question.
Yeah, it really is. And we kept talking about kind of the bot lane and the opportunities within the bot lane. And you called out TJ, TJ and Rudy kind of taking it to Ryoklu and Tail Whip, generally speaking, with Spurg turning the tables, right? So with the Zac engages, that is going to be even bigger. And with the Morgana snare, the danger quotient for TJ and Rudy is definitely there. But there's a ton of safety on the side of
Yeah,
the Ezreal, just going to be able to kind of get out of there. And the mobility on the Lilia, that's where Bunny has been spectacular. Just being able
yeah,
to leverage the mobility, find the picks. And yeah, I got to call it out again. The pick potential is insane. And also the backline access against two very low mobility damage turrets that are I wouldn't call Victor short range, but maybe kind of like short-ish to mid-range. And Aphelios definitely kind of short-ish to mid-range. Rakan gets a good, Rakan gets a good ulti off, gets in the dive, gets a knockup, gets anything. They can absolutely pick this off. And the ability to reposition themselves into flanks, I really like Dog Pound's comp. But yeah, there's a lot of things that need to go right. And now Gomega has the hammer, and they want to hammer their way to a title.
for sure, for sure. Go Mega definitely has the hammer here. I think it was good by them also to not get dissuaded from the Silas just because a couple games have gone kind of rough. And yeah, as you guys can see now, we are into pick ban. They are running it right back. Sir Aaron is in fact in the lobby now. I think they're just going to straight pick their champions going down the
Yep.
line here. Yeah, you can see that. Hopefully you can get quickly back and forth through. Look, I would say ease of execution is for sure on the side of Go Mega. Their comp should be better, and I like that they found their way back onto Victor.
I also
That
like the
being
Shen. We didn't
said,
even talk about the Shen because this is a
oh, it's great.
hardcore
No,
protect the
it's a
Ryoklu,
great,
protect
it's a
the
great Shen.
Aphelios, and just eliminate.
The
If there's a
way,
positional step forward, it doesn't matter because you have you have Stand United, you have a Black Shield, you've got a Morgana ulti, you've got Gravity Well, you've got Let's Bounce, you've got pretty much whatever you want. Everything is piled on Ryoklu, and we saw it in Game 4, 17 kills. Ryoklu doesn't die. They're going to win this series.
look, the way this comp should function from Dog Pound is very much oriented around baiting out cooldowns. If you can bait out a lot of early cooldowns, I think you can pretty effectively win a lot of team fights. But I think if the first burst team fight is initiated by Go Mega, they're going to go on the way to a TCL title here in Game 5. So
Yeah.
that's going to be the question. As we are finally, hopefully, getting through pick ban, getting into, well,
You're gonna
actually
jinx
into
it, man.
spectate
Don't
delay.
jinx it, please.
Hopefully,
Let it roll
look.
through.
As tilted as I am, and I'm sure a lot of people are about this delay, like I know for a fact that the players, in particular on Dog Pound, are probably not probably are pretty frustrated. I've gotten some DMs already. Like you have all momentum, 2 games in a row winning, and then to have this pause sort of stall that out and reset it, I get that can feel pretty frustrating. And I'm sure they're pretty upset. I'm sure on the flip side, Sir Aaron is probably upset that his computer just straight doesn't work, apparently.
Yeah, I was
I
gonna
don't
say
know.
like
So,
this is the downside of online games, right? You know,
right.
this is like the equivalent of weather in sports. It's like, oh, my GPU just crapped out, or my computer blue screened, or you know, a
For
million
sure.
other things. So it's the question is, you can't control that. Can you control, you know, how you handle that downtime?
No,
And something to call
100%.
it is, you know, there is something to be said for burning a lot of mental and emotional energy on something, especially when you're kind of tapped out, right? You know,
Well, that is
it's
TJ's
we're
specialty.
we're
And
4 yeah, well, I mean,
pot, pot
we're
and
4
kettle,
hours
that's my
in,
specialty too.
and if they and if they blow through what little fumes are left in their mental and emotional gas tank, that's a fat finger teleport, which is something we saw, I believe, game 4 from Rick. Remember, he fat finger teleported and then had to flash an ulti out almost, and I believe it cost them Baron.
Yeah.
You know, those are those little mental mistakes where the fatigue starts piling up. And that's where game 5, I always say this, game 5 isn't about mechanics. Game 5 isn't about, you know, draft. It helps. Game 5 is about guts. It's about who's going to lock in and perform at the level that they need to perform and make as few mistakes as possible and make the right decisions at the right time, even though they are at their absolute limit when it comes to playing. And that's the fun part about a best of 5, right? Best of 3, yeah, it's tough. Best of 5, you are every single one of these players is completely exhausted. Yeah, I don't
No,
care
for
who
sure.
you are. I don't care how much League of Legends you play. It is late. We are tired, and this is stressful. So, who is going to be able to rise to the occasion, lock in, and do what they need to do to press their buttons and win this title?
Yeah, completely agree with everything you just said. Is going to be a really, really hype matchup here. I think, honest to God, as we said very often in this series, whoever gets the edge bot lane will probably win, but it's more than that, right? It's whoever gets the edge 2v2 mid and translates that into bot, right? Like whoever controls early objectives, like whoever dominates the bot side of the map, whether that's actually through your bot lane or through I'll take mid, just straight gapping Aborn again, or Bunny having a great game over Spurg or vice versa, right? Like whoever has the edge, however that is, in the bot side of this map early is going to set up winning fights as long as the game goes, right? Like however
Yeah.
long it goes, the fights will be winning for them from there on out, and then it's just on them to execute, which I trust they will.
Yeah, I agree. All right, we're getting into the last 30 seconds. One game for the title. What's your call? Who's taking the title?
All right, look, I think entirely I would love to be on Go Mega's side here with this composition. Go Mega's comp is built to scale. It's built for Game 5 nerves. It's built to just be like, all right, guys, no matter what, we can win. And that's precisely why I would love to jump behind the Dog Pound here in Game 5. I'm calling Dog
Oh.
Pound to win because every aspect of their comp is built to actually execute in a Game 5. to take control of the game and to win it. They're in the spot on a 2-0 run. Screw the first 2 games. Those didn't happen. Set them out of your mind. You battled back. The first game, getting back from a 2-0 deficit feels awful. The second game feels a little bit better, and now you're here at match point. I'm all ready for the Dog Pound to completely take over this game. Every champion that they want, all their comfort in their hands, execute. You all have your best champions. Execute. I think they can do it, and I think this is a Dog Pound win, as much as I hate to predict, a double Milton Bro win.
Yeah, I actually agree. I think that this is beyond kind of just the, like I said, the button presses and the strategy. They have the momentum. They have the mental momentum, and also they're motivated. They're insanely motivated right now. Sure. And never count out players with a chip on their shoulder, because they will always surprise you. And the strategically looking at the composition, as we see a level 1, which I think got sniffed out by Ryoko. Yeah, she saw it. The thing that I wanted to call out is that I'll take mid just takes over games when he's on a champion that can flank. We saw it with the Fizz, and also like even Abarn doing that. Abarn in certain situations when he got that flank, he was really, really nasty. I'll take mid has made a living doing that in TCL since the beginning of time, which is why he gets so many bans thrown at him. On the Sylas, he has the capacity to do that. And the only thing that is going to stop him is if Spurg gets this bot lane absolutely out of control, and the timing of Sir Aaron's ults can stop it. And I don't know. Sir Aaron was taken advantage of. His timing was taken advantage of in terms of Darius. His positioning was taken advantage of. And if that's going to be a key part of kind of keeping Ryoklu alive in the face of a very mobile, very heavy chase down team, that's not something I'm going to bet on. So yeah, I think Dog Pound are going to take it.
I think so for sure. You can see mirrored clears here on the top side. Bunny starting Raptors is interesting. It means he either has to basically give all that tempo he gets by starting it and just path back around to clear through his bot side, or look for an early gank. But because of the nature of the vision that they got spotting him out, and because Spurg is actually mirroring clear on the top side, I wouldn't expect a high success rate on a top lane gank.
There's Rudy. Yep, getting a knock-up. Not a ton of follow-up there. And, you know, that Ezreal grabbing the Doran's blade from TJ longsword on the side of Ryoklu. So, you know, TJ not going to be able to do as much. He'll be able to poke.
Oh, they got level 2, though.
Yeah, they did. He actually arcane shifts into a binding. Knockup doesn't hit. Ryoklu immediately presses Ghost. Going to try to turn things around. TJ gets incredibly low. Flashes out. Is super low. Counter flash from Tail Whip. Tail Whip is just out of auto attack range, and the minion blocks it. Rudy trying to get away. He gets the shield. Oh my god, they got out.
It's a disaster, though. They do get out, but at what cost? This lane is so hard for them, and you can see already Tail Whip stopping backs may have actually hit TJ with a bind. I can't tell.
I believe he did, yeah.
Yeah, so stalling the backs more and more means TJ and Rudy are in real trouble. TJ just trying to play so aggressive, playing on a knife's edge, and it ultimately costs them there. Three sums burned on the side of Gomega is nothing to scoff at, but on the flip side now, this wave is going to crash, and unless TJ can get back in time, it is going to mean he misses out on a lot.
Yeah, big wave, slow pushing in. It is a cannon wave, so it looks like he's going to miss that cannon, which is a massive deficit. 10 CS lead already on the bot side. Binding misses. That is TCL terrifying. That Morgana binding. Many a bot laner has fallen victim to that, as Bunny Remix is kind of cruising through, does get seen out. Spurg is there, and so we could see a 2v1 situation, and Tail Whip is roaming up. Bunny's going to have to get out of there, but there's 3 members. He's getting collapsed on. He's going to be able to get out of there, so that's good. That could have been really scary.
Yeah.
Oh, man, we are at it. Yeah, like you said, nice edge. Insert stereotype here, and I'll take mid getting the crap kicked out of him in this mid lane.
Yeah, what I wanted to talk about in draft, didn't really get a second to, is that this Victor and a Sylas matchup is tilted over the ages. Previously was considered decently winning for Sylas if Victor didn't get an early lead, but now Victor players have gotten so good at actually getting said lead that it's
oh man, but a flash coming in, counter flash. Microsoft Greek is there, going to try to close him out, but they're not. So multiple summoners burned once again,
TJ's dead.
and there goes TJ. That's going to be first blood. Bunny is there. Spurg is there as well. He loves hanging out in the bot lane, but he is not necessary as TJ dies. Bunny is low, and Spurg invades. Rudy is there trying to make something happen. Bunny, you are incredibly low, dude. You're going to have to be careful. Elastic Slingshot does not actually hit, but there's the bonk. There's the hit, binding over the wall from Tail Whip. Tail Whip's out of mana, so Rudy's going to survive. But the game already tilting in favor heavily of Gomega. Less than 5 minutes in. Woof. Snowball rolling.
Yeah, bad decision by Bunny Remix to gank the lane. You saw Rudy roaming mid, gets the flash out of Abarn. As we see a little bit of poking around here in this bot lane still, but nothing to be had from it. If I'm the bot lane of Dogpound, I'm trying to force a fight here now. Don't let them get to reset. Don't let them spend that gold. See if you can find a trade kill back. You do have a lot of priority. As we see
there
exactly
it is.
that.
Going in, it sees exactly that. Drops Ryoku. Tail Whip is out of mana and does not have any summoners, so they're going to be able to chase this one down. Will the cooldowns be enough? He does. He gets just enough for a binding, and he's able to disengage. But there's the return kill you were talking about.
Monstrous by Rudy. Finding the trade kill. We've seen him do it as well in the Leona game 2, I think it was. He found some kills back in situations that started to look pretty dire for his bot lane as well, and you can see it here again, knowing that if he commits the flash W, Tail Whip, low mana, doesn't have that Black Shield cooldown low enough yet either, so ultimately able to get the trade kill back onto Ryoku before she can spend her money and get his 80 carry, keep his 80 carry really in the game. If we can get a quick gold check, actually, even though it seems kind of random, you can see really TJ effectively even in gold despite the early shenanigans, and that's all because of that play Rudy just made. Rudy kind of bailed TJ out pretty bad, otherwise he'd be down an entire kill's worth of gold and XP.
Oh yeah, classic support, and we've seen the gold lead shrink in half, and that gold lead slightly in favor of the jungler with that kill that Spurg had onto Bunny Remix. Bunny Remix getting back in. Something we had talked about is that Bunny Remix throughout the season, when he's kind of vibing and cruising, he's good. When he gets disrupted, it can cause some issues for him. So it kind of causes him to maybe overthink some of his pathing. But once again, comfort on Lilia and Rudy roaming all day. He loves to roam on Rakan.
He's great at it.
We know this. We played with him last season. He is a very, very good Rakan. Abarn getting a little bit of return damage, nothing doing. And Rudy, yeah, he's going to go all day and just let Rudy Q farm and kind of leave him on an island and make sure that they're securing this bot side. Spurg, meanwhile, pitching a tent to try and get Ryoku going again.
It's not easy, though. Killing this Ezreal is not going to be easy as a Zac. And yeah, I love the map movement by Rudy. If he finds one kill on these moves, it is going to pay huge dividends for I'll Take Mid. This matchup can tilt on a knife's edge. We can see Spurg potentially caught.
And there's Spurg and Bunny being pulled, or Spurg kind of being pulled into an extended fight, and against a Lilia, that is not what he wants to be. I'll Take Mid going over the wall. Ignite goes down. Gravity Well, and the Stand United comes in. Storyline flashes over the wall, getting I'll Take Mid low. I'll Take Mid is going to go down from the Chaos Storm. No, he won't. The Chaos Storm actually dissipates before the last rotation can knock I'll Take Mid out, so I'll Take Mid out of this fight. But this is a quick collapse from Gomega. Health bars are getting low. Bunny Remix doing his best, but he's out of mana. And there goes Microscopic Rick going down, zombie up, and Ryoklu is on the chase for Bunny. Bunny needs to get out of there. Flash from Tail Whip. There's the root, and that's going to be a double kill for Ryoklu. So a total turnaround from what looked like a really nasty play from I'll Take Mid puts Gomega ahead in this decisive Game 5.
Yeah, sometimes plays just look a little bit too good for what they really are, which is you're escaping what was an otherwise doomed situation. That case, Abarn and Spurg actually dropped very low, but the Shen ult coming over the top, as well as reinforcement from the bot lane on that first move, means that they ultimately get the win in this team fight. 2 kills going over to Ryoku with a beautiful flash bind from Tail Whip to secure that second onto Bunny Remix. Is going to be 4-1 in kills and a 2,000 gold lead for Gomega.
Yeah, the Tail Whip Morgana. He's had that one in his back pocket, and he's been waiting for just the right moment to hit it, and that's exactly what he's been doing. Bunny potentially overstaying a little bit, out of mana and not really able to kind of get moving on it, and a really aggressive kind of overcommit, as you mentioned, under the turret very early in the game. Rudy now fighting Spurg. TJ is there as well. Black Shield gets dropped, and Spurg does have his flash, and the rest of Gomega collapsing once again. Dark Binding splits the uprights. I'll Take Mid is there, grabs the Morgana ult. We were talking about that being kind of the primary target for the hijack, and now we see kind of a 1-1-3 split split left to right on Go Mega, but the collapse does not happen, and it looks like everybody's going to handshake and walk away.
Well, I think there's still potentially an angle to contest a Drake, but yeah, this is kind of how I want to see some of these fights playing. Bait out more and more cooldowns. Also, knowing that Shen ultimate is a very long cooldown early in the game gives you more and more windows to fight. So yeah, they won the early skirmish, but take what you can. I do really love the way the Dog Pound keeps forcing fights from a position where they've just lost, right? They don't get defeated,
sure.
They don't feel down. They actually say, hey, they beat us, but they used a lot of their cooldowns doing so. So let's get some kills back.
Well, I wanted to call out. I also wanted to call out kind of in that last fight. Stand United went down, and it looks like Dog Pound just didn't make the disengage call, and Sir Aaron instant counter engage. And I said that the Stand United timing and what he does with it is going to be a key part of this game fight.
For sure.
And he just showed when he's not on one of his comfort picks, he's great on the Shen, and those timings are not easy. You are constantly jumping.
Bunny's
as we see a root over the wall. Spurg is there. The counter engage, however, not enough. Lilia goes down, and this is an instant 3v2. Rudy is way too low. Binding does not land, but this is definitely back foot city for for Dog Pound as Go Mega rolls through. Probably going to secure this Drake.
Yeah, Tail Whip left, though. They can put pressure on Ryoklu if Tail Whip leaves, so they need to push out the spot and rotate Ryoklu up to actually take it. So, yeah, ultimately, you're right. Bunny just caught by a beautiful binding from Tail Whip again means he dies, and 5-1 plus an early Drake. Huge, huge win for the side of Go Mega, and we highlighted it in draft, right? Like, whichever side gets the early lead, controls the bot side of the map, is going to set themselves up for some really advantageous fights later in the game. Thus far, it's been all Go Mega.
Yeah, absolutely. 5 kills to 1, 2,300 ticking up first Dragon, 3 kills on your hyper carry, and unlike last time, 2 different protection mechanics. Massive shield on the Stand United, black shield, actually 3 if you count Morgana ult. Big poke coming down from TJ. That is where he's going to start to hurt. Ryoklu already burned down, but the root onto Rudy. Rudy needs to be really, really careful on this. TJ kind of maintaining farm, but that kill lead is undeniable, and you know that that Zac is gonna be back, especially if Tail Whip keeps with landing bindings like that.
For sure, I need to see Bonnie Remix do stuff away from bot. I know it feels weird.
Well, he's doing it right now. He's grabbing the Rift Herald, so you called it.
This is a good move. Keep the map further and further away from bot lane. Bot lane is very much in trouble, but we're actually finding ways back into the game 2-on-2. Just keep the map small for them. Keep it to where it is truly a 2-on-2. If you can create pressure points elsewhere, in particular, I'm looking at the mid lane, then you set up your team really well to prosper just elsewhere by the nature of being better laners. Like, I think the bot lane, by and large, has proven that they're laning better throughout the series. Made a couple hiccups here and there, especially in early laning phases, but as the lanes have progressed, they've looked largely better. So, you know, take the Herald, set up more and more to create situations, as we do have a pause here. Rudy having some kind of problem here. Yeah, Rudy.
It happens sometimes. Well, let's talk about Rudy. Rudy has the stopwatch.
Love that guy.
One of his best, and there goes Sir Aaron. So it looks like everybody's having problems at this point. We are in the witching hour. The rats have chewed through all of the internet wires, and clearly people do not want this series to finish. Oh, well. Anyway, Mythic, wanted to call out the Mythic being finished from the Aphelios. I believe that's the Kraken Slayer. So Ryoklu already cruising her way to a massive advantage. But you had mentioned before, she sometimes likes to give that advantage back. But with Tail Whip, she's got a really clear go button, and that seems to be the major change. Whereas May have felt pressure to like step forward and make a play. Now with that Morgana, she can make sure she's doing it with a clear advantage, right? Not putting herself in any kind of danger unless they know that there is kind of a lopsided or mismatched fight. And that seems to be the difference. And then Black Shield on top of that, not just potentially on the Aphelios, but also on the Zac. We've been seeing the Black Shield onto the Zac just being able to bounce around and just cause absolute chaos. You know, as we're approaching 13-minute mark, Go Mega in the position they need to be in to go win this series, and Ryoklu is chilling right now. Not that far ahead, but very much in the position, especially in terms of bought items, to be able to do what she needs to do to continue to snowball this game.
Yeah, the nature of this game, though, still plays out the same, I think. Unless the gold lead gets too egregious, it's going to be, Dog Pound disengage appropriately when major cooldowns are blown by Go Mega? And then what do those cooldowns buy Go Mega? As we see another disconnect here from Sir Aaron, really having some issues, but we are back in game. Quick pause.
Yes,
Nothing
we are.
to worry
Rift
about
Herald
there.
is down. TJ is in. Spurg is grabbing him. He's going to have to get out of there. He did flash out. We're going to wait for the spectator bug to catch up because that happens sometimes. Any day now.
We'll get there.
Any day
This
now.
is awkward, though. So you might be wondering how I got here.
Hold. He gets bounced. He flashes out, flashing. Oh, dodges the binding, but it's not going to be enough. Spurg on a killing spree. He is going to be able to flash out. Excuse me, not even flash out. He's just going to bounce out. Beautiful dive executed. And when the Zac has been taken away, the Zac on the other team is going to take away your life. TJ having a rough early game.
Yeah, suspect by TJ getting caught there with E and flash up. Like, don't think there should really ever be a window to die to a Zac there, but especially in a world where you aren't hit by binding. So, yeah, really just a mistake by him. Didn't watch it carefully enough to see where his E was committed to, but the flash seemed late and caught by the elastic sling, or caught by the stretching strikes anyway. Means that he does go down in the bot lane, and yeah, this game slowly but surely, or not really that slowly, 14 minutes in here, getting out of control for the Dog Pound. Still super winnable for sure. Gotta say, I hate the build coming out of Sir Aaron. Not building a lot of resistances, I think plays more and more into this Ezreal. You can see him building the Essence Reaver is going to have probably some armor pen and other things on top of it. Means, you know, can actually kill you. If you go anything else, he probably can't. So don't love that.
No, gonna go with the he's going with the double tier build, pretty standard. Mythics finished. Looks like Heartsteel for Mike Strapper Brick, and then the Leandries for Bunny Remix, so pretty standard across the board. On the side of Go Mega, Leandries, and as I said, Kraken Slayer an early pick, but we see Rudy is just roaming all day long. TJ is going to join him this time though, and it's going to be a 4v2 and Spurg trying to make it happen, but there's the thing, but the spell shield actually cancels out the Drowsy. That is an interesting interaction we're going to have to keep an eye on, since that is one of the primary catch mechanics.
Yeah, so the consequence of that play is going to be a first turret solo gold going over to the Aphelios. Aphelios is well and truly online in this game. Now it's going to be a question of how does the Dog Pound respond to that threat, because we've seen in previous games, even if Ryoku starts to look a little bit ahead in the early game, Dog Pound had that Zac to fall back on and threaten her in the team fights. That's not in their hands, right? Like that Spurg's piloting Zac, not Bunny. So the question is going to be, what can they do to properly apply threat and derail her DPS windows in these fights? I think because of the fact that you have an Ezreal and things and a Lilia as well over the top of it, it's going to mean much more of doing what you just did there, either finding a very quick, very definitive fight, or stalling out the fight from Go Mega and trying not to give too much as a consequence.
Oh boy. Rudy taking a lot of poke as he's trying to kind of go in and out. Decent poke on the side of Dog Pound with the Ezreal, but Rudy's going to have to be really careful. I mentioned that he's a lot of mobility, but there's a false sense of security with that mobility of, oh, I can just press my buttons, I can dash around, and
look at Rick.
You know, but you get hit with a binding, not really going to be able to do that unless you're input buffering. And there goes the grab. Actually, Zac just got to locking people down. Rudy's able to get out, but Zac thought Rudy going golden and surviving, but he's just going to delay the inevitable. Meanwhile, Abarn dropping Chaos Storm onto TJ. TJ's going to try to flank it, and here comes the hit, but Tail Whip going golden through the Chugga Choo Choo, and that is going to be a sad train into a zombie. I'll take mid is there, dude. It's a 1v4. Please don't try to make this happen. Zombie is there, gets the return kill onto Tail Whip, but it's going to be too little too late as we see one by one Dog Pound walking into their death. 4 for 2. Second dragon for Go Mega, firmly in the driver's seat at this point.
Yeah, Silas is gigantic, but just not enough. Was able to partition off and kill Ryoku, but the nature of that fight meant Bunny and Rudy were so low off the bat that it left TJ pretty exposed. And all those things in tandem meant a pretty hard winning fight for Go Mega. You can see if that engage from the Elastic Slingshot is able to stick from Spurg, a lot of damage coming through means a basically one team fight. A clean disengage for the Dog Pound means a lot more of a variable fight where Silas can come in on the backside, threaten Ryoku, maybe even get that kill, and things look completely differently. But because that engage from Spurg stuck so darn well, a much different story for Dog Pound. Down now 11-4 in kills and a second Drake.
Yeah, and they're going to have to be a little bit more patient as the Dog Pound. They're going to have to look for these pick opportunities and just be careful. As you said, bait out what you need to bait out. Rudy really likes to go in. He really likes to attack. But with that extra survivability, Ryoklu is able to position so much more aggressively with less consequences.
Right.
And we're seeing it paying dividends as you know, you've got 1.5 items at that point. BFs are, it's actually, you almost have 2 items. You've got actually 1 3/4 at this point. Sir Aaron in the top side, I'll take mid, bopping him around, going to be swapping around, looking good, getting his mythic as well. And yeah, I want to see Bunny Remix go fishing and then try to do something. There's the potential pick from Rudy, counter engage from Tail Up, going golden. The rest of the team is here. This is currently a 4-4-3. A lot of health bars going low. Spurg in the backline. Rudy surviving somehow. Bunny Remix, though, is there, and that is the tail of the tape. When Bunny Remix is able to fly around, TJ is also untouched. The shutdown and the turnaround and the 3-for-0 for Dog Pound, that's the fight they were looking for.
Yeah, crazy engage again when things start to look really bleak. There's Rudy, there's the Brandolph, if you know that meme, showing up on his Rakan one-trick champion. We can see why it's been banned so darn much. He is smurfing on this. Let's see if Abarn can maybe zone the 2 members here off of this Herald. He does have to play careful. I'll take mid, gets on top of him. This is a dead Abarn. Abarn's going to die here.
Yeah, he's going to die. The gravity well goes down. Ignite goes down. One last tick. That'll do it.
No.
What a great play. That is what we needed to see out of I'll take mid. When he is on a champion that can just delete you, that is when they win titles. And that's what they're looking like.
Wow, okay, is he caught here, though? This is going to mean a lot. If he goes down and gives his bounty to Ryoklu, he does.
Oh, no bueno.
Doesn't feel great there, but still, you can see a pretty epic collapse coming out of Go Mega. Just really sloppy mistakes, getting picked off over and over again, means that the side of Dog Pound has a real angle back into this game. TJ is coming online. You can see that poke hurting a lot more.
Oh, my God. Oh, man, he needs to stop doing that. He's going to go in. Rudy once again cleaning up his mess. Able to get the return kill down, but a 2-for-1 in favor of Go Mega. And TJ needs to stop disrespecting this CC.
I like the attempt actually by TJ. If his ult goes off there, he gets a kill. It was very close, and he knows he has Rudy over the top to finish the kill anyway. Don't hate the attempt. I think looking for a play like that, especially when you're playing at a deficit, down 2 Drakes, you're probably feeling like this game is starting to slip away, so you do got to get some things back. And I think that was a good attempt, honestly. Didn't go his way ultimately, but the trade kill by Rudy makes it effectively meaningless either way. Still, you got to worry about how big this Aphelios is getting. 2 items already, moving towards that Infinity Edge. It will start to look really unplayable at that point, right? Like already, that Bloodthirster completed is going to negate a lot of poke coming out of Ezreal and make it a lot harder to approach these neutral objectives.
Yeah, big time.
Point there in the benefit of Ryoklu.
Yeah, 2 things I'm going to be watching for is the Rakan and the Rakan and the Lilia, right? If they can force Tail Whip to choose between his children in terms of Black Shield, that is where Dog Pound is going to win these fights, because I'll take mid is going to make him choose one as well. And so when you have these threats coming from all angles, there's no way Tail Whip is going to be able to do what he needs. And then looking at the mobility as well, something we didn't mention is that the mobility makes it very easy for them to get out of the Morgana ultimate. And so she's not able to land like the really effective soul shackles because they're just going to be able to kind of slice and dice and dash out of them, which offsets the counter engage. So I'm expecting a lot of, engages, disengages, re-engages, back and forth, will they, won't the footsies on the side of the Dog Pound to bait some of these ultimates out and see what's happening. Rudy going in, seeing what he wants to do. He activates, tries to engage, not able to make it happen. But here comes the Scion train. I'll take, Tail Whip going golden, trying to survive. Here comes the Shen going for the counter engage. Ryoklu swinging for free in the backline, gets a double kill immediately. Bunny, however, is there, slicing and dicing. I'll take mid, taking advantage of the step up, knocking out Tail Whip, and there he goes. Gets the hijack, gets the let's bounce. He's in a 1v1 with Ryoklu. TJ is there in the backline, and Ryoklu is not having it. 3-on-1 taunt to CJ. See you later. Enjoy the show. 4-for-1 in favor of Go Mega plus the dragon.
looked like such a good pick there on a tail whip, but the stopwatch, or Zonia's rather, on top of the Channel means that the engage isn't quite able to stick. And that's the problem with looking for the shot yourself as this comp. If it doesn't hit, you just get out DPS'd. You just don't have the engine to keep fighting with the Aphelios. And you can see right there, like, the fight is effectively won by the fact that that engage just doesn't land onto tail whip. I need to see more of these fights be disengaged, be played slowly, but I think as the gold lead spirals, as 3 Drakes to nothing here on Gomega as well, it is going to mean a lot more just map leverage and torque that they can use to move the Dog Pound all over at their will. Should be very hard for the Dog Pound to find a winning fight from here on out.
Yeah, they got to get. Rudy's forcing these fights big time. He needs to be. Yeah. He needs to kind of dial it back a little bit. He's the adrenaline might be hitting in this game 5.
He almost had a good pick there, right? Like it was a
no, for sure. By the way, I'm not discounting. I think it makes sense. It's one of those where it's like, once you've committed the resources, definitely there's that feeling of the overstay. And Tail Whip has just been on point with the Zonias and the counter engagement. We had said Morgana has literally one of the best counter engages in the game. You know who also has one of the best counter engages in the game? Shen. Shen has one of the best counter engages in the game. When you layer them on top of each other and you see it hitting, you gotta walk away because it's broadcasted. Here we see Spurg coming in, flash in, Charm goes down. TJ and Rudy gonna try to turn something around. Tail Whip gonna buy as much time as he possibly can, but a little bit too much of a delay. Buddy Remix though is there, and now we have a 3-for-1, now a 2-on-1, 1-for-1 in terms of the deaths. Support for carry. TJ continuing to up his death counter, but now just going the wrong direction for the Dog Pound. Taunt coming in. Sir Aaron is there. Now we've got this gold lead really opening up as we're approaching the 25-minute mark, and everybody is converging on the Baron.
Yeah, really looking like a Go Mega victory here. Both Milton brothers sitting at 2 and 6 apiece. Definitely not fun for them, and yeah, you can just kind of see, I think both of them feel like they've kind of been outpaced in this game. They made a couple early mistakes, and Go Mega just capitalized all over it. We talked about it in draft. If nothing happens, it is definitely to the benefit of Go Mega with this composition. They win in anything straight up 5-on-5, and if the terms of engagement are even, there's no nasty flank, there's no early snowball coming out of the lanes, they should just straight run over these team fights, and that's exactly what you're seeing. More work has to be done by the Dog Pound to win.
And looking at the engaged targets, they are going on to Tail Whip, and Tail Whip is happy to be engaged on all day long. He'll take it, and it's showing, right? It's 17 out of 21 kill participation. His carry is absolutely fed. This is what they wanted, and he is happy to bait a fight all day long. Time is Zonia's to dodge. He's dodged so much CC on the Zonia's side and just drawn a lot of pressure off of Ryoklu, which just allows Ryoklu to swing freely. And where Ryoklu swings freely because there's other threats on the map, Go Mega wins games, and that's what they've done all season, and that's what they're doing in this game 5.
No, for sure. Need to see a miracle play here out of the Dog Pound, otherwise it starts to look doomed. Bunny Remix drops asleep, instantly Black Shield. That was not well thought.
That's tragic. That is so demoralizing at that point.
The Lilia pick has just looked very suspect, honestly, throughout the entire game. I think they're looking for something a little bit better here on the bot side, but you can see already TJ is so chunked out here, is going to go down to Abarn flashing in.
Yeah, counter engage going in. Rudy trying to make that desperation play you were talking about. Bunny gets locked in, gets bounce house. Tail Whip going golden. Once again, his timing has been impeccable. Zombie is not enough, and he is actually going to be the last to see anything, as I'll take mid was actually split pushing bottom side as that engage was happening. 4-for-0. He's actually dead as we see an ace, a clean ace for Go Mega, and they're just going to end the game. They're going to end the series. They're going to end the season. They're going to take this title. Go Mega undefeated in best of 3s, best of 5s, you name it. Dropped 3 maps all season, 2 of them in this finals, and they are your season 6 TCL champions. Wow, what a series.
Wild win from them, honestly, just going to what worked for Dogpound, taking it away, and ultimately stopping the reverse sweep effort there from Dogpound. Still, big effort by both teams. Kudos to them both. It is 1:15 in the morning on the Eastern Coast. I don't know about where you guys are, but very, very late at night. So credit to both sides putting up a great effort here, especially as late as the game's got. So Gonna feel great for both of them. Obviously feels best for one side to get that win, but huge dub for them for sure. Jaws, you're muted.
Oh no.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. I muted myself.
Rude.
I was snacking on goldfish to keep my energy up the entire game 5. So I was trying to not munch and crunch on my microphone. My apologies. Yeah, no, just insane, like absolutely insane game. From the from Go Mega. Great series. Dog Pound making it competitive, right? They weren't able to. I'm gonna take my hat off. Sadly, the rally has ended. They did their best. But yeah, congratulations to Go Mega. Well deserved, undefeated season. Just absolute domination. And they really earned it, right? It wasn't handed to them. They had to win. And credit to Dog Pound. They made them earn absolutely every inch of that victory. And speaking of which, we have the victors. Congratulations. Y'all are our TCL champions. I believe this is the first undefeated season in TCL history. Y'all did drop 3 maps, so not perfect, but still an incredible effort and well deserved. Congratulations, everybody.
Thank you. We
Back to
got a
back.
little questionable there for a bit, but we pulled it back together.
I'm back
All right.
to back, baby.
Yeah, we got yeah, tail whip, tail hoop, depending upon who you're talking to. Let's start with you. We're gonna go bottom to top. Because the bot lane was on top for most of this season, most of this series. Tail, we were talking about some of the plays that you were making and the absolutely ridiculous counter engages in the Morgana, some of the blind bindings, just the absolute timing. I watched Rick fly through your golden form. Talk to us about this series and kind of what your mindset was to protect your insanely fed, insanely scary carry.
All right, so Spirit said I had to pick 4 champions, and I just small brained it. Game 3 we couldn't win because we needed 4 champions, and then game 4 I chose a repeat champion. It is entirely my fault that we lost that game. And yeah, I'm better.
I understand. It is the rule of 4. You must have the rotation, otherwise the League of Legends gods are angry. So
Also, Bully, I hate you. Why'd you give me this idea of Morgana? I hate you.
Oh,
Champion sucks.
I love Morgana. I love Morgana so much. Anyway, well, you know who doesn't hate Morgana is Ryoklu, who's the recipient of multiple black shields. I believe you were averaging 30 to 40,000 damage. Your Aphelios was absolutely insane. I think you hit 10 kills a game. Let's talk about it. How does it feel to work your way through, and even in defeat, still just plant the seeds of doubt in your opponent's head and carry your team to victory?
Yeah, no, it felt really good. Like, I think, I think it was the game before this one. I don't really remember. I almost hit 100k. I was like 95k damage or something.
Oh, you almost hit 100k damage. Which game was that?
I think it was the 4th one. You did 95,000 damage.
Yeah.
Was that the 17 kill? You had like 18 kills and
Probably.
Like, and,
23.
And, oh, yeah,
23.
Okay, yeah, and you sold your boots, I think, in order to get more
Yeah.
damage because that's what you needed. You needed more damage.
Yeah. No, I mean, it felt good. I appreciate the respect, Vans. I was like, when do I reveal Philios? Because, you have to have more than one carry, so. And I'm honestly glad, by the way, that TJ picked Ezreal, because I think that's a lot harder to be aggressive on. His Twitch was super
TJ can be
annoying.
aggressive on anything. Don't you worry about that. He can
Well,
yeah.
any
I
pick
mean,
of the
TJ has 1 valid coupon for make out with a tier 1 tower every game.
Oh, he's got a lot more than that.
I was gonna say, how many
Yeah.
times did he
No,
arcane shift?
dude, they don't charge.
aggressively
They don't
into
charge
CC
him.
on game
They don't
5?
charge him
So-
at turret anymore.
Hey, Victors, to the victors go the attention. So Ryoklu, yes, I do agree, and your Aphelios was absolutely nasty. And we were saying after that game 4, the only thing that she's missing is more security detail, and y'all made sure that you got your security detail. And between the Stand United and the Morgana and just pretty much anything and everything just to kind of pile it on and protect you, it definitely made a difference. So congratulations, an incredibly dominating season. Easily one of the best and most dominating AD carry performances we have seen in this in this league. So congratulations, well deserved rookie title.
Thank you.
Yeah. So let's move to the mid lane. Dear God, your back must be
No, don't. We can
Yeah.
skip this.
All right, cool. You can go last. All right, go to the jungle. Yeah. So Mr. Zach stealing the Zach away, the Jarvan carry, just making plays, pitching a tent bot lane, being a nuisance. Let's you're muted right now, but let's talk about your game plan against Bunny Remix and how you were focusing on clearly getting your bot lane fed, but also just disrupting Bunny's rhythm.
I mean, honestly, I planned going into the series to just try and like counter Bunny's ganks, but it seemed like in the first 2 games, he wasn't ganking as much as I thought he was going to, and he was doing a little bit more of the farming. So, I really just didn't know what to do in game 3 and 4, and you could tell that because like I didn't have a lot of impact, and it seemed like we were kind of losing a lot early. So then, after we got those 2 ints out of our way, just kind of threw some wards up, followed him around the map, tried to be where our damage was, which usually coming out of Ryoklu, but also obviously out of A-Barn, a lot of it too.
Yeah, absolutely. It showed, right? Game 3 and 4, definitely the Zach. It seemed like that was a pocket pick that Bunny was saving, and it really seemed like it changed the complexion of the series. And y'all, it was a very clear draft adaptation. We were like, yeah, that's not going to happen. And I know you're a great Zach player. I've seen it many, many times. And yeah, that elastic slingshot and bot lane, like name a better or more iconic duo.
Yeah, and I'm glad it actually worked. I was afraid I was gonna pull the Zach out game 5 and just get absolutely bullied by Bunny. And then everybody would say jungle diff.
Yep. Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, Bunny played out of his mind games 3 and 4 and brought it back from the brink. So credit to him for doing some incredible work on that. But yes, you were the MVP now and forever in our hearts, as is tradition. So nicely done, mister.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks to all the MVP sayers in chat.
Hey, yep, that's how it is sometimes. All right, Mr. Sir Aaron, I want to focus on your Shen specifically, because it's a pick that I've been following as you've been playing, and it's something that I've noticed your timings on your Stand United. Shen is such a hard champion to play because you're constantly looking at the map. It's like you're like compulsively anxiety checking map to be like, oh, am I late? Am I early? Am I late? Or am I early? Your timing is impeccable, and the timing into the taunts, the counter engages there came exactly when they needed to. And I look at that moment in River where Tail got jumped on and you got Stand United on right before he Zonia'd and then flash counter engaged. And that really seemed to flip the game on its head. So let's talk about the Shen pick and kind of how you were able to really get that timing and make sure that you A, didn't get it canceled, and then B, just get it, just know what was going on across the map while still playing your lane.
That's one of the really, really great parts about Shen is that global, right? Being able to affect the map in so many ways. And I kind of trolled games 3 and 4. I'll be honest. I probably played like the worst games I've ever played this entire season. And my AD carry is the best AD carry in the league. So I was like, you know what? I can just play a champion. I'm not going to worry too much about lane, even though I know I can easily win lane. But all I need to do, press R, and we can't lose. I did miss a few. There's a few times when I was a little bit short. I'm having a few. My internet's been in and out. But yeah, I've just played a lot of Shen, and I felt really, really confident on it. So I know I just needed to play something that was going to maybe see a little bit of my lane, but help the team because the team was playing a lot better than me. So I guess I'm just fortunate enough that it worked out.
Yeah, and it was an absolute war between you and Rick. Rick, known as probably one of the best weak side, if not the best weak side top laners in the league, he's so good at absorbing pressure and then exerting his influence on the map. I think we called back to this absolutely bananas long range engage he had where he went back to base and just like walked up in lane and just like flew into bot lane. It was just insane. You not only held your ground with him coming off of the confidence of winning last year's title, but you were able to almost beat him in terms of kind of global pressure. So nicely done, and great play, knowing kind of what you needed to do to set your team up to succeed. You absolutely did that.
Yeah, I think the games 3 through 5, Rick really just started to like leave lane and start to really like roam and impact the map, and that was super annoying because I was playing champions that really couldn't like split, and so he would leave, and I couldn't really get much out of it. And then we would get, just the he would come in and skirt onto our mid well. But yeah, I think I'm very, very glad to alt have my my one little speech of I was able to finally rewrite history correctly for I think for getting scapegoated a few times over the few seasons I've been in. Actually being on a good team with a solid captain and just really, really good team vibes. I think I was finally able to showcase what ability I actually have, since I think I have truly proven that I am the best top laner in the TCL. As I beat every single top laner. And I think even though I inted a little bit this series, I think I showed up when I needed to, and the haters wrong.
The true reverse Festo, the verbal Festo, if you will, with internet glitches and all. Truly a TCL tradition that we hold and cherish. So thank you for continuing it. And Andrew was good too. Thank you so much. All right, I'm joking. All right, Andrew, let's talk about number one. How's your back, and how short do you want this interview to be?
Well, listen, it is in pain, but that's not going to change. So I'd rather live up. I didn't think I was ever going to win the finals again. I think that I cursed myself. And I won't lie, like after game three, we completely lost our minds during that game. And so like, you have those moments, like I've always struggled with those where it's like I can't do the quarterback thing well, where it's just like forget about it. Like I'm the kind of person that will like kind of dwell on that a little bit.
Talk about the goldfish memory, the classic
Yes.
the Ted Lasso happiest animal in the Animal Kingdoms, the goldfish, has got an 8-second memory.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And honestly, I struggled with that, but at the end of the day, we've got a team like you wouldn't believe how just like chill Ryoklu is in game. The ability for her to just like shrug everything off and just move on to the next play is absolutely unbelievable. And like having those vibes on your team, and like Spurg's the same way. He's a complete animal. I think that last game, Sir Aaron was struggling with a little bit of anxiety, and a couple people just kind of calmed him down. He took the wrong room, and his internet was messed up, and everyone was just kind of like, "Yo, dude, like it's gonna be okay." We got this. So the vibes were awesome, and just happy to have been on this team.
Awesome. So let's talk about your plays. So you just doing the Farmville, the classic A-Barn Farmville, the classic Blue Man QE all day long. Some wild and wacky realm warps. Just absolute party in the bot lane. Abandoned your support at one point, which was just
he
awful.
tried to get in. If you're talking about the Lulu, yeah, he tried to get in that.
No, I know, but you were late, and what happens.
Yeah,
anyway.
I don't know why.
I was robbed. I was 100% robbed. I was in that. I have no idea what happened.
Well, we like the thing is like the reason I pick Rise is its comfort. Like it allows me to basically make myself known around the map. Like there's no situation where I'm going to be beating up I'll take mid in a 1v1, although the last game that kind of happened, but everything else, like he's a great laner, and I know the way that we win is just by controlling the game, and like honestly I think I thought too hard when the Silas came out and some of that other stuff. It's like just go play what you're used to playing, and for that it's like Victor, Rise are just bread and butter, and I do want to throw out that one Rise game that again we all lost our minds, so that was different. But yeah,
I mean this is exhausting. The best of fives are a whole different animal, so I'm not surprised, right? Like especially if you feel like you're cursed, it's you get in your own head sometimes. I have to ask, we had a running theory going that you picked the Silas to take it away from I'll take mid because you had picked the Malphite. Is that accurate?
No, the reason that we picked the Silas, I apologize. The reason we basically had this thing that when we looked at their draft, it was like, basically TJ basically, like if he dies, we win the fight. And I will say I do have to throw this out. Like TJ incredibly actually like real BM'd before that game 5, which was like pretty unacceptable and super lame. But we kind of kept it together and just went in and said, hey, we're going to do this together. I do want to give him a little bit of credit though, because that first Twitch game or I guess the second Twitch game when I was on Silas, a couple of those times I dove in with like a big ult and he flashed at the exact moment. Oh my, I mean it was like it was very frustrating because I'm sitting here and I'm like, I can't do anything to get on this guy. And he's Twitch, he's immobile, but I got to give credit where it's due. That play was really good, and that was what took it to game 5 there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that you play great. You kind of came back, went back to the well, did the Victor thing, and did your job. And I know that a lot of those kind of mid to late game calls usually come from you. And you are always looking for an opportunity to influence the map. And we always see how many it's like a swarm. There's always like 3 or 4 people that all kind of swarm together. So paid off, hard to beat, and first undefeated season. So nicely done, and congratulations on your second title.
Thank you. And last thing I'll say is, like, when it comes to this team's gameplay, again, we've got a team where I mean every single player on the team makes a shot call at some point during that series. Yeah. Right? Sir Aaron's calling for, hey, I'm going on Malphite, right? Ryoklu's making tons of calls, right, for objectives and things like that. Like Tail Whip is just really strong, and he's kind of he's always very level-headed in game, and then Spurg's just an animal, and he's calling for those early fights. And then me. So it's just like, again, it's nice. It never felt like everyone was like fighting over each other for, hey, what's the next play? It's just like someone would make a call and everyone would do it. And you can't ask for more than that on a TCL team.
No, that makes sense. And so we're gonna shift gears and talk about our MVP for the series, who I think is your MVP for the season. And before we get into it, I have to call it out. True or false? In your semifinal, Ryoklu was like, "Yo, I'm calling shots," and just like called the game for y'all. It was like, "Yo, we're doing this. This is how we're gonna win," and just like did it.
It's not that she was the sole shot caller. It's that in the early games, she was a little bit more quiet, and then like she just like switch flipped, like total. Like literally, she went mega, right? As the name is said. Ryoklu, why don't you talk about it, because you're gonna be our MVP because you're a freaking beast. So
yeah.
Get
Ryoklu,
on that mic.
You are, we buried the lead. Ryoklu, you are our TCL Finals MVP. Congratulations. Damage off the charts, lane domination, just mental, mind like a steel trap, unflappable, almost like very few mistakes. And even those mistakes, you and Tail were just mind melding and just insane. Walking the tightrope the whole time over the course of 4.5 hours. Yeah, you crushed it. Not only this series, but the whole season. How'd you do it?
To be honest, I think we do have a really good team. Like, to be frank, like I think there's a lot of good players in TCL, but it's like, how do people go with like the temperaments and communicate with each other? And I think this team like talks to each other very well. Like none of us hate each other or hard disagree with each other. And if we do, we talk it out. So it's like it's all very manageable, and we keep like really cool heads. So pretty easy on that front. And I think it helps that some of us have some competitive experience, so we have an idea of how to like play as a team.
Yeah, Solo Queue does not really teach you how to do that as well. So having that competitive experience, it's being able to like work with people. It's not easy, and a lot of league is not about the button presses or the strategy. It's about, can you get along with the people on your side of the rift?
Yeah, I honestly like, I'm glad that we all have like pretty much chill attitudes. So it worked out in that regard, and yeah.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Any final words for your for your adoring viewers at home, many of whom have been spamming your praises in our chat the entire night?
I'm just glad we won, because if we didn't win, I don't I don't know.
I mean, can you imagine being the best team throughout the entire season, and then you get to finals, and then you lose in 5 games, cough A-Barn? Surely this hasn't happened before, cough, last season.
I mean, it would be kind of a classic A-Barn team.
Yeah,
it would be severe pain.
That's happened to me. That's happened to me multiple times. I think my season I think the season 4 team was like either undefeated or very close to it. Like I think we went in like second seed, probably 4-1. I do have a history of having a good regular season just falling apart. But again, when you have the right team with the right mental, they pull you out of that.
Yes, and that's best of fives. Best of fives are a whole different, and even title pressure. It's a whole different thing, right? And you're also it's the best, two best teams, and it was a privilege to cast the two best teams because y'all were definitely the two best teams, and y'all punched each other in the mouth multiple times over the course of the time, and I had a field day watching y'all do it. So thank you so much, honestly, not only for your victory, congratulations, but thank you also for entertaining myself and the whole cast and crew and everybody watching at home because I know y'all are exhausted. And I'm gonna let you go, but it was a privilege to watch.
But who wants a spirit fact? Spirit fact.
Oh, we got spirit facts. We got.
No, I got one. I got one for you. I got one for you.
Oh, we got a spirit fact. Okay, cool. What
So
is it
both seasons in a row?
Stream? Is it PG-13?
It's fine. It's good.
All right, cool.
Both seasons in a row, I've been up 2-0 in the finals. With the second game, I've played Seraphine, and then the next 2 games I've lost, and then I ended up winning the final game.
I forgot.
That's a spirit.
Thank you for reminding me. It feels like it was another universe, but your Seraphine was nasty. Like it was kind of similar to the Morgana. I know you're a Seraphine stan, so I'll call it out. I do want to give one more shout out, and then I'm gonna let y'all go to sleep. The disengages, the encore, the multiple like 2 to 3 person encore disengages to just like stop an engage in its tracks. I remember calling it out multiple and being like, wow, he just like pressed the stop button. And it was
There's a reason I don't ever get to play it.
It's she's your queen, and very clear to know what you're doing. But anyway, thank you all so much. Congratulations. Go to sleep. And I'm gonna wrap this stream up. But yeah, once again, thank you for an incredibly entertaining and competitive final.
Don't forget, after the stream, enjoy the season highlight video.
I got you.
Highlight video.
Get out of here so I can wrap up, y'all. Don't worry, I'll make them roll it.
Thank you all.
Our stream now.
Right.
Our stream now.
Thank you
all.
All
right. Congratulations. Now get out of here and go celebrate. Anyway, that's going to do it. Unfortunately, my co-caster had to dip out, but thank you, Bully, for being alongside me for all of these 4 hours. Also, Joa, Mr. Rook Stout for vibing with me. As always, the smooth jazz to the absolute hurricane that is these casts. Cruising through, coordinating analyst desk. Big shout out to the analyst desk, Titanium Skull, always the host, putting Dash to shame. Just kidding, Dash is incredible, but doing a pretty darn good job along the way, and Mr. J Jazz Music cruising along with him. It's all about the jazz, it's all about the music, and it's all about the fun. Thank you, most of all, for joining us on another incredible TCL finals for season 6. There is something in the water with these finals. We always go 5. I am Jaws, and before we go, we're actually going to do a slow play out. Sir Aaron put together a recap of the season. It is 30 minutes long, so we didn't want to put y'all through that before the finals. Boy, am I glad we didn't. But for those of you that are still with us, enjoy looking back at the season that was as we celebrate our TCL Season 6 champions, Go Mega, and their MVP, Ryoklu. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you next season. Joa, roll it.
Aaron is looking for the pink ward. J4 is protecting him on the outside, but he's taking a lot of poke, as actually there goes that ultimate into the support man. Oh, he went over with the J4. Oh, Ryoklu picks up the Chief's Rocket, and now Kate is forced to ult into it. He's inside the pit now, and now the EQ coming through, not going over, but he's inside the pit, and this is not looking good for Swordmaster. He's actually going to look to finish it. The Butcher's killing him up a lot, but I don't know if they'll be able to kill him in time. No, he's just able to E back out. Jinx with the Gale Force forward, 1 HP on the Viger. He's inside the Zonias right now, and as he's able to get out.
R angle from Cridian. Fruge has everything up. Droid has Splash. He's pretty safe here. Ult onto TJ from Shen.
Yeah, Rudy's just getting really chunked out there, but there it
so
is with the shutdown for TJ.
So
Sophie's is looking good. It's just in the back line. It's the double kill now for TJ Sophie's, and that's exactly what you want to see.
A-Barn is Omega. He loves to play Narc. That's got to be big. We got double TP in the bot lane. That's a lot going all in here on Rook Scout. Will they be able to track him down? Probably. That's
and he's running for his life right here.
I'm not sure I agree with that before a dragon fight, to go all in like that. Spurg might be in trouble. Hippogriff's going deep in on him. Spurg goes down. Tail Whip flashes. He does not get the ult. Hippogriff's still going in. Gwen takes no damage. Glenn might actually be in trouble here if he keeps going
Yoku's
deep.
got a chance here to pop off. This is what I was talking about.
We're going to see it right here. Ghost is popped. Real Clue's going crazy. She does not want to stop. Got to be a bear or dragon fight now. Okay. Rookstyle goes back in, gets picked off. Jinx ult just barely misses Soraka to death. Okay, we're going to see Jinx pop off.
There it is.
Okay, here it comes. This is
what we were looking for.
Remix comes down to help. We'll contest over this dragon here.
Interesting for Droid to just walk up like that. I have no clue what he's looking to do here. So the ultimate from TJ So Beast is coming out. Frigé does pick up a kill. It's a double kill for All Take Mid, and they're going to be able to take this back here.
Have to give this up. Yep, there's the chain. All brought to the drag, but the flash whip coming in now. Here comes the J4. Big! Oh yeah! Three. The Cannon being exhausted, not able to get into the fight now. Jinx can't force it in, taking care of the rest of the team. Jace is on the backside looking for the Oriana, but he can't get to that snare shield. And here is Kane all on his
kill.
Just be patient, Swiss. Be patient. Okay, we're actually gonna flash into it.
Oh, onto the Leona though.
He could potentially be dead here. Flash is gonna be going everywhere, but TJ So Beast, he's just free-firing, has the lethal tempo.
This is bad. Mid's coming down. He's got flash.
Oh, switching to rockets, has to back
this
away
is
here a
bad.
little bit. The ultimate from Droid is available, but here comes I'll take mid. TJ So Beast taking out Swiss Army Cabinet now. It's a beautiful ultimate from Rudy, a double kill.
He's gonna R right into this dragon.
Yeah, he does have the unstoppable force. He
Frigé has flash.
Use it. They're looking for it. His Frigé goes in. He steals it.
Albert right there.
Decent poke from the Leandri. He's gonna hit the ulti button there. Where'd it go? Calvert's getting jumped on.
Blanca's waiting.
And she's not in the fight.
Steel smited away. He's gonna drop down, trying to finish the dragon.
He got it!
Another crucial voice
See him.
whistle hits TJ once again, but there's Frigé. Look, eyes all on Frigé.
Watch the flanks.
Yup, there's the flanks. And Karidi gets a massive ultimate.
It's over.
Frigé
Nice.
Gets the kill, and ladies and gentlemen, the Wombo combo finally gets into it as Droid just absolutely
is to go and play really, really safe. Oh, we have a fight in the bot lane. Braum getting engaged on, and Maokai is forward. But a double knockup comes down. TJ's doing so much damage, though. And the Q is going to come through. ISI rep going to go down. Just needs one more hit. Sword is out. And the damage is down. Cal is down. Rudy, one more winner's bite on the sword. I believe takes it down. TJ going to get a little bit of damage. And
I'll take mid, who's never afraid to go in.
Yeah, there's the fight though. Massive charge coming on the Rudy and TJ. They're actually kind of chunked a little bit, so it does actually deter them a little bit being in. But here comes the Seraphine screaming at them.
You get some early kills though.
Doesn't matter at all though. Wait,
How to
actually,
get to
I'm
TJ?
eating my words. It's a
They're not
double
going
kill
for TJ.
TJ's looking for it. Does flash
There we
out,
go,
but
finally.
it's not gonna matter.
Cannon minions doing the work for you. You get a couple he's gonna go onto Iron.
Tony.
Almost hits his 10 death power spike. Looks like the game might be that. Autopsy has spawned.
Autopsy.
The skill, control though, I mean, still doing just so much damage. Rouge does die. No!
No, Rick! No! Run! They didn't even see you.
One's here to save them!
He got him! He got him! They're gonna kill Sandy! Run, Rick!
The ultimate will potentially turn, but Swiss is just focused on getting out
do
of
it,
there.
Droid, do it, Droid.
Yeah, take a look at Droid. He's doing a lot of oh my god, Droid, why? Why?
It's the Lee syndrome right there.
Why?
I knew Drew was thinking about it. A Gridian.
What's your plan?
And walk away. But the rest of the team is there. What's it? They don't have the depth. There goes Lemon, grabbing a hook onto Tony. Tony gets stunned. He is getting incredibly low, and Speedy is swinging in the backline. If Speedy does not go down, this is going to be the fight for control. For control of elite to lose. Kellen mid in the backline, control on a killing spree, but he himself goes down. That's going to be a triple kill.
Follows, which isn't what he wanted to do. Does get CC'd up. Only person. Oh, gonna get music as well in the back end of that. Trying to flank. Namiel comes through. Doesn't hit anyone. Caridian going on the tail for like the 4th fight in a row. Gonna hide in a shroud there. Malphite ult goes in. Catches one. Only Swiss. Spur doing his best to buy time. Gonna knock up Wojtek one more time for the second charge of the ult. Does have enough. Gets the kill. Taylor all the way around the fight. They are on the back line now. Music gonna drop here as well to Spur. Spur having a great second half of this game. Timer is another 30 on the Akali, and the 4v4 you're feeling very confident. Wojtek going, Tail doing his thing, ult comes down, music drops real fast, Avarn drops as well though. Zaya is still in the back of this fight, that's where you gotta keep your eyes. Caleb goes back in, but dies. Wojtek huge at the moment. Zio comes out, flash trigger position. Let's get avoided. Wojtek, enormous, drops to Spurg at the last second. Gonna avoid whatever he can. At the same time, Malphite doing his thing, bot. Do they have the damage to kill Spurg? 2 levels up on the Maokai. Gonna get those autos. Auto Q, auto Q, auto Q. One more on Swiss. He's gonna drop as well, making this an even fight. Akali just wanted to reply to Malphite, but I don't think Akali can 1v1. Spurg just to keep doing the thing. Spurg's doing his absolute best, but I guess the AP that wasn't enough. Oh my god.
Probably weekend. That's the difference. Okay, Tony walking directly into A-Barn. We've seen this before. Blood coming in, Tailwhip jumping, gonna get a good ult, pulls in 3. Ezreal hits everybody. Tailwhip living a very long time. Control getting some damage off. The skies haven't descended yet. Sir Aaron does TP in, get that off. J-Bob frontlining very well right now. Pulled, I think he has Sir Aaron in the ult right now. Blood buying space for the team to be able to jump on. Control playing pretty far back. Tony off to lifesteal in the camps. J-Bob, your team is not there. Blood jumps in. Hills 2 is gonna get out as well. Tony's back with a little bit of HP, gets the blind. Blood does drop to Ryoklu, but Control still full health in the back of this fight. Spurg takes out Tony, and right now Control is split, but you gotta be scared because Spurg, which way you're gonna drop. Gets the slow zone there. J-Bob narrowly misses the Q, gonna hit the E, pull him back.
Up right now before they push up, because how is Vayne going to get to this fight? She's going to have to walk through everybody. Right now it's 4v5 and your ADC's not anywhere near. Chuck having to... Oh, missed ult by the Wojtek. Kills coming through. Chuck does die. Hook onto Caridian, goes all the way in, follows it, but does die on the back of it. Ryoklu doing her best to cut around this fight. Avar having to flash away, does knock down Fruge. Spurg finally shuts down Wojtek on the back. This is Ryoklu's fight to win if she can stay alive. Get those autos down. Swiss flashes forward, gets the knockup. Jazz doesn't get his Q knockup. Kills, music drops. Spurg on top of Caridian, going for the kill, killing just all the carries.
Jungler, so it is not a true 50-50 if
Oh,
you do it right.
they're getting kind of corralled though, and I'll take Misty being in. Watch the Leona ult.
He's roping down. Massive Leona ult comes down as well in the Shyvana.
Oh, they got TJ.
Already Swiss is dead, but you're right, TJ is dead on the flip side. And I can't tell, I think Music is in the death realm.
Oh, they're gonna win.
Shyvana as well. I think this is a team fight win here. If Jinx can get excited, she definitely is. Can they find the kill on the Altic Mid? He doesn't have his ultimate anymore.
Oh,
and
Droid.
a huge super mega death rocket comes down.
Droid.
Droid, can you get 3? Mega's got the brick. It's running for his life.
That's an ace.
3 man, and that's gonna be an ace.
Control deletes like super late to this dragon setup. This is really scary here. Now they're like super chunked. They just basically have to give this if Blood even lives.
Tony's gonna go in though. Bully looking to maybe help him out a little bit. Gonna get the bailout, but there's no chance of a kill to reset here.
Yeah,
None at all. I mean, you're a little bit greedy walking in there when Bloods already have health. Is that rocket gonna hit?
Oh, we got him.
I think you almost need Rick maybe to come in. Oh, we do see Hippo going over the wall. Rudy's in trouble. TJ is safe for now. Rudy's still in trouble. Bunny He's gonna probably have to ult and die in it. TJ with a bunch of damage coming. Big Renata ult. TJ is just pumping it out. He's in a not great spot. Does survive. Rick is in there just doing so much damage it doesn't even seem fair.
Yeah, they have to move away from Twitch though. They weren't really able to get on TJ there.
Great positioning to enable TJ to hit.
Let's see if they'll do so here, as it looks like they're
up with Rick. He's caught, but I don't think caught really exists for microscopic Rick at this point. He's got that cell division passing available. Even if he dies, it's going to be so difficult to kill as he's going to get big in there. As there's a great solar flare onto Abarn as at this point throwing their wallets at them. This isn't even a great fight, but they're still coming out on top as Abarn is going to get stunned up and taken down here. Double kill for TJ So Beast. Rick came up from that passive and he's already...
Oh, and there's Abarn trying to engage. Misses his ult. He's going to have to go back. And Spurg now stuck in Karthus. Ryoklu, tons of damage there from her ult. Going to be able to find control, bring him down, and now they're...
Yeah. I mean, that first play was up here.
Does flish out the Seraphine, dies not through the ult up. This fight is going down. ECC doesn't just walk right away.
Oh, Autopsy.
Autopsy flashes the fear into the new team, but they just don't have left. No true ADC to do it with. Rick is gonna. Oh, sorry. Control is gonna pick up the next one. I guess he heard that I was complaining. He was being too quiet.
On the side of RHR, they've got really, really good poke, and they're just going to decide to engage right away. Bully getting slowed down. He puts the spell shield on himself. Blood is going to pull away, but he is incredibly low, so he's going to have to run away from this. Shells is dropped, and there's the sustain from the Vlad. Great taunt goes down, pushing the backline back. Hippo goes low. Hippo goes down. Rook Scout soon to follow. There goes the Kha'Zix reset. Flash forward. Tony is going to be moving through.
Maybe some talent mid-poke, but he's got to be careful.
I mean, they don't have a gauntlet right now. Right here.
Big Scion knockup coming. I'll take mid, squeaks away. Talon's going down. Baron's still at half health. Hippogriff probably doesn't want this fight. He's caught. They kind of have to take the fight now. Big Scion knockup. TJ's popping off. From stuns coming around. Speed. Flash Speedy. Be careful here, bud. Funny remix, just hiding in the bush. That's a Spurg move if I've ever seen it. Goes in and dies immediately. Big Renata ult.
Saying, all right, guys, put me top. I have TP.
Whoa.
I'm just gonna farm the waves, but here we go. We have another potential huge fight. Richet is getting absolutely blasted here, as now we have a double kill for TJ. So we saw Big going in with the ultimate. Beautifully done by him.
Yeah, they're going in, and
he locked down.
He's not really doing much. Turtle Suit. J-Lob's gonna go down. Pantheon goes down. Blood says, I want to get in.
Is spawned right now. Music dead for another 45. Spurg dead for 30. Caridian taking out Tailwhip does drop down. Abarn throws the gravity well, but I mean, Fruge is going to be here to smite it if it doesn't go down real fast. Okay, blue team gets the soul, but is it going to matter if they get wiped here? That's going to be game. Ryoklu in the pit right now, not where she wants to do. Really good condemn away. Abarn coming around, trying to buy some time, so Ryoklu doesn't get blown up again. Kiting around this entire fight, drops down Wojtek, avoids the last E. Gonna go forward. This Vayne, insane. Gets the gargoyle proc, pops it out. Everyone just doing their best to kill her. The lifesteal coming through oh so slow. Abarn finally here to help, doing something useful. Great job by him. I don't even know what's happening to be there.
And it's...
Oh my goodness.
He just doesn't care.
Oh, he does not care at all. He's got a solo kill. Man.
Wow.
Yeah, this is crazy. That's the ulting mid effect. And he's ulting back in with the rewind. Maybe a little ambitious here. Is caught, but has
he checked it all.
Half the time. You saw David sort of whipping his ultimate there, and it's not that he necessarily ulted bad as he has an engage here. Out of reach. Flash is going to be followed by the Leona E. Maybe biting off a little more than they can chew here, though. Port comes down, the Ornhorn comes down over the top, but it is going to be whipped. Music does get the knockup back onto Rick, and Rudy has dropped to Droid. That is going to be a kill back by TJ onto Droid, though. I think this is too much. Dog Pound is in control of this fight, even though they've lost two. TJ is untouched. Bunny. TJ
they get him.
Kind of caught. Nasty wombo combo there. Is going to be the shutdown onto TJ, and the other two, yeah, this is an absolutely split fight. Bunny remix drops, but on the flip side, I'll take Mig kind of carrying. Bunny actually got the trade kill back onto David.
Sorry, sound like sword. Sorry, sound like sword.
You have to.
running away. Vayne doing her best to solo defend right now. Tail's going to be up in a matter of seconds. Wojtek misses the ult, doing her best to kite around, but they can kind of just ignore it. Wojtek almost dying. Again, the Vayne just outplaying everybody. One hit. Tail up trying to get the autos off. The lifesteal coming through.
Yeah,
he has Ignite.
Angle if he can find
Oh, he got him. He's gonna get him. He's gonna get him. He's gonna get him.
Oh, he's not gonna get him.
Yes, he is.
Oh, he is gonna get him.
Trading on equally against the J-Bob Kled as still here in the top lane. The early cleanse being forced out as Annie's been able to secure the kill over on Annie. It's still action here in the bottom lane as Darius is almost there. Are they going to be able to finish the kill? No! Oh my god! Just saved it just in time as the Kled goes through, gets ulted again.
So winning for pickle packages, right? Like lots of ultimates blown. Critically, Vigar still has his though, and David is caught out. Viridian, you are in trouble. Swiss is already down. That's going to be a reset for Bunny remix on the Bel'Veth. And man, this is 50-50 territory here.
He's in, yeah, can he get it?
Finds the hero play. He can win this entire game right here.
5-5, but hasn't gotten a second. Hasn't gotten an issue. And that one, there's no excuse.
Yeah,
sleep here.
He is J-Bob diving in. A couple of drowsy folks going to sleep. They're going to wake back up, no problem. Baron continue to be burned down. We are getting down to the wire. Rook, however, dancing around on the periphery. He's going to try to look for a turn. The turn and burn, however, is on the side of Control. There goes Control being aggressive. Drops the ult. He gets Talon low, trying to burn him down. They're going to turn onto Velvet, but Rook Scout getting a return kill. Rook Scout getting a double kill. He is flipping. He is flying. He is a deer, but he is dead.
There it is, flashed out. Not gonna kill anyone, but does a little bit of damage. They do knock the Barret down.
Wait, I repped in there.
Oh, Control.
Oh! Give
it to him, Calvin.
Jin. He knows what he's doing. Blood trying. Man, they're to kill. Apart. They want something. Blood is going.
Big flash.
Oh! Dive. Let's see it. Tail it. Misses the ult. Does get.
Oh wow.
He's just not quite dead.
Here we come.
Somebody's got to eat that. Nope. Tailwhip dies. They responded to the formal with 4 of their own. Spurs also try to buy some time. Another great bubble from Swiss. This is just a Swiss dip I've ever seen. Critian goes.
Because why not, dude? At this point, we gotta make something happen. We gotta get.
Sir Aaron has his ult here in it. So Sir Aaron kills J-Bob here, and then he's about as strong as the other 3 of them. Spurg flashes away. Didn't even have to. Tail Whip up here to respond, and what was a 4v2 is now a 3v3 is now a 3v2. Bully picks up 1.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Tony puts some down on. Gets the taunt. Rook Scout is completely isolated from his team. He's going to get obliterated and melted by this Cosmo. Renata ult goes down. But the kite back from a Control alt delete, doing their best to try to keep their carries alive. But the fight forward, we've got a double kill on the side of Aphelios. We've got a double kill on the side of Control. Which carry is going to carry? It's going to be Control. Pug, pug, pug. See you later.
Tony and Blood looking for the angles right now, but okay, he's going. He cues in. Renata or Control ease forward. Tail up very low. Good Jinx traps. Flash ult in. He's just going on Tail up here. Gets that kill. He has another charge of his ult. There it is to knock it up by a bit more time. But Sir Aaron's doing so much. Renata ult just gets walked around. Bully has to flash out. Jinx Rocket finally misses one, but doesn't matter. Gets him with the autos. Blood goes back in to try to finish off Sir Aaron. Doesn't quite do the job. Those autos, those long range rockets. Sion ulting in, not sure if that's what he wants to do. I mean, buying some space, buying some time.
Tony's about to be turtle soup. Oh, they see him. J-Bob heals up a little bit, able to get out. Sir Aaron just melting people down. Another flash coming out. Spurg's low. Tony's low. Oh, and a good stun. Bully goes down. This is turning out bad. Blood able to not get a kill.
That's gonna kind of do me out. The top side is here. We go. Frisier looking for a
so
pick
close.
on the TJ Sobeast.
McCradian's going for him.
Get it, go.
Oh, Droid!
They do take the Baron. They're trying to get away. I don't know if they're going to be able to. Rudy's probably going to get the bigger not all coming in. Bunny dives in. Bunny's in trouble as well. Gwen just barely living. Goes. Oh my goodness, he's still alive. What in the world is going on? What a fight to Gwen!
They can't decide what they want to be. Half the team
This
wants
is
to go
huge.
after the Baron, half the team wants to go after the Dragon. I'll take mid going into the back lane. Sandy Snake going golden. Seraphine running away. I'll take mid. Counter going in. The rest of the team coming and join great encore. TJ goes down. Sandy Snake doing his best to try to deal damage, but he is forced to flash out. Autopsy into the back line, and it is just not enough. Sure that it's not just going to be a very quick go. They're going to turn this around, but we see an aggressive play from Hippo and Talon mid onto Bloodbath and Beyond. Polymorph onto Tony almost immediately. J-Bob misses the Ornhorn. Oh no, in this team fight. 2 for 1, but a bad one to miss. Meanwhile, Control in the back, hitting. Someone please kill that guy. Talon stealing the Ornhorn. Gonna go for the bonk. Gets it down onto Control. But the rest of Riot HR is cruising through this. But they think they've rolling in, but they've just activated Control's trap card. You think you're stuck with him.
This needs to be more than a 50-50 from Control Delete.
Yeah, instant engage coming from the Braum, disengage into Malcal. He's landing a hook onto Bloodbath and Beyond. Bloodbath and Beyond going into the bot lane, into the back line, and the absolutely melting from the side of both teams. But Dog Pound holding their position and pushing the smite out of the way. Tony's going to have to do a hero smite in order to make this happen, and he gets popped. Can get it low enough. They should be able to get the guaranteed hit. Here comes the smite. Smite was down. Smite's back up. Sword's going low. Sword's trying to get it. The Dragon resets. Sword, legendary, knocking out the Cho'Gath, and the rest of his team is rolling in, but they are still low. Chaotic fight in and out, and is it going to happen? However, the triple kill. Bunny cleans up the kill. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, great hook from Bully, and Rudy once again making sure that he tanks as much as he possibly can. Here's the Jarvan dunk. Ignite goes down. Rudy is finally going down. Control trying to get the second kill. Not going to be enough damage quite yet, but that is what they were looking for the first time. Tony, however, out of position.
Gosh.
Gets the crit. Channel's going down. Gets the double kill. Is he going to be able to make it happen? Flash out. Flash in. Control survives.
They have no idea. Oh my goodness! The Jinx rocket steal.
I think you have so much split push pressure if you don't TP and keep it.
Oh,
we have a little engage.
Tony going and getting the dunk down onto Bunny, gets immediately pushed back, and he is fast asleep. Slower fight than we've been expecting, not as explosive. Blood able to go in. This is actually a fight that Control of the lead wants.
This is so good for Control. Oh my god.
Reset going down to Control. Second reset.
That's the
Third
penta.
reset. Could we see a fourth reset? Potentially. I'll take mid. He's gonna get it. Low. J-Bomb goes down. That's gonna be the 8.
Take every single one of your towers.
They get everything they want.
Oh, the flash solar flare doesn't quite stun anyone. Oh, that's a huge combo back though. As here comes the big fall, the full bleeding back, but here comes the big combo with the Pop Blossom. Is it enough? They are able to take down Avon. It looks like they do have a chance in this fight as TJ Sobeast is going after everyone. TJ Sobeast is taking down Tail Whip. That's going to be almost a triple kill for TJ Sobeast. As yes, he is going to be able to shut down the Lux. Ryoko doing her best to fight back though. Is going to get rooted, flashes away. Double kill for her. She's kiting back too. Can she do it? Spear lands, the Ren connects. Ryoko slowed out but is cleansing away. With a sliver of HP left, TJ kiting, but Sir Aaron comes back with a TP.
The absolute scary thing about this is we got another fight popping in jungle first. Oh, he's ulting.
You want to try Shoutcast for this one?
Oh boy, where's he going? Rick's a little deep. We just sung his praises. I don't like the look of this one. Oh, the counter! Oh, we got a banger going on. We got.
Oh, the autopsy all just barely misses on the backside. The Fluter's doing his best to kill me. Like Tony in a row. He drops. They blew everything on the tank again, and he died. Right now, in the top, the only part of this that matters.
Sir Aaron. Just farming. Just enjoy farming.
And Ryoko
goes
down.
That is massive. They need to take huge advantage of this. They need to go. Spur goes back in. Sari goes down. Speed. Huge re-engage by Spur. Rook
We got A-Barn whittling down Rook.
Spur goes back in, gets Trist ulted away. Spur just
Not
barely.
dying.
Talon's in a rough spot here. Pass for Aaron on one side. Spurgo takes him down. I think that's the end.
Back off and not try to overcommit here. They just
A lot of turrets left.
Oh, Lemon gets the grab down onto Tony, and the depth charge pops as well onto Pulley. The control is in the back, swinging for free. He is full health. He is critting away. Coming in, and oh yeah, Tony able to secure it. Are they going to follow it up? Great knockup from Reform Pulley. They need to decide if they want to fight or if they want to leave. Right now, they want to leave. Rudy going to the engage. Pulley tanking as much damage as he possibly can. Tony getting multiple knockouts. Blood is cruising around and breathing fire.
We all saw it on cast, and credit to us, we're smart. Oh, Calvert gets an awesome pick here onto Lemonilla, but already we have one turret down. Another turret is dropping pretty rapidly as well. Speedy is able to play at such a freaking range, and he does kill that second turret. It is now open Nexus here. Maybe you've thrown this game. Swordmaster is going to flag and drag combo onto Speedy Bandito. He's shut down. Sky's Descent comes down, and that's a triple kill.
Every 3 marks after the 4th frame.
Got it. Blood is here for the counter game.
Yes, he is. Hippo's trying to get the kill onto J-Bob. Does get it. Blood is here, however, and he does steal the ulti for Hippo, so he's going to be slamming something. But Hippo is here, and Hippo is strong.
Oh boy, Autopsy flash in. We got a TP coming in from Rick though. We're gonna have a big fight.
Took down onto one of the characters. Can't even see which one it is. Fight going on. Hook comes in. He's gonna drop again. He died complete with this therapy. Tony hits the resets on the Belva. Pop it off. Rick drifting in
Tokyo drifting.
Therapy. Gonna hit the knockup. Easy hook comes through.
And they are going to try and get this fight down. But yeah, Tony taking a little bit of poke. Blood going incredibly low. Blood goes golden immediately. Tony has to drop his ult. The fight is on, and gets an instant pop of 2 members of RHR. Great counter engage, Taunt going down, and Speedy unstoppable, but he's the last man standing. See you later.
He's got flash, you can't get away. Here, it looks like we're going to see a dragon fight. Tony flashes onto Spurg. We see Blood pick up a kill. Trade 1-for-1, and it looks like we're going to see Ryoku flash and get a kill. Tail Whip potentially going down here. And then Jinx coming back.
And we're one fight away. I'm right here.
They just don't care. Hippogriff going and giving his best. A-Barn does not care.
And look at Spirit.
Just bounce out. He's hanging out with the kids. Bouncy house, does not care.
He's uncapable.
He just went in 3v1. Ryoklu also just doesn't care.
He said, I'll take his turret to get this kill.
Again, I'm not a fan of it.
Bullet time here comes out over the top. Great smite to secure it from Rook Stout. And Swordmaster, you are stuck out. You are going to be able to flash away.
Either side. As it looks like, Spurg is finally going to be put into that Cell Division passive, but I don't think they have the damage to follow up. As here comes Sir Aaron with the ultimate, but he is not going to ult. Oh, he is going to ult properly. I'm sorry. The Death Realm is going to bring him in, as he's just going to be running amok in that backline. Kimtech's ult is making him completely unkillable.
Yeah, and you saw Jinx was free frying that entire time, but it was only just too much to see the dog pound to handle it.
Or hey, pick up that gold bounty off that. TP coming through though from J-Bob. He will be coming in right into the middle of the team. Splits them up. Jazz gets immediately ulted. And that's so much damage coming out from J-Bob. This is a really, really tough fight there. They're just all over the place. Doesn't be able to get the flash away. Might not be able to live in the very end. Great charm there. But Fruge on the back lane. So much damage. Great Annie follow-up there. They do have the kitchen ultimate to keep them alive just for so long. Korean will be going in there, but Blood trades that back with that ultimate. Does get one. Jinx, though, now popping off with a double kill. Blood will be able to finish this off with his own double kill.
Siege does all take mid now. His sweeper is going to spot it out in the early zonias. He is going to flash away, so he is going to live. We have a whole kerfuffle in the jungle as all take mid has a huge flank ult. The bot lane is just getting destroyed by Gomega. A-Barn tries to flash over the wall. TJ So Beast is left to die.
We do have Tony's ultimate still down, so they can't really do much. As there's just going to be some face checking. Great little zero charge. Kurian has to flash out, actually so low from the burn there from Blood, as they're still just pressuring them. Blood just goes in, blows up Fruge. Now he does have the stopwatch. Great engage there from Tony. As now Sinal comes through there onto Music. His tanky but might not be tanky enough, as Blood just blows up Swiss Army Knife, and that will be another kill.
You need to go here if you're Pickle Packages. This is your whole season. The Nexus is exposed. Flash in from Music. Music wants to hold on. Still, the ultimate coming down from the Lilia is going to put 2 people to sleep. Music is not winning this 1v1 with I'll Take Mid. And on the bot side, TJ So Beast is on a killing streak. Killing 1 already. Killing 2. Is going to be 1 kill traded back, but nothing really to be had